And I fell out to my knees when the Lord came. Oh man, they done got rid of TikTok, y'all. God damn it. They got rid of TikTok. They banked it. That made people hurt, man. I know it's a lot of y'all. That's messed up how they just can do that, yo. Like that. That just shows you, yo, this country don't care about people, man. Yo, it's so many people that make a living. They make a nice living. I'm watching it now. I can't flip the screen over. I'm watching on the streaming site, and they got this wild ass picture up here. Yeah, right. But yeah, y'all, like thousands of people, man. Probably tens of thousands of people is making a living off of TikTok, and they just banked the bitch. That's not real. Fuck you been a real. I'm glad you here, real. I'm glad you here. Yeah, it's gone, man. Yo, let me show you. TikTok is gone. Watch this. TikTok is gone. Look, there is no more TikTok. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted. In the U.S., unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. In the meantime, you can still download your data. Hey, yo, the messed up thing about it, right? I mean, depends on what you buy. It depends on what you try and buy that. Baltimore got some nice areas that's going to be valuable. You know, like some nice blocks. What's up, Charlene? Rich Porter. Yeah, yo, they done got rid of TikTok, y'all. It's a rat. But like I said, it just show you that they don't give a fuck. Man, you can get some good information on TikTok, man. Yeah, Rich Porter says it's time for TikTok women to make an OnlyFans or get a 9 to 5. I think they're going to bring it back, though, y'all. I think, for real, this is just a tactic that ByteDance is using just to show Donald Trump, because they supposed to stop at 12 o'clock. It's not 12 o'clock yet. It might be 12 o'clock a.m. somewhere, but not in the United States. Yeah, just not. It's not in the United States. So they banned it actually before the ban was even supposed to take effect. I was against it too for a while. Like my girl was the one that convinced me to start fucking with TikTok. I'm like, man, I'm not getting on no TikTok. But you can get information on TikTok that you're not gonna get on Instagram. You're not gonna get on Facebook. You're not gonna get on none of these apps. And I think, for real, I think that was part of the reason why they was against TikTok, because there's some things on there. And TikTok has its own store, and it kind of rivals Amazon. Like I think it's a number of reasons why they trying to get rid of TikTok. But I think Trump gonna bring it back, man. I think Trump gonna bring it back. I just think this was a just an attempt to show the world and show Donald Trump, the next coming administration, that y'all need TikTok, or y'all don't need it, but the American people want it. And if you want to be favorable to the American people, then you need to motherfucking get on board. What's that? Lemon 8. I know the barbershop app too is done. The CapCut done too. So if you booked your barbershop or nail or hair appointments with CapCut is a rat. CapCut owned by ByteDance. So the issue is they was thinking that TikTok was sharing out information with the Communist Party. The people going crazy. Look, motherfuckers making memes and shit, making jokes. Yeah, he was. Well, what it is, we is bad. Oh. I thought I stopped the game from him.
Well, the Lions are selling out. You can see all the bodies at the line of scrimmage. And then Bates with the little delay.
I had to get that off. That was a fucking
Man, 200 million. I ain't got that shit, man. So you broke. Damn, dog. Damn, dog. Damn, dog.
I guess it said men happy because I ain't gonna lie. A lot of females love TikTok. So look at them. They said they enjoying that shit.
Wow.
Hey, that's fucked up, yo.
Okay, baby. I can't believe it either, baby.
Damn, lemonade and cap cut gone.
What you mean? What happened to TikTok, bro? What happened to TikTok? You know what happened to TikTok? He wasn't there. What you mean I wasn't there? Nigga wasn't there. What happened to him, bro? What happened to him? How much it is? How much it is? I'll buy it right now. You ain't got it. How much it is? If you had it, you would have paid. How much it is? How much it is? How much it is? You would have paid us still. How much it is? How much it is? How much it is? Tell me how much it is. How much? Man, 200 million. I ain't got that shit, man.
So I got that shit, man. So look, yo, like it's a lot of people hurt. Like it's really not funny, yo, because at the end of the day, a lot of people survives off of TikTok. Let me show you. Like it's people on here literally crying, like real tears off this shit. Let me see. I know I saved the videos. Hold up, yo. I hate when I don't fucking save videos. I think I save them and I don't save them. Hey y'all, so we gotta talk about these black celebrities, man. We're gonna get to them, man. These black celebrities been selling out for eons, and I'm sick of them. I'm sick of them, man. I might ain't save it. Hold on. Snoop Dogg, Soulja Boy, Rick Ross. That's why, yo, you gotta be careful what you say, man. You can't just be saying anything on this motherfucker. Because the internet don't forget. And whatever you say, you got to stand on it. You heard me? I think people be forgetting about that part.
But yeah, guys, right now I'm really worried because if TikTok's banned, like what are us influencers really gonna do? Like, we have nothing to go to. So, like I said, if you see this video, please share it. Do whatever y'all can to send me Venmo. Please send at least $10 because $5 ain't gonna do nothing. So if you're gonna send me something, make sure you send.
I know y'all. People make a lot of money on TikTok.
I just got my nails done. Look how pretty they are. And I really don't know what we're gonna do. So I'm probably gonna sue the government because without TikTok, there is no me, there is no influencer, there is no job. So a lot of y'all keep telling me go get a job. But yeah, guys, right now I'm really worried because if TikTok's banned, like what are us influencers really gonna do? Like, we have nothing to go to. So, like I said, if you see this video, please share it. Do whatever y'all can to send me Venmo.
Hold up. She ain't the only one.
It's really not fair that, like, they're banning TikTok, and I know it's dramatic as hell that I'm crying, but I just seen a video of the girl that made the renegade dance. And I'm crying because I read a comment that was like the algorithm saying goodbye to us. And I've been noticing that a lot over the past like week. Like all the trends that came in the beginning are coming back. And it just makes me really sad because it genuinely feels like our parents just came in the middle of a school year and said, yeah, forget all your friends, forget all the hard work that you did at this school, forget everything that you did. You're gonna have to start from scratch. And it sucks because it's like it's beyond TikTok dances. It's beyond all of that. Like we have put Black culture on a stage that everybody can appreciate. Y'all have shown me things about psychology and my family and my friends and myself that I would have never learned in this lifetime. Like I don't really know. Like, and I know it sounds dramatic to say I don't know what I'm gonna do without TikTok, but like, bro, I really don't know who I'm gonna be without TikTok because a large part of who I have become in the last 6 years and a large part of my growth has come from a lot of things that I've learned off of this app. And I really hate to say goodbye.
Yeah, hold up. It's more though. Where the fuck is that video at? Hold up. All right, here go the whole thing.
It's really not fair that like they're banning TikTok, and I know it's dramatic as hell that I'm crying. But
I should have went to this one first.
The video of the girl that made the renegade dance.
Yeah, how I'm gonna survive. This app was literally supposed to be my way out. For everyone who's saying, go get a job, go get a job, I am literally working. I have no more time. I work almost every day doing DoorDash, and DoorDash pays $2 a delivery. I Instacart. I have classes Monday through Thursday in person. I have been posting on this app almost every day for 5 years, guys. I've been posting on this app 3 to 5 times every day for the last
government. I'm never forgiving you for this. And I'm never going to trust you ever again because you just, like that, took away millions of people's
y'all funny
livelihood. And who does that?
Yeah, really it's not funny, yo. Yo, people really put people put time and effort into it, man. Y'all with this bitch laughing at people and shit. Hold up. And look, and they not playing either, man. U.S. lawyers say there will be a penalty and punishment for using a VPN to access TikTok after the ban. They ain't playing, man. Like, the shit supposed to shut down at 12, though. Like, that's the crazy thing about it. The bitch shut down early. Yo, but look at this. Did y'all see this yet? So this is footage of Megan Thee Stallion arrest. And they say you can hear her stepping on glass. Listen to look at this shit.
She's coming back to the sound of my voice.
Then the glass right there. When she first stepped out, she stepped on glass. Let me see, look at it again. Oh, fuck. Right here. Right there. You heard that? She stepped on glass when she stepped out the fucking car. Yo, so what if she never got shot and really stepped on glass? And that's how she got that cut on her foot. Cause that cut on her foot, yo, didn't look like no motherfucking gunshot wound or anything of that nature. That shit crazy. What else I wanted to show y'all? Look at this. You know we go through Instagram, yo, before we get to the topics. Black real estate developer profiled in his neighborhood for not fitting the profile. Check this out.
What's going on? Do you live here? Yeah. You do? Papa. I don't believe that. What? I don't believe that.
Damn. Like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, yo, some white people be out of order. Like, who the fuck is you? Like, yo, they be tripping me out with this shit, man.
Right, come on. Right, come on. She got somebody chased her up here. She has the kids.
Who chased her?
She said somebody in
There
the
was a
silver
guy in
truck.
a gray truck, and he came around the corner, and
I guess I'm
I was in the street, and so I come up, and I have my kids, and so I'm like, I pretend that I'm coming home, and so I pull up, and I start walking to your back gate, and he stops here, and he goes, "Are you looking for someone?" And I said, "No," and then he sat here, and I was like, I need to get in.
Well, that's my husband. That's why he lives here. Yeah. He lives here. So he came in and he said there was a lady screaming. And I'm like, that's...
She got all worried. There's some...
Scared the crap out of me.
So she's saying a black man in her neighborhood and started screaming and ran. Like, yo, this shit is crazy. They called the police.
How did he scare you, though?
I just seen her in the driveway, and I was like, "Are you looking for somebody?" Because I was pulling up out.
And I saw someone walking in our driveway, too. And I'm like, why is someone walking in our driveway?
Right.
All right, sorry.
What? She says that that's
My wife. She got somebody chased.
from there.
You came this way, didn't you?
No, I came down this street right here,
Yeah.
and I was riding slow because I'm looking at our Christmas lights.
Man.
Well, you just have to understand my point of view. Being by myself with two kids, I just saw a car coming, and so I was like, oh, it scared me, and so I just pulled up here, and I kept thinking, this could be his house. But you didn't say, this is my home. You just said, are you looking? And I was like,
I did. Yeah, when you was on the porch, you asked me, did I live here? I said, yeah.
And you said, no, you don't.
Yeah, for
You
real.
said, I don't think you do.
it was obviously you could tell that I was really caught off guard.
Like, I'm pulling in my, it's like I'm pulling in my house. Like, this is not, this neighborhood is probably one of the best neighborhoods in Ohio. You don't have to worry about stuff like that.
Well, I'm very sorry. I really hope that you're not upset with me.
Come on, baby. Go in the house. Let's go.
Yeah, they be tripping me out now. She want to play victim. Hope you're not upset with me. Hell yeah, I'm upset with your motherfucking ass. What you talking about?
You told me that I didn't, you said you didn't think I lived here.
It was the way that you were talking. I was so caught off guard. I'm so sorry.
From there.
You came this way, didn't
Yo, these people crazy, man. Oh, so this the woman right here. Michelle Bishop. Let's check. Let's go to her page. Check out Michelle Bishop. See what she got going on. Mr. Scaredy Cat. Miss Scaredy Cat. Michelle. Let's go to Michelle. See what the fuck going on with Michelle. It's not her. No, that ain't her. She funny as shit. People crazy, man. You're gonna be on somebody else's property talking about you scared to death. You should be fucking scared. Stop bothering people. But yeah, yo, so we gotta talk about this guy. Yo, remember we was just talking about him the other day? Corey Pritchett Jr. officially booked in jail for kidnapping charges. Now, yo, we gonna talk about him. We ain't gonna get into him yet though, but we gotta talk about him. But I wanted to look into this first. So it say Keith Boykin says black artists like Snoop Dogg, Nelly, Rick Ross, and Soulja Boy performing for Trump is a dishonor to the black community. This is not somebody that black people should be associated with and pretending to normalize. Yo. Yo, these people is diabolical, yo.
So dishonor to the black community. I mean, if you look at Donald Trump, the man who would refuse to rent to black people in the 1970s, who tried to lead a lynch mob against 5 black and brown kids in the 1980s for the Central Park case, who refused to allow black casino workers to have a prominent place in his casinos in Atlantic City in the 1990s, who spent 5.5 years lying about Barack Obama's birth certificate in the 2000s, who came into office and then attacked black people like Colin Kaepernick, who attacked Ruby Freeman and her daughter Shay Moss for simply doing their jobs as Fulton County election workers. You dishonor those people when you go and perform for this man who has done nothing but dishonor black people. And just last year, he was calling Haitian immigrants, accusing them of eating cats and dogs. This is not somebody that black people should be associated with and pretending to normalize. We should be challenging him. And it dishonors the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. It's also a dishonor to the...
Now, I got an issue with these motherfuckers. I got a separate issue. Now, look at this, y'all. Like, yo, it's amazing to me, right? This the funny thing. How now, since it's okay to vote for Trump, now you got all these black celebrities flip-flopping. It's like, yo, I can't stand these guys, man. They don't stand on that. That's why you cannot trust these celebrities. You can't trust. Most of them are sellouts. Most of them are sellouts. Most of them just going to go with the flow. Whatever the flow is. If it's Democrat, we all voting Democrat. We're going to push Democrat. If it's Donald Trump, now we are Donald Trump. Like, yo, these people are not to be trusted. They pay for play. You understand what I'm saying? If you got the money, they going to say whatever the fuck that you want them to say. It don't matter what it is. And I don't respect it. So you got all these people who at one point said things like this about Donald Trump. Check your man, your Uncle Snoop out.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you
definitely spoke about it?
Niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out of one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? I was the one that performs for himself.
Fucking clown, y'all. I can't stand these niggas. Snoop got 1,000 pictures with Trump. 1,000 pictures. But now, since I guess the Democratic Party been paying for however many years, he say shit like this.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out of one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas.
We gotta start, this the shit I be talking about. He gotta answer to this. Like, yo, if these people are going to be so-called speakers in the community and be looked at for I guess, validation in the black community, whatever you want to call it, yo, he got an answer to this. What the fuck was this, Snoop? What changed? What changed, Snoop?
Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? I was the one that performs for himself.
Now check him out. Hey, yo. You can't make this shit up, y'all. I swear you can't make it up. He ain't the only one. Hold up, we ain't done. He is not the only one.
Bruh, and real street niggas and young kids like me and young generation, we looking at you like you goofy, bruh. You up here supporting Trump and shit, bruh. You supporting Trump, bruh. What the fuck wrong with you, bruh? That shit not right.
Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga.
I don't like these niggas, man.
Donald Trump. We ain't voting for your punk ass. I'll get you a new hairdo, bitch ass nigga.
You said, I'm happy that Donald Trump became president because we have to destroy it to elevate it.
Right. And I said that basically just based on the people who believe somebody with the lack of experience could take over the modern world. I spoke on Donald Trump another time.
Well, Snoop a rat anyway.
Black Dollar, and he had my
they motherfuckers be forgetting about that.
Walmart pulled off the shelves. I said, wow, homie got time to do this?
Fuck is going on with Donald Trump?
I haven't been keeping up with that donkey. Chill. I'm not performing. I am in Washington, D.C. right now, but I'm not performing.
Yo, these niggas is cornballs, yo. Fuck these guys, man. Straight up, yo. Like, yo, this is, y'all know how I always be saying, right? This is the prime example. For people that think I just be talking, yo, you got to stop allowing these people to flip-flop. That's how we get plants. Because this is what we do. We allow people to keep flip-flopping. Y'all went on a whole fuck Donald Trump campaign for years. Now he president. He got a bag for y'all. Now it's every day I'm hustling. Like, yo, what the, like, yo. They can't be allowed to do that, yo. It's 2025. It's 2025. Either you pick a side, you stay there. Now, there's nothing wrong with, switching political parties or if that, but you got to explain it first. Because what it looks like right now is it's all about the money, man. And whoever pays you, that's who you running with. But we can't trust that as the people. As the people, yo, we can't allow these people to do that because their voices are too powerful. For whatever reason, right or wrong, their voices are too powerful to be able to just say whatever they want to say, not stand on nothing, and flip-flop whenever the fuck they feel like it. Man, these guys are fucking clowns. Soulja Boy, Rick Ross, Snoop, any one of them guys that been on a fuck Donald Trump campaign, and now since he won the presidency, came up there and did this show, they need to be held accountable. For real. And it's not because they side with Donald Trump, because I told you I side with Donald Trump. It's because y'all went on a whole fuck Donald Trump campaign with the intent of trying to get people to vote Democrat. That's why y'all did it. Now the Democrats lost because a lot of black people see the play. They see they wasn't never really forced. They was really playing this. So we see the play. Now you want to follow up. No, hell no. Stay over there. Stay over there. That's where you comfortable at. We got to stop allowing these people to do that, man. We got to stop allowing them to do that, man. They shouldn't get no more support. Not an album, not a mixtape, not a show, none of that. That's how you get on. That's how you stand on cold, man. That way, we can minimize the plants that they give us. That's why we got so many people that's in the community that's blending in on some COINTELPRO shit, and we don't know if they for us or against us. We don't know if they for us or against us because we allow them to just flip-flop whenever it's convenient. But people don't hear me. I'm trying to tell you, though. We ain't going to get nowhere as long as we keep allowing motherfuckers to do that shit. We ain't getting nowhere. Look at him, he had a time of his life.
My mother say, Rose, man, you playing to win tonight, man. You sharp as mosquitoes, nigga. What's going on? That's that crypto.
Yeah, straight up.
They let a real crip up in the crypto ball. Bang, bang.
2, 3, and to the 4. Snoop Doggy like the Dre is at the dope. Ready to make an entrance, so black on none. Before I have to pull the strap up, give me the microphone first so I can bust like a bubble. After the Long Beach together, now you know you in trouble, cause ain't nothing but a G thing.
They're like, man, what the fuck is these guys doing here?
Too low death G, so we're crazy. Death Row is the label that pays, man. Unfadable, so people try to fake this. But back to the lecture at hand. Perfection is perfected, so I'm a lad, I'm understanding.
Yo, this is crazy, y'all. Look at Soulja. I hate these niggas, man. I swear, y'all, I do not like these niggas that do that, man. Because they dangerous. They dangerous, y'all. Because they can sway people's mind just by their influence. But they're paid and brought. They're not organic. You can't trust them. They're leaders down a motherfucking wishing well. And that's what they have been doing. That's what they have been doing, man. They've been leading us whatever fuck way the agenda says to lead us. And we allow it. Yeah, it was. Look at him.
Are you shitting me?
Niggas take any money. We just was talking about Boosie. We just was getting on Boosie ass for not the same thing, but something similar. We got on him yesterday. You on this big no snitching campaign, but then you link up with motherfucking the biggest fucking Big Meech.
Say, man, you playing to win tonight, man.
You niggas weirdos, man. But I wanted to show y'all something, right? So, and motherfuckers been taking the light on them niggas, man. Nah, yo, them niggas don't deserve to get took a light on. Oh, sucker ass niggas, yo, keep misleading the people, misinforming the people. We out this bitch trying to get shit right. You motherfuckers selling us out. Oh no, I don't want to watch that yet. Not that. My bad. We're gonna get to that. So y'all know how I've been talking about these Diddy accusers, right? And one of the cases that we always speak about is this girl who supposed to got she said she got art by Diddy, and it was gunshots firing, like it sounded like a whole movie. Y'all remember that, right? How I always be talking about that case, right? Well, guess what, y'all? That lady did a fucking interview. Yo, is my history gonna fucking work? Like, god damn. She did an interview, y'all, and nobody is talking about it. I wonder why. I wonder why nobody is talking about this interview. Why this interview ain't going viral? Why isn't it everywhere? Because she damn sure did a motherfucking interview. And we're going to check it out, y'all. Just in case you haven't seen it. Everybody been running these narratives on Diddy. Oh, y'all, where the fuck is it at? Oh, hold up, fuck up, hold up. Why is it not in my history?
I'm loving this live betting on DraftKings.
So,
P. Diddy accuser does interview. P. Diddy. Not thug interview. Yo, why this shit not in my fucking history, man? Because it was an off-brand page, y'all. Yo, wow. Where the fuck is that interview at? Yo, I'm fucking pissed off, y'all. How is the interview not in my history? And I do not know what page it was. That's crazy. It's not my fucking history. Ain't nobody talk about it. Yeah, that just pissed me off, y'all. That just pissed me the fuck off. How the fuck is the video not in my fucking history? I watched the bitch earlier. It should be in my history. Got everything else I watched. Except for the fucking video that I'm talking about. Let's try Google. P. Diddy accuser speaks out.
John Doe. According to USAtoday.com, an accuser in the sprawling case against Sean Diddy Combs is speaking out publicly for the first time.
I'm sure ain't nobody saying it.
The man, known only
nobody
as John
posted
Doe,
it.
opted to remain anonymous and spoke to CNN from a darkened room in his New Jersey home.
Nobody posted it. Diddy, here you go. Ashley. Here you go, right here. What page is this? News Nation. All right. There we got it. See what you see how you see the bullshit though? Why I can't find it? News Nation. News Nation did the fucking interview. Man, sweet to them motherfucking Wizards, man. Held it down. Got the dub. Got the motherfucking dub. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you new, y'all. We just taking a little bit of minute to get cooking because for some reason that the video I'm looking for wasn't in my goddamn history like it should have been. Like it should have been. Wait till y'all hear this shit. And this is the one that we always talk about. It sounds like a fucking movie. Sounds like a movie. The fuck they... Come on now. Where's the video at? It's a whole interview. Yo, it's crazy. What's her name? They don't got a link to the video. Ashley Parham. Ashley Parham. We gonna find that shit. They ain't ready to do that. Here you go, right here. Nobody's talking about it. Let's check out our story. They try to hide the bitch. Bitch only got 27,000 views. They try to hide it. But we found it.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Trapped in a cycle of...
What? This ain't the whole interview. This is not the whole interview. The interview's like an hour long, yo. And why are they playing dumbass games? Interview an hour long. So here go a clip. This is a clip of it, but where's the whole interview? I want to see the whole interview like I seen earlier. Probably told him take the shit down because the shit was so egregious. Yo, it's crazy, y'all. What the fuck? They took it down? I guess all we can get is the clip, y'all. That's all we can get. It was a whole hour. Like I literally watched like 2 minutes of it earlier. And then I said fuck it because I wanted to watch it with y'all. But I guess all we get is a clip now. That's crazy.
Here's some disturbing details of brutal violence and boundless cruelty. And before I say another word, you need to know two things. One, it is one woman's account laid out in a lawsuit that has not yet been proven. And two, the person being accused of these terrible things is Sean Diddy Combs, and he's denying everything. We touched on this story before, back when Ashley Parham filed a jaw-dropping lawsuit. The claims were just mystifying and overwhelming. She says that she was drugged and gang raped by Diddy and his entourage at a private home in the Bay Area back in 2018. She says after the gang rape, she slashed Diddy with a knife and was shot at by either Diddy or a member of the entourage before narrowly escaping with her.
Y'all remember that, right? This is the wildest story, the wildest lawsuit that came out.
Her life. She then says she was rescued.
This just came out. Like, it's crazy. I can't find it. The shit can't. It was hours when I looked at it. It was only out for hours.
But she claims the
it's a whole hour
who
long.
Responded, ignored her. I reported those details from the court filing, but now Ashley has agreed to sit down with me and detail what happened. If you can, and I'm sorry these questions are so difficult. I'm following along with the affidavit for the most part. Can you tell me what happened after you say Sean Combs allegedly raped you with the TV remote? What happened after that in that bedroom with all of those people present?
They took turns raping me, and Sean Combs raped me anally. Shane Pierce also raped me, but vaginally. And the bodyguard guy, he raped me as well while Sean Combs was sitting in a chair naked, filming it and jerking off.
Yeah, this is funny. Yo, this is insane, yo. Why I can't find the whole interview? Yo, they probably took this shit down. Yo, the interview is an hour long, y'all. We're gonna look for it again.
Sean Combs was masturbating while you say the other members of his party were taking turns with you?
Yeah.
Important to note, these are accusations only at this point. They have not been proven in a court of law. It's not a criminal case. It is a civil case. And you're going to hear a full hour of our conversation tomorrow on a special edition of Banfield, including Parham.
Banfield. Yo, why they took the whole interview down, man. Yo, the shit was egregious, y'all. They must told him take it down. They must told her take it down. Why you can't find the whole interview, man? Like, oh, that's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Yo, that's bullshit. Damn, I should have went live early when I first seen the shit. Cause this is the lawyer right here. Damn, y'all, when I knew I should have went live earlier, man. That way we'd have had that shit on record. Fucking bitches. Go and erase the shit. Hold up, y'all. You gotta be able to find that shit. They gonna take the whole interview down. They took the fucking interview. They took the shit down, y'all. Reveals, details. Yeah, they talking about Donald Trump. Like, what the fuck Donald Trump ain't good? Yo, that's phony, yo. I'm pissed off about that, yo. That's phony. That just let you know, yo, what the fuck going on, man. That just let you know what the fuck going on, man. Why they gotta take it down? What they taking it down for? CNN ain't take theirs down. Why the fuck they take it down? Fuck that girl name was? Lying ass. Let's see what they got. Just 5 minutes.
Television and answer questions about it. She asked us if we could conceal her face, and we agreed.
Thought he killed Tupac.
Okay.
A FaceTime.
Here go 5 minutes of it.
Outside of the bar.
This might be all we get.
With that in mind, Ashley, I'll ask the questions best I can, and I'll challenge the best I can, understanding that this is delicate information. With that in mind, Ashley, can you tell me how you first even came into contact and came to know Sean Combs?
I met a man named Shane Pierce at the bar, and outside of the bar, he had Sean Combs on a FaceTime phone call, and he overheard me saying I wasn't impressed by him and wasn't a fan, and that I thought he killed Tupac. And
listen to this. It's like she reading off a script.
Do you believe that that's what started all of this? That perhaps Sean Combs had a grudge? Just hearing that you believed he was Tupac's killer?
Yeah, I think that's what started it. Because that's when he threatened me, that he was gonna come after me. And he threatened he was gonna eat my face, so I didn't take him seriously. I just thought he was a bizarre human being.
At what point did you come into actual physical contact? Yeah. Did you see him face to face for the first time? What were the circumstances?
It was when Shane Pierce had called me, and he claimed he wasn't feeling well from his cancer treatment and he needed help opening his medication. So I went over there to help him out, and it turned out he was just fine and he didn't need my help. It was weird. He wanted to show me his new car, and he took me on a short drive around the Renda Hills, and then we got back to his little bachelor pad in the house, and he offered me a glass of water, and I drank it, and I started to feel a little bit off. And then
Look at her. It's a damn shame, yo, that you participating in this shit, shorty. You're a motherfucking black woman. You should not be participating in this dumbass shit. This fucking shit show.
A bunch of people coming down the stairs, and they
look at her face.
It was Sean Combs.
Look at her face. She try to keep a straight face. You know, got that. Well, you lying. She lying. Like, yo, these motherfuckers is terrible, man. Yo, it is some fucked up people in this world, y'all. For real.
And a whole bunch of people who
look at her face.
busted in the door, and in just a boisterous manner, and acting. He said something like, "Bet you didn't think you were ever going to see me," and I was just in complete shock and frozen.
What happened next?
He basically started threatening me with human trafficking, and that they could take me anywhere and sell me.
Yo, this is dirty work, yo.
He had Christina Coram. He ordered her to insert a copper IUD into my vagina, but luckily it deployed before she could actually get it inside me. Like inside.
Man, this shit is fucking lies, man. Like, yo, I know people want Diddy to have done all these things. But have you listened to the accusers? Listen to this woman. She's fucking lying. She reading off a fucking script.
That's when Sean Combs got extremely angry, and he grabbed the TV remote and sexually assaulted me vaginally with the remote extremely violently.
Where in the apartment did this happen?
It was in the house. It has a little studio apartment underneath the house, and it was on the bed because it was a really tiny apartment.
And was everyone in that party?
I'm sure Diddy did do some shit, but these motherfuckers are lying.
Into that studio apartment, were they all present, witnessing what was happening to you?
I heard more people upstairs that I didn't see, so I'm not incredibly sure, like, how many people were there.
Yo, because it's I told you, y'all, what the play is. The play is kill his image.
What's on your mind, Dion?
That's the play. Like, none of these people are getting any money. The play is to kill his image so we can kill him in court. That's the play, y'all. I've been trying to tell y'all that for the longest.
Gabby, is there anything you
It's
want to
kill
share
his
about
image.
this Old Spice deodorant? It's 24/7 freshness.
Mess up the jury pool.
Everywhere. Even on my
Now we got him in court. Easy win. They took the whole interview down, y'all. This interview was an hour long, y'all. Y'all, I should have went live. I should have went live earlier when I fucking seen it. But I didn't think they was gonna take the bitch down. They took it down. I wonder why. Shit sound horrible. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. You want to make the man look bad. What you take the interview down for? Let's try one more time. Then we're gonna move on to something else. Cause I think this is crazy that the interview is gone. Like that is wild to me. Maybe it was live. Nope, wasn't live. That was done. Last live they did was 4 days ago. Oh no, hold up. Let's see if it was live, y'all. It could have been live. Nope, wasn't live. Wasn't live. They wouldn't dare do no shit like that live. I don't even know why I even thought of that. Took the shit down. Like it should be in the hours, like 24 hours, the 24-hour time frame. Cause when I looked at it, let's see if this is. Maybe they took the title. Maybe they changed the title.
Adobe Creative
Try to hide
Cloud
the bitch.
enables me to work for myself on lots of different projects.
You deserve sunglasses that can keep up.
Already one time earlier before the gunfire.
Oh, they
for having
changed
him
it.
killed.
Look, you see what they did? They try to hide it. Yeah, yo, they try to hide it. Yo, they try to hide it. Look, they try to hide it, y'all. It's not. Look, it's not even in the title. It ain't even in the title. Banfield Podcast 117. Is it in the description? It's not even in the description. Wow. Where the visuals at? Hold on before we watch that. Where the visuals? It had visuals. Yeah, they turned it to audio. Oh my goodness, y'all. We living in a wild world, y'all. Like for real. We are living in a wild world. They must thought they was ready to get a hell of an interview. A groundbreaking interview with a truth teller. Like, what the fuck you thought you was ready to get? All right, y'all. So let's go back. Let's go back. I guess we're gonna have to listen to the audio book. We gotta get the audio book, y'all. They took down a real interview. All we get is the audio.
Believe me. And he mentioned.
They took down the audio.
As a creative consultant,
the video.
client relationships are key to actually.
They try to hide it. See, they know it was a disaster, so they try to hide it. Ain't nobody gonna click on this. Only 1,000 people watched it.
People who just busted in the door at the bar.
Higher. The Bureau of Labor Statistics in September. I'm Mark Huffman. Learn more at consumeraffairs.com.
The claims were unfounded, which brings me to tonight. Months after putting her name
They
on
dirty
a
as a
highly
motherfucker,
explicit,
y'all.
exhaustively detailed court
Yeah.
filing, Ashley Parhams
They
decided to
dirty.
go on national television and answer questions about it.
They dirty.
She asked us if we could conceal her face, and we agreed. She also wanted to be joined by her attorney, Ariel Mitchell. Here's our conversation. Ashley and Ariel, thank you very much for doing this. I know this is extremely sensitive. I'll ask the questions best I can, and I'll challenge the best I can, understanding that this is delicate information. With that in mind, Ashley, can you tell me how you first even came into contact and came to know Sean Combs?
I met a man named Shane Pierce at the bar, and outside of the bar, he had Sean Combs on a FaceTime phone call, and he overheard me saying I wasn't impressed by him and wasn't a fan, and that I thought he killed Tupac. And
We already heard it, but I'm gonna speed it up some.
do you believe that that's what started all of this, that perhaps Sean Combs had a grudge?
We heard that part.
And what happened next?
They try to hide the video, y'all.
it was in the house. It has a little studio apartment underneath. It's a correctional officer or undercover officer. But
All right, y'all. This is one of Diddy's accusers. She said she was shot at. She was armed with a remote control. Now, it was a video of this. Somehow it disappeared. And now we just got this. Banfield. podcast 11725. That wasn't the title at first. And we had a whole video, but somehow it got replaced with this.
And then Christina Coram and another white woman who I don't know her name.
Did you know who these people were, or have you come to learn who they are because of the alleged assault that happened?
I learned who they were afterwards, other than Sean Combs.
And so now, if you can, and I'm sorry these questions are so difficult. I'm following along with the affidavit for the most part. Can you tell me what happened after you say Sean Combs allegedly raped you with the TV remote? What happened after that in that bedroom with all of those people present?
What happened?
They took turns raping me, and Sean Combs raped me anally. Shane Pierce also raped me, but vaginally. And the bodyguard guy, he raped me as well while Sean Combs was sitting in a chair.
This is terrible, y'all.
Filming it and
man, speak to God, man.
To watching.
Got God in the building.
Sean Combs was masturbating while you say the other members of his party were taking turns with you?
Yeah.
And what happened next?
And I looked for my stuff, my shoes, my clothes, my purse,
my
phone, and none of it was there. And I found a random large black t-shirt. So I put that on, and the knife that Sean Combs had put against my face earlier, where he wanted
this shit funny, yo.
Cut my face.
Yo, it's fucked up, yo. See, this the messed up thing about this, yo, is there's real victims out here, yo. I don't know if they're victims of Diddy. I'm just saying there's real victims of assault, yo, and this is something that's traumatic for women. You understand what I'm saying? Like, can really fuck up their whole life. And you got these people online fucking playing. They online playing, man. This shit sounds fucking foolish. Like, yo, listen to the girl. Like, yo, who recounts a story like this? It's like she trying to read verbatim what the lawsuit say. I wish they could have kept the. I knew I should have went live earlier, yo. They ain't gonna. Next time I see it, I'm going live because I ain't know they get down like this. Like this is different. They done took the video down, changed the title. Like, yo, come on, man.
That it wouldn't be good for human trafficking me. The clients wouldn't like it. I found that knife because they had left it in there. So I tried to hide it on my left side underneath partially of the t-shirt. And I stepped outside, and that's right where the bodyguard with a gun was. And they told me to sit down. So I sat down on this makeshift.
I became a medical assistant in less than 7 months. Let me show you how.
She just skipped the drinks. We ain't hear nothing about no motherfucking drinks.
Over to med
bench.
Yeah, I know we got this paperwork.
Plywood. And I just had to sit there and just kind of listen to Sean Combs brag about what he did to me and that he's gotten away with more serious crimes and no one would believe me. And he mentioned Tupac and
to be clear, this is outside now. This is in the backyard. You have now moved out towards the backyard where they are all.
Yo, so he did all of this, right? Because he heard her say on the phone that isn't that the guy that killed Tupac? so Diddy wage war on this woman if you let her tell it. Just for that. Like he hunted her down, man.
Yeah, they were all in the backyard, sitting outside, just having fun with each other.
Right,
like,
now.
And they were smoking and drinking. Like, it was just a normal day for them.
So what happened after that?
I was sitting there on the bench and I wasn't allowed to leave.
Yeah, for real.
At one point, Sean Combs threw a fanny pack at me that was full of drugs.
Hey, that's not in the lawsuit.
I got angry and I threw the fanny pack into the bush.
Oh, she winging it, y'all.
And that's when the bodyguard told me that I had messed up and to go get it.
She winging
Sean quickly said no.
She got off script. That ain't in the lawsuit. Y'all know we read the lawsuit, y'all. That's not in there. Now she winging it. It's ready to get bad.
Well, she needs to stay there. Someone else go get it. So I couldn't get up from the seat. He was just trying to brag about all his celebrity friends. And I just didn't want to listen to him. I just was sitting there until I could try to run. But there were so many people, like, around the house and up above near the actual house's backyard where there's a patio where...
Yeah, I don't even think this happened, one and only.
And
like, I don't think none of this should happen.
A bunch of people were just hanging out and smoking and chatting and having fun. Sean Combs turns to me and he says, "Why haven't we ever partied like this before?"
Uh-oh, he said that to Fed.
I got enraged and I said, "This is not a party. You raped me." And he attempted to bribe me with some amount of money, and I said, "No, you raped me. I'm not going to stay silent on this."
But you did stay silent
then
for 20 years.
Ended up calling his mother, Janice Combs.
Yes,
and
you
she
did.
got on the phone, a FaceTime video, and she yelled at me not to hurt her son. And I yelled back, "He raped me." And she told me to take the money and shut up.
Yo, I can't believe they took the video down, yo. That's fucked up, yo. You shouldn't be able to do no shit like this, then take the video down. Like, fuck out of here, man. They took the fucking video down.
At some point, someone in the backyard brought out a weapon and fired it. What were the circumstances surrounding that?
That's when Sean Combs had bragged about getting away with way worse than what he had done to me, and he admitted to killing Tupac or having him killed. And that's when the bodyguard turned the gun around on Sean Combs. And I ran behind the bodyguard because I was just looking for any type of person who might help me. I tried to get the gun.
Yo, y'all don't remember we read this? Yo, we read this lawsuit, yo. Like this one of the main lawsuits I always go to when I talk about how frivolous these lawsuits is. We read this like 4 times.
Went off in Sean Combs' direction into the hill. Luckily, it didn't go into anybody's house.
And I just want to go back to that one detail. Sean Combs said
so the guy shot at Diddy for her. The guy shot at Diddy because Diddy admitted to killing Tupac. So this is somebody that's with Diddy. and decided to shoot at Diddy. Because Diddy said he killed Pac. Yo, this is
tried
crazy,
to get the
yo.
gun, but he wouldn't let me, and it went off in Sean Combs' direction.
Oh, that's not. Yo, the lawsuit don't say that. Yo, do we gotta compare this with the lawsuit like we did the last girl? We ain't gonna do all that. I don't even think we got to, but that's not what that lawsuit said. That is not what that lawsuit said.
The hill. Luckily, it didn't go into anybody's house.
And I just want to go back to that one detail. Sean Combs said to you that he killed Tupac or that he had Tupac killed. Which one was it?
He paid to have Tupac killed.
Damn. He was specific.
That's what he said in that moment in the backyard, that he had paid to have Tupac killed.
Yes, and he was bragging about it.
What did he say? How you brag about that? Yeah, I got that bitch ass
now
nigga
a gunshot
killed.
has gone
I'd get him
off
killed
in,
again if he was to come
Sean
back.
Combs' direction.
How
What
the fuck you
happened
brag?
after? You're now standing behind the bodyguard, one of the men who was in the room and allegedly assaulted you with the others. What's the next series of events?
That's when I kind of lost my mind, and I had the knife and I ran at Sean Combs, and he started to run up the stairs towards where Christina Carm and all
Right, what I know.
were
Who the fuck does that?
up on the little patio, and I hit him in the back with my left hand, and he fell down on the stairs. He was lying down on the stairs, and he turned back and looked.
She knocked him out. Hey, hold up. Yo, hold up. Yo, so she knocked him out? Oh, shit. She like Angelina Jolie in that movie. What the fuck that movie was, yo? Angelina Jolie was doing all that fighting and shit.
And at Sean Combs, and he started to run up the stairs towards where Christina Carm and all the people were sitting up on the little patio, and I hit him in the back with my left hand, and he fell down on the stairs. He was lying down on the stairs, and he turned back and looked at me, and I had the knife in both of my hands, and I was going to plunge the knife into him because it was a kill or be killed situation.
Oh, shit.
And his face looked so scared that he was looking at me like I was the monster when he's the monster, and my moral compass snapped back in.
What? And he just raped you?
I decided
brutally
that this is insane. I can't do this. I don't have it in me to do that. And I turned around and I took 2 steps down the stairs. Sean Combs got back up and he pushed me, but I caught my footing and I took the knife and I slashed it backwards behind me without looking, and it made contact with him and he backed off. They had me.
Yo, yo, they must be finding like the most desperate people. Like, man, look, I need you to act like that you got raped by Diddy. You know, we're going to do some interviews. You know, we're going to really sell this thing. It's like, yo, this is crazy work, man. Like, yo, for real, y'all, this is crazy work.
To sit back down on the bench, and Christina Carm came down. She had a medical bag, and
this is like ChatGPT for your media.
I wish they ain't take the video down, man.
I can ask Otter.
He was bleeding a little bit on his chest.
Dang, you stabbed him in the chest?
But not, like, I didn't stab him. It was just a cut, and they put anti-clotting type stuff on him and a bandage on him.
She freestyling again, y'all.
Coming up next, what happened after the attack? And not only that, what is Sean Combs and his lawyers, what are they saying about all of these very disturbing allegations? You were able to make an escape from that backyard. How did that happen, and when did that happen?
Yeah, but they left the other ones up.
That happened because the neighbors had been making noise complaints to the cops, and the neighbor came over to see what was going on. One time,
50.
Earlier before the gunfire, and he asked if everything was going on, and the bodyguard turned the gun on him and told him to go away. But then he came back and created the distraction for me
Oh,
to
shit, she getting coached.
actually run. And that's when I ran towards him in his house. And then someone, I believe it was Sean Combs, from the top of the hill near the front of the actual house, not where I was escaping from,
Man, Nay, this shit, man, ain't no witnesses to this, Nay.
a gun at me.
So at this point, you're making
She
the escape from the
said
backyard.
she filed 3 police reports. Nobody did anything. She filed 3 police reports with 3 different agencies. And then and she only mentioned Diddy name one time. And she said she's sure it's on body camera. But where's the body camera? Where's the proof? Like, oh, this shit is crazy.
The neighbor is helping. You're running down the street towards the neighbor's house.
Oh, yeah. No, somebody told her to say
from
that.
Sean Combs.
That's a lawyer.
Did you seek shelter? Did you try to find somewhere to, avoid being shot?
Yeah, the neighbor jumped behind a car and I followed him behind the car.
And then did you eventually get to the neighbor's house and be able to call the police?
The neighbor had already
Now she coaching her.
called the police, and he invited me into the house. And then when the police officer showed up, he really couldn't have cared less about what I was saying. He didn't offer me help. He didn't offer me an ambulance. I told him that Sean Combs had raped me, and he didn't offer me a ride or any type of help. He just left me for dead there.
Did the neighbor at least report there's been gunfire? We've escaped with our lives. We've had to crouch behind a car to escape bullets. Did the police listen to any of that?
Yeah, that police officer heard the neighbors say that we got shot at, and
Somebody else, she just said something again. That's why they took the video down. The lawyer said something again. I just heard her whisper something to her.
He told him what he had seen and heard.
And Ariel, I'll ask you to step in here. Is there a police report from that night from the Contra Costa police?
Yeah, I heard
to indicate that they had responded to this gun complaint and obviously what Ashley says was a rape complaint as well?
The Contra Costa sheriff did admit that there was a complaint on March 23rd, 2018, but they claimed they investigated and it was unfounded. So all of the women who have reported alleged sexual assaults to the Contra Costa police have all had their claims investigated and unfounded.
All of the women? So Contra Costa police, they don't pursue sexual assault in that department. Every single woman, like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Yo, this is terrible, man.
Therapist who informed me
She definitely signed
that she has treated several, countless women throughout the county who all reported their crimes and the sexual batteries against them to the Contra Costa sheriff, and all of them were found to be unsubstantiated. I actually have spoken to 2 individuals, one of whom is a rape victim of Shane Pierce, who was raped by Shane Pierce 6 years before this incident happened to Ashley. She reported the crime to the police in Contra Costa, and they also unsubstantiated her claim.
And I should mention here that these are allegations until proven in a court of law, but I want to continue with this story as well. It wasn't just the Contra Costa County Sheriffs that Ashley made a report to. She also reported this to the Walnut Creek Police and to the Orinda County, or the Orinda Police Department. Ariel, was there any response from those police departments?
So Orinda and Walnut Creek are city police departments, all under the umbrella of Contra Costa County. So
shit.
I did reach out to them, and they directed me to go through Contra Costa County.
Hell yeah, that shit. Oh, yo, this is creative. Yo, stop it. Stop. So she reached out to 3 police departments. And they all under Constitution County. And they reverted her back to fucking... Yo, this is crazy, yo.
And anybody from myself on down who have made public records requests to the county for these reports and these records have all been denied. They refuse to give us any public records that we are entitled to in relation to all of the times Ashley reported
Then
this
sue the
crime
police.
to these 3 different police departments.
So my next question would have been, so are you filing a lawsuit against the Constitution Police Department for withholding public records? I bet she don't ask her that. That'd be my next question.
And I'm assuming this is still part of the investigation in the lawsuit. So I just want to carry on with what happened next in the series of events. Ashley, the police leave, you're at the neighbors. What do you do next?
Come with me as I complete the Hopkins Drive ride.
They probably did laugh at her motherfucking ass.
His name is Kai.
I don't even think it happened, for real.
The neighbor offered that I could sleep on the couch, but I just, after everything I had been through, I just didn't trust anyone.
So she went back to the
I
house.
knew that they had all left because there was speeding vehicles and screeches when they left. So
And more to the story again.
I just didn't know what to do. I was in a state of shock, and I went back into the apartment to get my belongings, but they were all gone. And the adrenaline and had worn off, and my body was just fully exhausted. And I was alone in the room, and
Right, Charlene.
I just ended up falling asleep. And I know that doesn't make any sense to people, but
She went back to the house and went to sleep.
are incredibly dark and windy roads with no street lights. The idea of running half naked down to police who weren't going to help me anyways
And to the
wasn't
story
gonna happen
again.
because I assumed that they were gonna, Sean Combs people were waiting for me.
In the
if
darkness.
I tried to leave.
They was so after all that happened, she thought they was waiting for her in the darkness. Like, yo, this shit is fucking comical, yo.
Faith in humanity.
This is
kinda
terrible
just
they
gave
doing
up
this to real rape victims.
lied in the bed in a catatonic like state until I fell asleep.
And Shane
And then what happened when you woke up?
And when I woke up, Shane appeared and he gave me back my stuff, and he was pretending like nothing bad had happened. So I just went into a fawning type state and was like, okay, we'll just play the game he's trying to pull so I can get out of here. And he gave me my stuff back, and I got to leave.
How did you make your way out of there? You now had your keys and you could drive away from this crime scene?
Yeah, I had to
Yeah, I know, that
use
shit fucked
GPS
up.
to get back to the freeway because it's not an area I know. And I was able to drive and get home.
Charlie, you funny
And
as shit.
when I got home, I was just so destroyed. I just lied in my bed for 3 days, not eating, not sleeping.
Not telling nobody.
I couldn't function like a normal human being.
Because it's made
Actually,
up,
the
man.
tough question, not just from me, but from any opposing counsel, that would be Sean Combs' lawyers in this case, if it goes to trial. The tough question will be,
Man, this supposed to happen 20 years
why would
ago.
you return to the scene of a gang rape, a shooting, a knifing, and a harrowing escape under gunfire after
damn.
finding safety at
That
a
should
neighbor's
sound like
house?
motherfucking RoboCop or something, or Naked Gun 1.5. Like, yo, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, all of this happened, and she just went back to the house and went to sleep. Like, gunfire erupted. I'm sure this had to been a nice neighborhood. Police would have got called immediately. Like, come on now, man. The fuck
He
out of
offered
here.
to let you stay there. Why would you have returned to such a terrible scene?
No, I don't know.
Everybody was gone from the place, and I was not in a headspace where I could trust the neighbor, because I don't know him, and I was kind of afraid to stay in that house, and I had tried to find my keys so I could at least hide in my car. I kind of just gave up on life, honestly.
Find your keys. So if you find your keys, you can leave. You want to find your keys so you can hide in your car. Okay.
If they had killed me that night, I wouldn't have cared at that point.
And again, I'm sorry to ask these tough
everything.
questions. I do think that, I was going to say, and I'm sorry that I have to ask these tough questions. I feel like Sean Combs' lawyers will be a lot tougher than I am. It's hard to understand from an outside perspective why you'd feel less safe with a neighbor who rescued you than walking back towards the crime scene where all those horrible things had happened before you could truly know for sure there was no one still left in that home.
Ashley, I'm going to jump in here because
I bet you is.
I really feel we're looking at things from a very logical standpoint. You nor I have not been in that situation. And anybody attempting to judge the mindset of somebody in that situation is ludicrous, honestly. How could you not understand why we would logically not experiencing that? Of course you would say, oh, well, why wouldn't you just stay with the neighbor? The neighbor is a stranger too. She's just went through this very great ordeal, not knowing where to go, what to do. And now there's this other stranger who's introduced where she was with the police and nothing happened. Logically to me, trying to go back to get her stuff seems the most reasonable. She doesn't have her clothes on. She doesn't have her phone, her purse, her keys. And now to expect her to now go stay with a complete stranger and not even attempt to, I guess, get out of there entirely when she thought it was safe to at least go back to retrieve or at least find her possessions.
Yo, that shit sounds stupid, miss. Like, stop trying to make sense of nonsense. Like, what the fuck? She just got ganged by 3 people. Shots was fired. She supposed to stab the man. I ain't no motherfucking person with a sound mind in the world. I don't give a fuck if you had a stressed mind. You're not going back to that fucking house. Like, cut the crap, man. Sound fucking stupid.
She thought everyone had left. So would you prefer an empty space or a space with this random person that you don't know after you had just been violently gang raped, threatened with your life, threatened to be sex trafficked? In my mind, it doesn't make sense for her to have just stayed with the neighbor. What she did makes logical sense if you are to put yourself in that predicament where these things had happened to you. So unless we're going to put ourselves in that mind frame to think about what we would do if this had happened to us, which we can't even do. We can try to imagine it, but there's no imagining it unless you're in it. And anybody who's been in such a severe situation, to expect or to question their logic.
So we can't even question. Basically, that's what you're saying. Because we ain't never been gained, we can't even fathom common sense in that situation.
I think it's unreasonable.
Yeah, and listen, I'm with you. I've never been in that circumstance. I can't imagine what it was like to be in your shoes, Ashley. All I'm saying is that at trial, all of that sensitivity goes out the window, and opposing counsel, Sean Combs' counsel, will be extraordinarily tough because he'll be looking, or she'll be looking at 12 jurors, and it's their sensibilities that are going to have to be convinced. And Ariel, that's why I ask those tough questions. But I do want to ask, because evidence is everything, right? Have you been able to get that neighbor, track that neighbor down to corroborate all of this? That would be immensely helpful to this case.
Yes, we are in a process of getting that corroboration. We are working with investigators and other individuals to track down that person. We tried to reach out to that person directly at what we believe the address to, but we do have people working on getting that person to us.
Does that person still live in that home? And does Ashley know what home it was? I understand how confusing a scene can be. It can be easy to, in the dark, certainly, to not remember which house it was. Do you know which house it was and who the neighbor is?
No, we're not exactly sure. That's why I hired PI to get that done.
I do know what house
it was.
Well, not the house. I was talking about the person, yeah.
Yeah, but the
we
neighbor...
know the building, right.
The neighbor, he didn't offer to take me to the hospital or the police, so I couldn't trust him
either
as well.
Either.
To let it be known.
She's still coaching her.
Outside of the person, the neighbor, the Contra Costa sheriff has already confirmed that a report was made that night. So to the extent there is no dispute whether or not a rape was reported that night.
What?
That's not in question.
Yo, hold the fuck up. Oh, yo, hold the fuck up. Yo, who the fuck? Yo, so just because a rape was reported that night, that don't mean it was fucking her. Like, what the fuck they combed through the motherfucking dockets? I'm like, oh shit, on 10/16/2002, there was a rape because we're gonna say it was there. Like, yo, that shit sounds stupid. Yo, these people think we fucking stupid, man. What you mean? Yo, what does that? You don't say it was her. Just because it was an R pointed that night. Now we just automatically, oh shit, yeah, it happened. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here, that dumbass shit, lady. You should be ashamed of yourself, man. You should be ashamed of yourself as a black woman doing this shit, man.
Coming up next, Ashley Parham mentioned there were others in the room standing by on the night of the alleged attack.
Slowly, like my body started to not pulled out a bottle of, did feel a little bit off.
Was drugged, and did you feel as though you were under any kind of influence at this point of the alleged gang attack?
Yeah, I did feel a little bit off from the water, but before they raped me, Sean Combs pulled out a bottle of what turned out to be oil, and he doused my whole body.
Oh, look, she skipped the part. Look, they try to help her concoct the story. I forgot about that part. She skipped that part in the beginning of the story. Now she going back. now she going back. Like, oh shit, how the fuck we forget that? That was the most important part. He sprayed me with GBH. Y'all remember we read this, right? I know some of y'all was in here, man. Because we read it a few times. How do you forget the most important part of the story? That was the most important. He sprayed you with GBH. And then he jumped on you and slid off you. Y'all remember all that, right?
The oil.
Look, tell him about the oil too.
Enough drugs to kill
Hold up.
what may be the single most sensational of the now more than 24 lawsuits that are facing Sean Diddy Combs, P. Diddy. An accuser named Ashley Parham has outlined in court papers and is now telling us in person how she was allegedly gang raped, drugged, shot at, and threatened by Combs and his associates. She further says she was given enough drugs to kill a horse on the night of the alleged attack.
Well, she forgot that part in the beginning. How the fuck she missed that part?
This is arcade by output. This thing has sound.
I asked her about that. Do you think that the water that you'd been offered prior to them arriving was drugged? And did you feel as though you were under any kind of influence at this point of the alleged gang attack?
The oil.
Yeah, I did feel a little bit off from the water, but before they raped me, Sean Combs pulled out a bottle of what turned out to be oil, and he doused my whole body in it to the point my hands were dripping, and I couldn't push anybody away from me. And then I just slowly, like, my body started to not function properly, and I wasn't able to fight back.
Yeah, sure, that shit crazy.
Do anything.
Yo, it's fucked up though, yo, because it's bad for real victims, yo. It's real victims and that went through shit like this, and they playing with it.
Sean Combs takes
Like,
the
shit
pill
not cool,
out of the
man.
bag and he puts it in your mouth. Do you know what it was and what effect did it have?
No, she skipped all that part in the beginning.
It was a white circular pill.
Perkies.
I don't know what it was, but I'm
Is it Perkies?
assuming it was like Plan B or something
A
because
Plan B.
the copper IUD didn't work.
Did it have any kind of drugging effect on you? Did you feel as though you became even more incapacitated afterwards, or did it have no effect on you?
I was pretty incapacitated, so it didn't feel like it did anything more to me.
Did that party all eventually leave the room and leave you in that state, or what happened after the gang rape ended?
Christina Coram came over. I was hanging halfway off the bed, just kind of lifeless, and she came over to check on my, like, if I was still alive and breathing and stuff. And she had a bag that had IVs and little medical bottles that I don't know what would be in them. I do remember that they did put an IV in me, but they didn't have a stand.
That was oil-based coke.
And they put it on top of the table near where Sean had
Yeah,
been
she asked
sitting.
leading questions.
And I remember that I grabbed at it and it fell to the floor, and the bodyguard was still in the room, and he put it back on the table saying it wouldn't work if it was on the floor.
Coming up after the break, when it comes to a civil suit, it all comes down to the evidence. What can you prove about what you say?
What the fuck can she prove?
Visit
I want to hear that shit.
smiletree.org/learn.
That's what I
Lung
want to
cancer,
hear. We should
which led you
skip
to
to the
getting a
end.
low-dose CT scan.
A message brought to you by a
What the
doctor.
fuck can she
Free
prove?
guide. It's still windows or using fans.
It's the leading cause of sudden cardiac, not politics. In the word they call
But that's it?
brought to you by.
She says a report from that this hour to a woman with a harrowing accusation that she was drugged and raped by Sean Diddy Combs
You already
and
know,
his entourage
Charlie.
back in 2018.
Same old
A woman who
story.
says she was treated at a hospital days later. She says a report from that hospital does exist. So I asked her what it contains and
Where's it at?
how it might
Why you
back up
haven't
her
showed it?
account. Here once again, Ashley Parham with her attorney, Ariel Mitchell. When you went to the hospital, was it immediately after the incident or was it several days later? And if later, were they able to do a rape kit that has some integrity to it due to the proximity to the incidents themselves?
I dare you to let me build
Yo,
you a
this
completely
lady
free
is full of
e-commerce
shit.
store.
Somebody else
preloaded
probably
with-
fucking did something to her.
It was
Yo, she just
later-
whispered something again. Hold up.
A rape kit that has some integrity to it due to the proximity to the incidents themselves.
No.
It was later.
You heard?
A couple of weeks later, unfortunately.
You heard she whispered
it was
again.
Later
Listen to her.
Kit that has some integrity to it due to the proximity to the incidents themselves.
It was
Look, she
later,
just whispered something to her.
A couple of weeks later, unfortunately. I didn't have the guts to go earlier.
So there's no evidence.
And I regret that.
Talk about.
She ain't had the guts
when
to
you
do
contacted
shit.
your personal physician for the testing.
Oh yeah. I contacted my primary care physician and I told her that I had been raped, and she gave me all the STD tests and the HIV tests that all luckily came back negative.
Understanding that the hospital report is in depth and lengthy, is there anything that you have in the hospital report that can prove or disprove Ashley's claims about what happened that night?
It proves that she went to the hospital and that she reported a rape and that they did a rape kit. And of course, unfortunately, due to the delay, there was not much that was or could have been found.
Hey, yo, get the fuck. We done with this shit, yo. Get out of here, man. That dumb ass shit, man. Somebody else. Yo, so they found somebody. Like, yo, this how they constructed this shit. They looked up whatever area in California, seen that it was a rape in that area. Then she went to the doctors, or she might have got raped around that time. So they found a woman that got raped around that time, by whoever. And they just say, man, look, I need you to say Diddy did this shit. I need you to say that it was Diddy. And we're gonna put together a whole story for you. Like, oh, this is bogus, y'all. This is bogus. Another bogus claim. And it's like, oh, people still was like, yo, it's Diddy did this, that, and the third. And it's like, yo, if you listen to these people, let's go to the comments. Let's see what the comments is saying, yo. Oh, shit, look at this person. I believe her. Yo, people just won't believe anything. I believe her. I pay justice deserved on a silver platter. Cut off in the beginning. So many ads to start. Weird. I'm confused. Whoa, what the fuck's the rest of the comments at? It's only 3 comments. Yo, look what they did to the video, y'all. This shit is called Banfield Park. This is not what it was called at first. I showed y'all the real video. This was the video. It was a whole fucking video. It was an hour long, just like that was. But it had visuals. Why did they take the visuals down? Oh, that's not the one we was looking at. It was this one. Why was the visuals taken down? Which one we was looking at, y'all? We just was looking at one with visuals. Where the fuck this shit go at? Here you go. God damn, yo. Which one we was just looking at that had visuals? Oh, they fuck around, took that shit down too. Is it this one? No, it ain't that. That's some more other shit. Oh damn, we done lost the fucking visuals now. Shit. But rewind the video. It's visuals on one of these goddamn videos. We just looked at the shit. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Hit that like button. We ready to move on from this, y'all. But I'm gonna show y'all one more time that it was visuals to this shit. So they cut that down. That long ass interview. They cut that shit down into 3 minutes. And this is all they posted. Hold up, what the fuck is it? Oh, I can find it. These some dirty motherfuckers, boy. Here we go. They cut that down into this. That's all they gave us. But at first, the whole video was like this.
Did you know that as an American?
At first it was when I seen it earlier today. And I started to go live when I seen it earlier today. But I didn't think they was going to erase the bitch. Like, that's some different shit there.
Including Parham's answer to a question that has
Look,
nagged me from...
This how it originally looks.
Me and Sean Combs raped me anally. Shane Pierce,
the TV remote. What happened after
Yeah,
that?
it originally looked like this, but they took it down, and all you get is a picture.
They took turns raping me. Me being raped.
Sean Combs was masturbating while you say the other members of his party were taking turns with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it originally looked. All right, y'all, but I just had to show that, y'all. I'm mad they took the whole video down. Yo, but y'all remember when we was talking about this guy right here? This stupid motherfucker, Corey Pritchett. I think he might, they need to put him on World's Dumbest Criminals. So Corey Pritchett, and we read the lawsuit, got arrested or was on a run because he thought it was a good idea because he was scared of mob ties. Like, all of this is about him being scared of mob ties. He went to a bar that mob ties members was at and thought the girls set him up. Now, what he decides to do is scare these women. Now, he wasn't actually going to kidnap anybody, because if you listen to this guy,
feel what I'm saying?
he ain't even that type of guy. Like, he's a straight cornball. Like, straight cornball. And when you hear him talk about this story, like, he think this is a game. He think he is not ready to go to prison for this, which is insanely stupid. But check him out.
And a bowling alley they normally go to, literally, right? They normally go to the same bowling alley every Tuesday. I went 2 times with them because I'm cool with one of the guys that rock with them. Like, it's gonna be cool, right? So I'm like, all right, bet, let's go. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. I said, so I picked the bowling. I said, I'm gonna go to this bowling alley. I picked the bowling alley that I normally do my parties at. So we go to that. So we set it up. So I go to this bowling alley, right? Let me show you how shit happened. So they said, we can take a shower at your house. We can get ready at your house. I was like, all right, cool. We can do that. You feel what I'm saying? That's cool. So I took them to their crib, to the girl crib. I waited in the car. They came out with 2 cases. The chain clothes. Man, them bitches had clothes. They gonna stay for a whole month. On Jesus Christ, line on flying, gang. They had clothes.
I covered it yesterday.
For a whole.
I covered it yesterday.
A whole month. They had so many clothes. So my intuition started.
Yo, he fucking stupid. He just yo, he's scary. He a scary guy, man. He got money from being a content creator, and I think mob ties is extorting him. So he's scared of them guys. So for some reason he thought these girls were trying to set him up. So what he does in return is scare these girls half to death. Riding fucking 106 miles an hour for 30 minutes. Shooting out the window. Like a whole bunch of dumbass shit that's ready to land him in prison. But the sad part about it all is he thinks it's a game. He thinks it's a game.
I mean, I'm like, why all these damn clothes, bro? I said, twin. I said, man, you care about some weight clothes, bro? On my mama from Line of Flying. Cool, so we'll skip the story, right? So we get to the bowling alley, right? Come to find out, the mob ties dudes is at the same bowling alley. So I'm like, what's the fucking coincidence that these niggas supposed to be at the same bowling alley? Then I got a phone call that one of the guys was looking for me for something. Because he tied to a Carmen manager. They trying to accuse me that I sell her car fire. So I was like, what? I'm confused. I'm confused. But my yeah, I'm trying to teach y'all something. My spirit was telling
them
me.
girls wasn't setting him up,
wasn't
man.
me just moving out. But my spirit was telling me
They
how to
wasn't
move.
setting
I
him
love
up,
God
bro.
to death. I don't care what nobody say, bro. God's so good, bro. If you just listen to your intuition, listen to your spirit, bro, it save you from a lot of shit. So, some told me to leave the bowling alley. I left the bowling alley. I left. I like, okay, I'm gonna leave it before this shit. I left. You feel me? I called my OG. I said, bro, I'm gonna leave, bro, because something ain't right. Niggas told me to leave. Anyways, the girls trying to make me stay and shit. They acting mad weird. You feel what I'm saying? They acting mad weird, bro. And I'm bro, I swear to God, they acting mad weird as hell in the bowling alley. So I'm wondering, like, what y'all tripping for? Wrong with y'all? So my partner tell me, he like, bro, I was just watching the girl, but they pop some shit, bro. He was like, man, bro, I don't know, I don't get what you talking about, bro. Man, I was just up, please. I told me, I'm playing it cool, like, bro, just chill.
Look, that's scared he is.
You just want to walk from this way.
Look.
Alright. See, I'm starting to feel set up again now.
Look, he's scary. He probably getting extorted in Houston. He probably get extorted everywhere he go. Because he got money, but he a clown. You know, niggas treat niggas like yo. So he thought the girls was setting him up. He probably been set up 20 times already. And his response to that was the scam. But I don't think he realized, yo, that is a hell of a charge that you just committed, my guy. That's a hell of a crime.
No, for real. Man, I'm at the tip. Anyway.
Yes.
Like he get to showing their video, pictures and shit. Hold up. Like he think this shit is a game, yo. Here you go, right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off. I swear, I'm gonna take off. They owe it. But listen to this though. Hold up. Here go the girl's name. So one of the girls work at 13. At Club 13, she work at James Harden Club. Her name is. Her name right here. Hold on, let me look at her name. What's her name here? Her name is Ava Janae. Let me show you right here. Look. Y'all might know the girl. Who knows the girl right here? She's a whore. I heard about her. I ain't know her, but they told me she ran through. And she be lying about her age. Yeah, this the girl right here, right? That girl go on her Instagram and put Jesus follower. Let me show you how funny this shit. Watch it. I screenshot her page right before she did that. Let me show you how crazy life is, right? Let me show you something. So that's how you gonna know that they on bullshit. That's how you gonna know they lying, right? That's how you gonna know. Look, when it happened, right?
Man, they gonna start this shit out your
page November the 24th. As y'all see, 2024, right? I screenshot her Instagram because I was trying to figure out who these girls are. They trying to set me up. Like I said, let me make sure I get their page, right? So look, I screenshot her page that y'all see right here. Y'all see she ain't post nothing, right? Why all of a sudden, now that y'all going to the police trying to say I kidnapped y'all, in her bio it say Jesus follower.
That he think it's a game, yo.
Y'all see I screenshot this today. Why all of a sudden it say Jesus follower? Bro. So you following Jesus now, huh? You're following Jesus now, huh? Alright, anyways.
We gotta get some real guys with some money, man. Like these clowns is killing them.
She in college and stuff like that. I screenshot her ad too.
Got me fucked up. Hold on, let me show you her. I screenshot her too. Look, they go the other girl right here. I'm doing it right now. It's the other girl right here. Her name is Sydney. However you pronounce her last name. Her Instagram down. This her Instagram right here. Alright, so look, this her. Look at her. Look at her. She ain't young, but I ain't know these girls. Look at them. Look at this her right here. You can't even find her Instagram. She took her page down. She actually deactivated her whole Instagram, right? Why you deactivate your Instagram for? Like, what if y'all got kidnapped and somebody kidnapped y'all and try to do all this to y'all? What you hide from? How you go to the come on, bro. She's around, she's a track star. She gonna run away when it get hard.
Look, he think it's a game, yo. So look, let me show you what's going on with Corey Pritchett right now. Corey Pritchett Jr. arrested.
I got the latest for Corey Pritchett Jr. arrested. The first headline from Houston Chronicle on MSN.com is Houston influencer Corey Pritchett jailed after returning to U.S. following kidnapping charge.
Yo, he is fucking stupid, yo. They ready to spank his ass. Yo, they ready to spank his ass, man. He think it's a fucking joke. Because, yo, he wasn't trying to kill these girls. He wanted to scare them. But I don't think he realized that, yo, that is a crime in the United States, which you did. It's a fucking crime, guy. A hefty crime, too. A crime that can sit you down for a few years. What the fuck? How the fuck you get off this? Hold up, y'all. The fuck? Why is it giving me this dumbass screen? Hold up, y'all. It's giving me a stupid ass screen for. All right, let's just go to YouTube. ABC Houston. Oh, there we go.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs.
Houston, because I don't know what the fuck is up with that screen. Yo, the man rolled these girls going 106 miles an hour. Shooting guns out the window. Scared these girls half to death. I'd have been scared. If one of my homeboys did some shit like that, we're gonna fight about that. You don't play with my life that way, man. Swerving in and out of traffic on 106 miles an hour, shooting guns out the window. Nigga, the fuck you think this is? Yo, people die in car accidents every day. Like, you don't play like that. But like I said, he never was gonna do anything to these girls because you can tell that ain't even him. That ain't him. He just thought it was gonna be a good idea to scare him. Where the fuck is this shit at? It was a day ago. ABC 13. Hit that like button, y'all. Where the fuck is the video at? Yo, why I can't make this the whole screen? Let's see. I don't want the half a screen. I want the whole fucking screen. Shit fucking dumb, yo. I hate that. Huh? See, I ain't that computer savvy like that for real, y'all. I don't know if y'all know that or not. All I know how to do is edit videos. Hold on, y'all. It's just stupid. All right, there we go. We can watch it on here. Get a better screen right here. This should be the same video. Here we go.
Katie is wanted on kidnapping charges, accused of holding 2 young women against their will at gunpoint.
What's up,
ABC
butter?
13 reporter Jessica Willie is live. Jess.
Alrighty. Glad you back, Pepe. Yeah, we talking about a dumbass.
Police
Fucking threw
believe
his life
he's
away.
now left the country.
Yeah, only because he posted that on social media. Corey Pritchett is now charged with 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping. The victims told police he terrorized
he
them
definitely
as
tell
he
them some
drove
shit if
up
he
and
can.
down I-10 here. Then 2 weeks later, he flew to Doha on his way to Dubai.
Been sitting here, I just been waiting for the FBI and Houston police to pick me up.
Corey Pritchett mocking his legal troubles in a video he posted on TikTok from Dubai. The 25-year-old YouTuber with nearly 4 million subscribers also writing, quote, "See y'all when I get out." In the 3-page document detailing the charges against him, there are only serious accusations.
Yo, he think it's a
According to
game,
Houston
yo.
police,
This shit is
Pritchett is
crazy.
wanted for 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, meaning with a gun, and it all started at this gym in Southwest Houston. It's here at All In Sports Performance Gym on November 23rd,
Corey
where he met
ass
up with 2
stupid.
young women. Life can bring on a
Corey ass dumb as a motherfucker. Because he wasn't trying to harm these women. I know he wasn't. Based off of him. What the fuck?
ages.
He wasn't trying to harm these women.
Hi, I'm
He was trying to scare them because he thought they was trying to rob him. But he didn't recognize that, yo, you can't do that. Like, that's
15
illegal.
and 20 for a 15-hour ordeal that began innocently enough. First with a workout, then a TV outing, followed by bowling, all spelled out in the court document. Later, the victims told police, quote, there was a complete change in behavior. He thought someone was after him. Instead of taking them home, they say he sped west on I-10 at 100 miles an hour, pointed a gun at them, took their phones and said, quote, I'm going to expletive y'all and then kill y'all. But he stopped on the side of the road, record state, ordered them out of the car, saying, quote, this is your only opportunity. The women told police they were...
Like he faked, he called somebody. He more than like he texted somebody and was like, "Look, I need you to help me scare these girls." And he asked this girl, "Should I kill him?" And the girl said, "Yeah." Like, yo, he terrorized these girls, man. But I don't think he recognized that, yo, they give you a long ass time in prison for this shit you doing.
Walked for an hour before someone pulled over to let them call 911. Pritchett was charged the day after Christmas. Because of his social media posts, HPD confirmed he had already taken a flight to Doha on December 9th. Over the weekend, Pritchett, with a flurry of online activity, this post Sunday on X, defending himself, quote, I'll kidnap my kids that I haven't been able to see since last year before I kidnapped 2 white girls that was trying to set me up and get me killed.
And Pritchett does not have an attorney of record just yet. Court records state he flew on a one-way ticket, so it's unclear whether there have been any conversations about flying back to the U.S. and turning himself in.
Well, his ass arrested now. His ass is booked now. Houston-based YouTuber booked into jail on kidnapping charges after initially fleeing the country. Corey Pritchett Jr., a Houston-based social media influencer who fled the country after allegedly threatening to assault and kill 2 women, was arrested Thursday and booked into Harris County Jail. Pritchett, 26, is facing 2 charges of aggravated kidnapping and was being held in jail on a combined $100,000 bond, according to court records. A warrant for Pritchett's arrest was issued following a November 22nd incident where he allegedly drove the 2 women who told police they feared for their lives to a remote area of west of Houston, and forced them out of his vehicle. In a post on TikTok, Instagram, around the same time, Pritchett said that he was leaving the country to start a new life in Dubai. Authorities with the FBI confirmed that Pritchett flew to Doha Airport in Qatar with a one-way ticket, according to court records. It was not immediately clear Friday when or how Pritchett returned to the U.S. If he is released from jail on bond, he is required to surrender his passport and remain in the greater Houston area. Pritchett, court-appointed defense attorney, could not immediately be reached for comment Friday. Like, yo, this nigga is stupid. Look, Pritchett allegedly pointed a gun at one woman when she began texting on her cell phone and insinuated in a phone call during the drive that he had the perfect opportunity to drive the women to a remote area where no one can hear or find them. Like, yo, they is gonna sit his ass down for this, yo. According to court documents, after passing a restaurant in Sealy, he pulled over the vehicle and allegedly told the women to step out, warning it would be their last opportunity. Investigators confirmed information the woman told police with cell phone records and screenshots of their location. Like, yo, he don't understand the severity of it. He don't understand the severity of this shit. I gotta get to the part where he was talking, like when he was playing with it. Like, look, they talking about the 360 app. How they got the 360 app when they said I got their phone. Like, yo, you have no clue, bro. It's one of them guys, yo, you shouldn't be committing crimes if you don't have no clue about how this shit works.
But they say I want to run, though. I'm on the run, but Eve, bro, come on, bro. She been known for doing flaw shit, bro. And I ain't know them at all, bro. I swear to God, y'all, I didn't know these girl from a can of paint. Let me tell you, on Jesus Christ, I was at 13 with my OG, right? And I was mad that night. No bullshit. I can remember. I was mad because this lame ass, pussy ass nigga in Houston, he did some flaw ass shit. That dude at the dealership where I was gonna get the Mercedes-Benz truck, he did some flaw ass shit, right? So I was mad at night. I was irritated as hell, bro. I was in the club. Like, let me show y'all this. Man, I got proof for everything. Y'all know Corey got proof for everything. Let me show you how I was in the club. Look, they was me in the club, bro, that night. That's how y'all know I'm lying. I got proof for everything. Y'all gotta stop fucking with Corey, bro. Hey, before anybody ever fuck with Corey, they gonna say, man, be careful, but that nigga keep proof for everything. You damn right. Fuck around with y'all. Let me show you how. Look, November the 22nd, bro. And November the 24th, the screenshot, that's how they get me in the club. My OG sent it to me. I'm at 13. I'm mad at hell. I'm irritated in the club. This before me and the girl even started talking, right? My OG sent me this shit. Yeah. Look, I'm irritated as hell in the club. And I realized my OG recorded me. I didn't even know it. It was at 11:43 p.m.
Hey, Charlie, you funny as shit. It's our shit for lockdown. You tell somebody.
He said, I hit one of them. Well, I tried, but shit was so stank.
It's Charlie stupid,
the girl young, bro. I ain't fucked neither one of them. On my dead stuff, I didn't kiss neither one of them. I didn't have sex with none of them, none of that. Girl had her phone, so that means nobody on her cell phone, but was unsuccessful. And Corey reported drove out, leaving them stranded that night. The woman said they spent over an hour walking alongside of the dark highway before they flagged down a driver. Called 911. So that'll tell you that even though they said one woman reached for her phone, that would make you feel like the other lady had her phone. But before they walked an hour down the highway and flagged down a car to call 911, the other girl had her phone. So that means nobody had no phone. So if nobody had no phone, how you look at a GPS data app? Like,
yeah, he gonna have a hard way to go, man. He better hope. They gonna, yo, this is in Houston, this is in Texas, yo. They gonna, yo, Texas don't play like that, man. He's gonna do some prison time. I guarantee you. It might not be a lot, you know, depending on his record, but he's gonna do some time.
Bruh.
Let's see something. How much time does aggravated kidnapping carry in Houston? 'Cause that's what he charged with, aggravated. I think we looked this up before. He charged with aggravated kidnapping, right? Let's see something. In Texas. How much time does aggravated kidnapping carry in Texas?
5 years to life in prison. According to TimPowers.com, aggravated kidnapping is a first-degree felony and carries with it a term of imprisonment ranging from 5 years to life in prison, as well as a $10,000 fine.
The limitation period of aggravated kidnapping is 20 years from the 18th birthday of the victim. If the victim is younger than 17 years old at the time. Like, yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, he playing and he's facing a whole lot of years. A whole lot of years. But I think it's his mind, since he know that he wasn't really trying to harm them, he thinks the court is going to understand that. But the court don't give a fuck about that. You feel me? Like, I think that's what's fucking... The court don't care you was playing. Because them girls was terrified. I'm sure they was. Can you imagine a motherfucker driving 106 miles an hour in the middle of the night, pointing guns? Like, yo, you terrorized them girls, bro.
I'm gonna have some of it. Hey, Reborn Motion out right now. Go stream.
Look,
go stream the
he
album
promoting.
right now. Let me know what your favorite song is. Because they didn't have a phone, they used the other person that been doing.
And he got 2 counts. You ain't lying.
So they downloaded the app off the other person's phone, whoever they called, and they were able to go on the app and see where they was, even though where they was on the other person's phone when they got the other person's phone. Does it make sense? Don't you say? So the other girl didn't have a phone. She got the person's phone. She called the police from on her phone, and she logged it to the Life 360 app on their phone. They downloaded the app on that phone, logged it to the app on that phone, and it showed the location that they were currently at.
Man, he scared the shit out them girls, man.
Alright, anyways. Hey, bro. It was in the car, so it tracked them until they got dropped off. Is that even true in the blog here? No, that shit ain't true, y'all. But I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have fun with it, bro. I'm gonna just keep it back. Bro, in reality, bro, I can really go to court, bro, myself and really be my own lawyer.
Listen to him, yo.
I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'll let keep going.
Yo, but this is the system. Yo, the system preys on this. This is what I be talking. This is ignorance. This what I always, the system preys on this right here. He is oblivious to the law. Oblivious.
Stamps and the route supporting the victim's accounts of the abduction. Okay.
Yeah, they gonna play this video, of course, Charlene. You already know.
Driver license and social media. I was identified via his driver license and social media when investigators tried to reach out to him. His phone was no longer in service. Make that shit make sense. Now I'm gonna be realistic with y'all. They didn't have no phone. Investigation don't have my number. Nobody had my number.
Right, his lawyer gonna be mad as shit. You ain't lying. When his lawyer see this video, he gonna be like, yo, what the fuck, man? How the fuck am I defend you with this? I can't defend you now. Like you admitting to it. He fucking admitting to the crime. Like, yo. That motherfucker's stupid.
So how did you
oh
try
my gosh,
to
yo.
my number? And how you get my driver license? My driver license not on social media. Okay. Huh? Bro, they didn't have my driver license. I'm telling you.
Yo, you know how you get your driver's license? Type in MVA, DMV. Type your name in the system, and bing, driver's license pops straight up. Is this the guy right here? Yes, that's him, officer. All right, we're going to issue a warrant for his arrest. Like, oh, he's fucking stupid. Like, yo, man, we going to move on because these asses fucking retarded. Like, my bad, yo, Tub. I ain't mean to say retarded, man, but he don't have it all. I'm going to say that. He don't have it all. Like, Shorty is slow as molasses. And he gonna get a rude awakening. He gonna be in that bitch crying when they come down with that sentence. I was just joking. But I was playing. I wasn't really trying to harm him. Man, they ain't trying none of that shit, boy. They ain't trying to hold court on the internet. That shit ain't gonna work. Yo, but Julio Foolio killers was in court the other day. Now let's see this video. Now I've been saying snippets of this all over the internet. Did this shit start gaining views? Nope, still ain't gaining no views. So this shit is 5 hours long. So we're gonna skim through it. Yo, but Julio Foolio killers are done. Done, done, done. Stick a fork in them. Like, oh, they got so much evidence on these boys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man.
Last name is Neader, Neader.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective for the Sheriff's Office.
Are you assigned to any specialized unit?
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
for real,
I'm currently
Trash
assigned
Dog.
to the gang unit.
How long have you been with the gang unit?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 8.5 years.
What are some of the duties, if you would tell us, that you have in the gang unit?
Duties of the gang unit, we document and undocumented gangs and the members and associates of those criminal gangs. We monitor social media throughout our investigations and other various activities.
Yo, I always tell you, yo, these people not stupid, man. Like, that's why I always try to highlight that. Like, yo, some of these investigators, yo, they've been working on the force 20, 30, 40 years. Like, yo, these people aren't fucking stupid. And you go in that bitch thinking you're gonna outsmart them, you're not. You're not. Like, I don't give a fuck how good that story sound. They're gonna listen to that shit and lock your ass up at the end of it. Like, straight up. Like, they ain't buying it. I'm telling you. But this is a gang unit officer from Jacksonville. So I guess this is a bail hearing. Yo, but if you look at the evidence that they got on these boys, and Young and Ace better walk like Young and Ace, J. Breezy, Spinner Benz, and anybody in that circle better walk like, cause these boys are investigating and they ain't playing. They ain't playing.
Do you have any specialized training in doing the documenting or undocumenting of the members?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that training?
Make sure you hit that like button, yo. Support the platform, yo. If you can, yo. Cash App Baltimore swag, man. Support the movement, man. And salute to Charlene for the $4 Cash App. Appreciate it, baby.
Taking HIDA gang classes that are given on by different agencies.
And are you assigned to investigate a particular gang or affiliates in Jacksonville for the particular unit you're on?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
I'm assigned to criminal gang ATK.
Despite that specific assignment,
he's assigned to ATK. Like, that's his duty. Keep an eye on ATK.
do you work with other officers within your agency and statewide on other investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And in providing that assistance, do you obtain information about other gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
About the affiliations related to those gangs, meaning people that are associated with the gangs and people that are opposing those gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that you're specifically assigned to ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular gang that has been identified as an enemy or...
Yeah, straight up, man. If you're coming over here from TikTok, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel.
Be 6 block, and there's subsets of 6 block.
And talking about subsets, can you identify what some of those are?
Yes, ma'am. A subset of 6 Block would be We All We Got, WAWG, and Bully Gang.
And are those known associates of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Would they be essentially, in plain language, on the same side?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK? Do they have subsets or associates?
They do. They're not classified as subsets.
Hope y'all gonna listen and watch this.
Would be,
boys better watch this shit.
And along with 1200.
And do you, as a part of your activities or you're investigating these gangs, specifically as it relates to ATK, investigate members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
NHG?
Yes, ma'am.
Same process for 6 Block and the subsets or affiliates that you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a part of your responsibilities to investigate the opposition to ATK, the gangs that are opposed to ATK?
Yes, ma'am, to a certain extent.
So you have knowledge about 6 Block and its members as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Now 6 Block, that's Julio Foolio in
you also
there.
had an opportunity throughout your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to investigate the crimes that have been related to these gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you responded to homicide scenes, attempted murder scenes, shootings related directly to 6 Block or ATK members?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of the investigations related to those cases, are you aware
Yeah,
of
fuck this
arrests
shit.
that were made and tied to a gang dispute or problem between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block and its affiliate?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you are able to identify whether someone is a gang member or a gang associate?
Florida state statute.
All you gotta do is go to Instagram, they'll tell you.
Or allows you to differentiate between the two?
Yes, ma'am. 874.
And what is the difference between an associate versus a gang member?
And the Florida state statute, an associate only needs 1 criteria, and a member needs 2 or more.
Are you familiar with or were you tasked with assisting in the investigation of the homicide of Charles Jones conducted by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the defendants listed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to, throughout the course of your employment with JSO, determine whether the defendants of that particular case, to include this defendant, Davion Murphy, had associations or membership ties to a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell me which defendants were identified and what the nature of their relationship to the gang would be?
Yes, ma'am. Rashad Murphy would be a member of 1200 gang. Davion Murphy would be a 1200 associate. Isaiah Chance would be an ATK member, and Sean Gathright would be an ATK associate, and Alicia Andrews is neither.
Are the documents or
I don't know, yo, that's fucked up, yo. They yo, why does she allow them boys to tie her into this dumbass shit, man? Like, oh, this is probably a girl that never been in trouble, but just because her boyfriend is on some bullshit, now she pregnant and facing life in prison. Goodness gracious, yo. Yo, ladies, yo, any man, yo, that's gonna put you in that type of situation don't fuck with you. Straight up, yo. Yo, I ain't never put my girl in harm's way, yo. Like, she ain't never had to worry about none of the shit that I had going on, yo. Like, you don't cross your, you don't send your girl on dummy missions. You understand what I'm saying? And any woman, yo, any man that, or boy that try to send you on a dummy mission, they don't fuck with you. Cause that's not how that's supposed to go, man. Yeah, she pregnant, Charlene. I don't think she found out she was pregnant until she got locked up. Like, she's literally 9 months when fucking, whenever 9 months come, that's when she gonna probably deliver the baby. The 9th month of her arrest.
That you do for the gangs recorded in some way?
Yeah, the girl pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you specifically look
Ain't had
to
no
the
business there at
statute
all,
to make those
man.
identifications when you're reporting it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What specific factors led you to the conclusion that this particular defendant was a gang associate of 1200?
Davion Murphy.
Yes.
His tattoos.
See?
What
That shit
about the
fucked up.
tattoos or what specifics related to the tattoos for Mr. Davion Murphy are you referencing?
He has the tattoo of 1200 block on the back of his neck, along with other.
That's why I ain't never liked tattoos.
1200 tattooed throughout his body.
1200, as you've mentioned, is affiliated with ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other annotations that you were able to make over the course of the investigation from when you started investigating 1200 to today's date, which lead to your conclusion regarding Mr. Davion Murphy being a member of 1200?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again?
Yes. Is there something other than tattoos that we're able to?
Yeah, man. Come on over. We're TikTok friendly.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, man.
Describe to me what you're talking about.
So the Criminal Gang 1200 has a hand sign that they do in their music videos and throughout their social media posts, and they often rep that hand sign on what would be their block of their neighborhood. Mr. Murphy has displayed that hand sign.
Yeah, man. It took me forever to get tattoos.
So you keep a chronological list, essentially, as best as possible with the documentation that you make of each of the gang members when you record them?
Yes.
And from the time that you were investigating this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see Davion Murphy make a gang sign with his hands?
Yes.
When was that?
The night he was arrested.
Was that during the interview of Davion Murphy?
It was.
Joe made gangs. He want to go to jail. This one of them ones. He gonna have a great time. Like, you know how you be having them guys in the joint that be playing around and shit. Like, nobody got time to be playing with you in this month. That's gonna be him. He's gonna be running around, joking. All the tabletops is, you know what I mean? Bones, spades, checkers, whatever they got, he's playing. Like, he's gonna have a great time there, man. Great time. You have to be throwing up gang signs in the interrogation room. You's a stupid motherfucker. But like I told y'all, that's only gonna last for a few years. You know, by the time he get to year 3, he gonna be like, damn, my life is over. Because it takes a while, yo, for that shit to set in, yo, to be honest. Like, it take a while for you to realize that, damn, yo, my fucking life is fuck around, be over. Or is over.
You present for the interview of Davion Murphy?
I was.
And did you have an opportunity to view that on a recording device of some type?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that shit either.
In an interview room, or where did that happen?
It was in an interview room at the state attorney's office in Jacksonville.
Have you since had an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been able to confirm the 1200 gang sign that Mr. Murphy made?
Yes.
Would that have been on January 6th of 2025?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Was there another detective that was present conducting the interview of Davion Murphy on that same date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that detective's name?
Detective Drebeck.
What's up, Chelsea? Y'all share the live, y'all ain't already shared. We got some people on here.
To monitor social
She's having 100.
And your job duties.
Yes, ma'am.
What types of social media?
You right, Charlene. You start looking around, you realize you send these same motherfuckers every day.
We've seemed to have found that benefit the investigation would be Facebook, Instagram, and now it's called X, but it's formerly known as Twitter.
Look, I told you, all they do is watch social media. That's all they do. Like, these people that made the police job so freaking easy. They can just, they probably ain't gotta go to work. They ain't even gotta clock in. They can actually do their job from the comfort of their bedroom. You know, flip the phone out and watch social media. And that is an 8-hour shift. Because these people put everything on social media.
And speaking about your involvement with the Charles Jones investigation, can you tell me, was Charles Jones a member of any particular gang?
Yes, ma'am. He was a member of the criminal gang 6 Block.
And was he known by a nickname?
Yes, his nickname would be Foolio.
Were there additional nicknames that he went by?
I believe additionally it would be like Julio Foolio or
27.
Like Julio 98 or something along those lines.
Did you have an opportunity personally in your line of work to view videos posted by Julio Foolio or Foolio under any title with any of the nicknames assigned to Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What would you say Mr. Jones' position in the 6 Block gang was at the time of his death?
So the criminal gang 6 Block is a hybrid gang where there's really no hierarchy, there's no real leader, but Mr. Jones was a prominent member of it with a lot of say in what goes on. He also also funded a lot of things that the criminal gang 6 Block has done.
Was he one of the more successful by way
Yo,
of
shoot
his
the
music
Siobhan
career
for the
members of that group?
shoot the Siobhan for the $25 cash app. Salute the oh man, I fucked it up. God damn. My bad, y'all. Salute to Siobhan for the $25 cash app. Salute to Shorty for the $12 and I done messed it up. I done lost this damn screen. God damn it. Shit, I done lost the screen, y'all. Yo, salute to everybody that donated to the platform. Y'all appreciate it, man. Straight up.
Really? I would say so, yes, ma'am.
When you say funded, do you mean financially, like provided finances to other members?
Yes, potentially. Just he had
It is,
more
Charlene.
money than some of the other
It really is heartbreaking because the thing about it, and people don't like me saying this because, you know, they grown, they know, like his life is over. It's over. And the thing about it is, at 27, you think you old, but you really young as a motherfucker. You feel me? Like, yo, we all thought we was old when we was young. Like, I remember being 20, feeling like I was old. But now at 39, I look back, that shit was 20 years ago. Like, he don't really understand how much life he still have to live. You get me? So this life sentence they gonna give him, yo, cause they got them. Like, you know, I be talking about Dirk Mike still got a chance and Melly got a chance. These guys are done. Their best bet is, they make some type of error in court. I mean, prosecution misconduct. Like, they gotta hope for something like that, because if you just dealing with strictly evidence, they gonna nail them to the cross, man. For real, hit that like button, share the live, y'all. Support the platform, Cash App Baltimore Swag, man. My man Edward got it posted at the bottom. You dig?
I have.
Are you able to say whether there was a prominent member of ATK at the time of Charles Jones's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify who that person was?
The prominent member of ATK, which also they're a hybrid gang, so they wouldn't have an exact.
Yeah, it's sad, man. I don't like it either.
Leader.
And the reason I don't like it is because, like I told y'all, like, I caught my time young, and I was locked up with other kids that was younger than me, and I be thinking about them sometimes, like, damn, like they really gave you 50 years at 17, like 50 years at 17, like you really got life at 22, and I be looking at that shit now, like, damn, yo, they still in that bitch, and I think about all the things that I've done from that time on and now, and how much I done learned, and how my mind done progressed from back then to now, and I just be like, damn, yo, that shit fucked up, yo. But you do the crime, you do the time, and it's just sad, yo, that people get trapped in this cycle, yo. But and it's like, once you in it, you in it. It's hard to get out that motherfucker, man.
Say that group would be a man by the name of Kenyatta Bullard. He goes by the street name, a rapper name of Young and Ace.
Oh shit, what they say about Young and Ace?
I'm going to show you a few of his music career members of that group.
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
When you say
or like Julio 98 or something along those lines.
Did you have an opportunity personally in your line of work to view videos posted by Julio Foolio or Foolio on any title with any of the nicknames assigned to Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What would you say Mr. Jones' position in the 6 Block gang was at the time of his death?
So the criminal gang 6 Block is a hybrid gang where there's really no hierarchy, there's no real leader, but Mr. Jones was a prominent member of it with a lot of say in what goes on. He also funded a lot of things that the criminal gang 6 Block has done.
Was he one of the more successful by way of his music career members of that group?
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
When you say funded, do you mean financially, like provided finances to other members?
Yes, potentially. Just he had more money than some of the other members may have.
Are you able to say whether there was a prominent member of ATK at the time of Charles Jones's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify who that person was?
Hey, yo, Young and Ace better tighten up, yo. These people, Young and Ace better tighten up. That's probably why he went online and said, ain't no more ATK. Like, he trying to distance himself, yo. Hope it ain't too late for him. Yo, because these people are investigating, and they looking for anything. Anything.
TK, which also they're a hybrid gang, so they wouldn't have an exact leader, but the main artist and leader or person who has the most say in that group would be a man by the name of Kenyatta Bullard. He goes by the street name of a rapper name of Young and Ace.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
I've seen them before.
I'm sorry, how do you recognize it?
I've been shown them before.
Do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict relatively the gang members or associates of those gangs?
Yes, ma'am, for the most part. Obviously, that's not going to list all of the members and associates of either gang.
And is this...
Or diagram on that, Judge.
Okay.
Detective, who put together that composite of those photographs?
I'm not sure.
All right. You've just seen them in the past, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that those individuals are alleged to be members of that gang, other than what it says on the photograph?
I've investigated those. I'm not saying they're all members, but everybody on there is either a member or associate of the gang that they're listed under.
Do you know each and every one of those individuals that are shown on State's Exhibit number 1 and number 2?
I would have to look back over them again.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. And so the record's clear, you did not compile that, correct?
I did not, no, sir.
When's the first time you saw those photographs?
At the very first hearing that we had in reference to this case.
All right. Do you know how those photographs were
Are you going to let him take a look at it or not? Because he still has to answer the first question you asked him, was if he recognizes everybody on there. So let him come up for air.
Hell no. For real? What blog you talking about? Feds called me about duck killing. What this is?
I'm Noel.
Oh, you know they be lying, yo. Who is this?
If I'm working with type.
Motherfuckers be lying, bro. For clout. Status update. We gotta check out their videos first, album, before we just start running with this shit. Rico Reckless sells fake pills to King Yella. Ducking TV. Busting off the pills. Meeting Boosie for the first time. Alright, he don't seem like he dibbling and dab and bullshit and fake content. Alright, let's check him out. So he got pictures with dirt.
So I was watching your videos, and I want to tell you I'm very impressed.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you do some things that like interview and follow people and put together scene stuff, and then you do some things that I don't think I could do.
Right.
Like since you have relationships with a lot of these folks that you can kind of get in there and get access to these parties and people kind of open up for you in a way that's very impressive.
Yeah, it's like a family.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, they're all like family, man. It's nothing. With me, it's not really a business, man. It's more so like a family thing with a lot of them.
How the fuck is he talking to them people? I ain't nothing to talk to them people about it. I'd have hung up on that. I don't know about this album. I ain't gonna lie, yo. It's a little suspect. I'm gonna hear him out though, yo. But I take this shit with a grain of salt.
I've been around for years.
Hello, you there? I'm for a little bit. You said you're like family. You've been around.
Yeah, I've been around them for years, like ducking everybody. So you know, it's more so like a brother.
And he editing it. What you editing it for? I mean, why you cutting shit out?
With me, you know.
So, do you have a minute to chat? Start by telling me a little bit about you. I mean, I got a 219 number for you, which I guess means that you're in Indiana.
Yeah.
But how did you, like, tell me how you grew up and how you came to kind of know all those guys on the South Side?
We just met at a show, and ever since then, we just been, you know, rocking.
He keep editing it, y'all.
I just started going to a lot of shows. One thing about me, I'm not a person that's, you know, thirsty to, you know,
Yeah,
get
I don't
money
think
from
this the
these
feds
guys or
either.
take anything from them. You know, I'm more so.
Went to ask a question and went to hang back and, you know, went to kind of interject yourself into a scene to get, you know, some good sound or some good shots, and went to be more discreet and restrained, which is a very it's a rare skill, frankly. So
Yeah, I started doing interviews off the street.
Man, this nigga bluffing. Get this nigga out of here. Bluffing that. What the fuck you talking to them people? Man, that nigga lying. That nigga lying, bro. Tell that nigga stop lying. In fact, let me leave a comment. Tell his ass stop lying. Stop lying for views, nigga. And this for been in 2019. And talk about don't tell them shit for real. So this happened in 2019. Nigga, stop lying. Stop bluffing. Can't stand these bluffing ass niggas. Stop bluffing for views, nigga. Fuck out of here. All right, let's get back to the regular scheduled program, man.
There are some people on both of these lists that I do not know. I do not recognize.
Yeah, feds don't do no calling.
To answer your last question, I did not make these.
Them motherfuckers ain't calling you.
Individuals that are on there that you do not
Not
recognize.
like that.
Do you know whether or not they are in fact a member of either one of those two groups?
Based on my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. We're going to object to the admissibility of the gang photograph.
Well, okay, I'm going to overrule. He can identify the individuals that he does recognize. He can explain how he recognizes them.
He probably really working with them people for real.
Membership is, okay, so overrule the objection.
I'll seek to admit it this time, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted with that qualification.
Yeah, straight up, no heart. They trying to meet up. They ain't even trying to talk on no phone. They ain't trying to talk on no phone. They ain't trying to get to know you like they get to know you in person.
Do you have an opportunity? Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also see the names under the photos?
They got all them boys up there.
Talking about states,
YNR.
what are we looking at here?
It is a chart.
6 Block.
6 Block, Fontaine, and YNR.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the names of the individuals depicted?
I have.
To be fair, are some of the individuals depicted here incarcerated or deceased?
Yo, K Shorty ain't 6 Block. K Shorty ain't even fuck with Julio Foolio. Come on, man. Take my man K Shorty off of there, man.
They are.
More specifically, I will ask you about the photo on the top left of this Exhibit 1 labeled Foolio. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of them is dead.
Is that the Charles Jones
He
that
did.
we have
He did.
discussed already?
He
Yes,
did.
Can you also identify any of the other individuals depicted on State's
Think he
Exhibit
did
1,
too?
most specifically Bibby on the second row, the third photo in?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Adrian Gaynor.
Is that person deceased or living?
He is deceased.
And does his homicide become relevant in this investigation in some way?
It has.
Same question for the photo just above that, Tiki, aka T-Shots. Do you recognize that individual?
I do, but I'm not sure of his legal name. I just know him as Tiki.
Is that person, do you know whether that person is deceased or living?
I do know that he is deceased.
Was it declared a homicide?
It was.
And was his homicide in some way related to
So they wiped out that whole crew, y'all. God dang. Yo, his whole crew is wiped out.
This case as well.
Yes.
Lastly, Trey D, the photograph just to the right of the image we just spoke about.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that individual?
I do, but once again, his legal name has slipped my mind. I'm not sure of it.
Are you familiar with the
So
nature of
he
his
did.
death?
Yes, ma'am.
He did. He did.
Trey D.
Him.
Okay. The fifth photo in from the left. Are you familiar with the nature of Trey D's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide in some way relevant to the Charles Jones homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Referring you now to State's Exhibit 2, can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that there was a prominent member of ATK. Can you remind me of the name of that individual?
Yes, ma'am. It's the second photo on the top row. It has the name Young and Ace underneath it.
Is that Mr. Bullard, as you previously referenced?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there other, is that person living or deceased?
He is living.
And are there other individuals?
Yeah, they is,
part of
Charlene. They
this
ready to come get
charge
all
that
them.
you were able to recognize whose deaths or cases were in some way related to this particular
They ready to come
homicide
get all them.
investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be the ones that are right underneath the word Ace's crew. It says Quan, 2-3, and Kobe.
Can you explain why their deaths are relevant in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am. Back in 2018 in Jacksonville, Florida, over on the city's south side in an area we call the town center.
So he nervous as a motherfucker. He jumping.
Homicide that involved Quan, 2-3, and Kobe. There was a fourth victim.
Them motherfuckers, them nerves getting to him. You see him? He bouncing like a motherfucker. He can't even sit still. But he was the same one smiling when they locked him up. Shit ain't keep thinking shit ain't funny.
Of that
Tell
shooting was Mr. Bullard.
Is that Young and Ace as previously mentioned?
Yes.
Was Young and Ace present at the time of the shooting or homicide of the other three individuals named?
Yes, he was, and they were all four traveling in the same vehicle.
They all three passed away as a result of that incident.
That like button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel if you new.
And do you know what the relationship between Mr. Bullard, aka Young and Ace, and the three individuals you've mentioned is?
One was his brother, and the other two were friends.
Which individual?
Yeah, I think he is locked up.
I believe 23. Could have been Quan. I'm sorry. The names, like their names get all confused, but one of them was his brother. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly which one.
Do you mean their legal names, meaning their government official names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But by nickname, those are the three individuals who passed away in the same vehicle that Young and Ace was traveling in.
Yes,
He nervous as a motherfucker.
Why did that case become relevant to the Julio Foolio, aka Charles Jones homicide investigation?
They throughout both of those these homicides, they made songs dissing each other back and forth.
Can I ask you a question? You said it was a triple homicide, but there were 4 people in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
So did one person survive?
Yes, ma'am. Young and Ace survived.
Young and Ace survived. Okay, thank you.
Is there one song in particular that's written by the decedent in this case, Charles Jones, referencing this homicide?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, for real, Chelsea.
After that,
They coming after all them.
When we talk about videos or music
They
videos,
gonna try to get all of them. They wouldn't have lumped all them together and put them on this screen if they wasn't trying to get all of them. Now, can they get them? Probably. The way these motherfuckers be telling on each other in songs.
are you talking about those that were posted to YouTube specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
After the that music video was posted, had there been additional videos posted?
There has.
Were there?
Because what you're gonna find out later on in this video is Spinner Benz and J. Breezy is connected to this case. All it takes is for one of these guys to tell, and they going right to prison. Because one of the cars used, my bad, y'all. One of the cars used was registered to Spinner Benz, and the other car and J. Breezy gave them money for the Airbnb. This all information that they got. What's up, Harmony?
There videos posted to social media between the two gangs before that incident hit.
Yes.
How long would you say that the ongoing beef that you can at least associate to gang activity has been going on between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I've been employed with the sheriff's office since 2016, and since I've been employed, I believe
I seen that, Alvin. That's probably why they beefing. That's probably why they beefing. Shit getting hot. Yo, when shit get hot, people get nervous. Like, you know what I mean? You start looking at your friends different. You know what I mean? The heat turning up on both of them. I'm not saying they was going back and forth recently. That's probably why. They probably feel the heat. Because that's one thing about these people. Like, they'll let you feel some heat coming right before they lay the hammer on you. Like that's just how they operate. They're gonna show their face. They're gonna let you know that we see you and we on you right before they grab you. They always do it. You know, that I guess that's their way of like grandstanding.
This war has been going on, so at least since 2016, to my knowledge.
Yeah, Squirrely. Young and Ace the one that survived. Make sure you subscribe to the channel too. Hit that like button.
Was there an event or a time in 2020 in which the war or beef between the two sides ramped up or grew more frequent?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that start?
I believe with the death of Bibby.
And around what time in 2020 did your office begin investigating crimes in Jacksonville related to ATK and 6 Block? Do you know when?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Are you familiar with the social media post that was made at the gravesite of 23 aka RJ, depicted in States Exhibit 2?
Like they watching all this
Can
shit.
you tell us about that social media post?
Yes, it was members and associates of the criminal gang 6 Block.
Yep, that's how they do, Charlene. You know, that's what they
went to the
do.
grave. He's buried in a wall, so he has like a plaque on
Right
the wall.
before they come get you,
And
they're gonna let
they
you know we
gave
coming.
The grave site a
Real
middle finger
soon.
and shot finger guns at it.
Was that posted by 6 Block members to social media in 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Come August of 2023, did you have the opportunity to respond to a homicide scene on the interstate?
I did.
Can you tell me the nature of that call?
That was a homicide. The victim in that case was a young man named Jaquan Pickens. Goes by the name of Jake Chip. He was a member of 6 Block or Bully Gang, and he was shot and killed on the interstate and crashed into a semi truck.
Damn.
And you actually attended that scene in person?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Fuck, that's crazy.
After the, was that August 16th of 2023?
I don't know the exact day, but I would say the fall of 2023. Yes, ma'am.
Look like that whole
In
case is about YouTube
days
videos.
after that, was there
Instagram
another
videos.
offense related to this gang war?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was the next day.
And what was that?
Damn.
A member of 1200. He was at a football practice in Jacksonville, and he was shot during that football practice and lived.
Are you referencing the Beals attempted murder?
Yes, ma'am. It would be Jacoby Bills. He also goes by the nickname of LaBobie.
Did anyone die at that scene?
I do not believe anybody died.
But it would have been the day after Mr. Pickens'
Yes,
homicide.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In October of 2023, did you receive an additional call out to a homicide related to an Antonio Tilley?
Yes, ma'am.
What gang is he affiliated with?
Antonio Tilley is a member of the criminal gang ATK.
And what was the nature of that homicide?
That it appears that he was set up and he showed up to a house via Uber driver, and somebody came out from behind the house and shot and killed him and the Uber driver.
And was there a shooting or homicide that you investigated as a result of that shooting, meaning after that?
Yes, ma'am. Like a couple hours after.
What was that?
That one also occurred in Jacksonville. Charles Jones, also known as Julio, was leaving his residence where he was staying that night, and as he's driving down the street, two unknown masked men hop out of a vehicle and fire at his black Dodge Charger, striking him in the foot.
Hey yo, the crazy thing about this,
also
yo.
been October of 2023.
Yes, ma'am. That was been.
Yo, they don't even got to do all of this, man. Let me see something, y'all. What was Jacksonville crime murders rate before drill music hit? Because Jacksonville got turned up off of drill music. Jacksonville. Drill music turned Jacksonville up, man. They don't gotta be out there wilding like that. That bitch wilding because of fucking drill music. 59 murders in 2024. They the only people out there killing. 2023, 122. Oh, we need to go back further. Cause when drill music hit Jacksonville, y'all, about 2020. That's when drill music hit Jacksonville. Let's go. Let's go to 2018. I know they wasn't having drill music in 2018. How many murders was in Jacksonville in 2018?
105 murders.
Yeah, Julio
According to
Foolio.
Action.
What year did Young and Ace come out? Young and Ace.
According to.
What year did rapper Young and Ace drop his first song?
2018, according to
Shit.
Genius.com,
So we gotta go back then.
in February
So it already hit.
2018, he released the single All In.
So we gotta go back to like 2015. How many murders was there in Jacksonville in 2015?
113 homicides. According to Jacksonville.com, there were 113 homicides in the city in 2015, down slightly from 117 in 2014. See also, a look at Duval County's death row inmates. Police classified 97 of the killings as murder, up from 95 in 2014.
So it was 97. It was 95 in 2014, 97 in 2015. And then you go to let's go to 2018. How many murders was there in Jacksonville in 2018?
105 murders.
105.
According to ActionNewsJax.com, Jacksonville's 2018 murder rate has surpassed 100 as we approach the.
How many murders were there in Jacksonville in 2020?
140 murders.
Look, here you go.
According to Jacksonville.com,
It takes a
murders
minute.
rose after 2011 and in 20.
It takes a minute for it to build up. The highest homicides they had was 177, and that was in 2007. Then it dropped, and then drill music started picking this shit back up in 2017. And then it been rising. Now it's going back down. All right. That's all I wanted to see for real. Let's get back to what we was watching. What the fuck? What the fuck we was... Oh shit, I forgot we was watching that shit from Instagram.
Known as Julio was leaving his residence where he was staying that night, and as he's driving down the street, two unknown masked men.
God damn, I bet y'all fucked it up.
Masked men hop out of a vehicle and fire at his black Dodge Charger, striking him in the foot.
That would have also been October of 2023.
Yes, ma'am. That would have been approximately 5 to 6 hours after. Approximately 5 to 6
damn it,
hours.
hold up, y'all fucked it up.
Are you familiar with the ballistics that were collected in that case, the Charles Jones shooting from October of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. What the damn shit at?
And are you familiar with the ballistics evidence that was collected in the homicide investigation?
That like button, y'all.
Charles Jones
I bet I messed it up, y'all.
2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a correlation between the casings that were collected on search warrant in the Tampa Police Department investigation that related back to the October 23?
Yeah, they've been on that, but
Yes,
it was
ma'am,
it was a decline.
So the relationship
And then
between
drill
the
music
casings
turned it back
collected
up.
at the Charles Jones attempted murder in October of 2023 related back to casings collected via search warrant in the Charles Jones homicide investigation.
Yes. Unknown masked men
There we
hop
go.
out of a vehicle and fire at his black Dodge Charger.
Jacksonville, Florida.
As a part of your ongoing investigation of the gang war, did you have an opportunity to actually download or preserve videos from social media?
What the fuck is the damn video?
Are you asking like
from YouTube?
Like, where's it
the
playing
history of
from?
me investigating them, or for this case?
Well, in the history of investigating them, have you watched YouTube videos between the two gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you able to identify that it is a gang that's posting the video, or members of a gang that are posting the video?
Just off the credits on the video and like the description of who it is.
Meaning in the description, is ATK posted sometimes?
I believe they often hashtag either ATK or NHG.
Are you able to also identify based on their looks or your familiarity with the gang
I don't know.
whether they were in the videos?
You probably was trying to get the whole car for real, Kelsey.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to, related to 3 specific videos, review videos titled Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Game Over?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to confirm that the state's exhibits 3?
So if you're just coming in, y'all, Damian Murphy, the guy that just got arrested for the one that was on a run for killing Julio Foolio, he had a hearing on Thursday, and man, they got so much evidence on these guys, it's ridiculous. Like, the best thing they can do is try to take a deal. I mean, no. The best thing they can do, like I said, is go to trial and hope that they the state make a mistake, or the judge make some type of mistake that can force a acquittal. That's it. Because they ain't getting found not guilty.
4 and 5 are those videos.
Yes,
ma'am. Good detective, Scroll.
You had an opportunity to review or evaluate the videos
Nah,
in
beat
a
that.
way that you have also listened to the lyrics or read through the transcripts from the videos to determine what was being said.
Yes, ma'am.
And are what's
We already talked about it, Hot Mom.
representations of the direct media downloads from these music videos from YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
The state seeks to admit.
They just have like 1 or 2 members.
5, Your Honor.
I forgot what you said.
In referring you to State's Exhibit 3, do you recognize the opening of this particular video?
Yes, ma'am. This is the.
No, you think it's funny?
When you hit play, it's gonna play "Who I Smoke" by Young and Ace, Spin Events, Waffle with the Choppa, and Fast Money Goon.
I'm not going to play the entirety of the video, but I will through the portion that you've just mentioned about the identity.
Now I can't play this song, y'all.
Are you able to, from your review of the videos, see the nicknames or aliases of anyone in particular on this Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am. I see Spin Events, Waffle with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon.
Are they all openly affiliated to ATK?
Yeah, these boys are done, man. So King, they is done. Wait till it's so much more in this hearing. Like, they got so much evidence on these guys. It's crazy. And all of them being investigated, every fucking crew.
And Waffle with the Choppa are going to be at 1200, and Young and Ace and Fast Money Goon will be ATK.
You think it's funny?
Why is it that 2 different groups or subsets are filming a video together? Can you explain that to us?
Yes, ma'am. They often, ATK and 1200 often make music videos and share each other's social media posts. And they're simply associated with each other because they both have a common enemy.
Who is their common enemy?
It would be the North Side, which would be like 6 Block, We All We Got, and Bully Gang.
And the same for 6 Block, North Side, We All We Got. gang.
They're gonna use all this to make their case. You know they say it was 1,200 ATK members that killed Julio Foolio. They're gonna go back to these videos and show these videos and show that there's a connection and like, oh, these kids stupid nowadays, man.
Members, they are affiliated with each other.
Yes, ma'am.
And do they
Hit
have
that
a
like button, y'all.
Yes, ma'am. It would be 1,200 ATK.
So they are filming the music video together, but a part of different groups.
Yes, ma'am.
In your review of the Who I Spoke video that was posted, were there lines or lyrics that were of importance to you?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
And what was that?
So in the chorus of the song, it says, "Who I Smoke Bibby," and then "Who I Smoke Tiki," and "Who I Smoke Lil 9." Those were just, Bibby is who one of Julio's best friends that passed away, and Tiki and Lil 9 were just close associates.
Are they all 6 Block members or associates?
Yes.
Now, when you're saying Who I Spoke, what does that mean?
Who I Smoke basically is speaking on the dead. Like you either killed him or you didn't necessarily do the killing, but you're speaking in reference to the murder of those individuals.
And was there any other lyrics that you thought were important for this particular video?
Yes, ma'am. Towards the
Could
bottom,
never be no drill
Fast
rapper
Money
and
Gang
be
is
in the
rapping.
streets.
And he says, I don't know the exact lyrics, probably have to play it, but he speaks along the lines of, "I called him lacking in Texas and went live," and then he says some explicit language, and he talks about, "Man, he didn't die."
Was there another attempt on the life of Charles Jones that occurred outside of Florida in
Yes,
Texas?
ma'am. That would be the shooting he's talking about. I'm not sure the exact year. I want to say maybe 2022 or 2021. Charles Jones was in Texas. He was shot, and while he was in the hospital bed, he went live on his Instagram talking about himself being shot.
Do you also ultimately learn during your assist with the Tampa Police Department investigation that Spinabens or Wappa with the Choppa would be relevant to that case?
To which case?
The homicide investigation which occurred in Tampa.
I believe the relevance, I'm not sure, but they have made music videos about this homicide, yes.
Yo, that's why they beefing, y'all. I'm telling you. Spinabens and Wappa with the Chopper is beefing because shit getting hot. And they don't know if they can trust each other. I'm telling you, right? One of them probably gonna crack and try to start the beef with the other one. So now it's a reason to crack. Like, oh, people be dirty with this snitching shit. Motherfucker make up a reason in their mind. I'm gonna start a beef with them. So now when I tell on them, it's gonna be like I ain't fuck with you no more anyway. Like, yo, it's a crazy dynamic, y'all. For real.
In showing you States Exhibit 4, can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am. This is the opening clip to
which one started the beef?
You by Foolio.
Is this a song that was posted after the Who I Smoke video by Young N.A., Swappa with the Choppa, Fast Money Goon?
Yes, ma'am. This would be the response to the song when Who I Smoke.
Would that have been posted the days or weeks after the Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure the exact time frame, but it was posted after.
What was relevant in your review of the When I See You video to your investigation of the gang?
Yes, ma'am. So
hold up, y'all. Let me pause this. Let me go to the J. Breezy and what's the calm beef real quick. And then we're gonna continue. Jay, I know somebody got it all in one video. Breezy, Spinabens. Anybody got an edited version? Spinabens on his relationship with J. Breezy. So this is what he was talking about right here. Spinabens, J. Breezy. Alright, let's watch your video. Sleep to y'all.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first, but he's let his own dental care take a back seat. Time for a shift. Because Aspen Dental...
One of them gonna flip on each other, man.
Is that Chris?
What?
J.I. Breeze is hard with that rock. You feel me? I'm gonna watch how I say this, you know what I'm saying, for the sake of how real I am. So I'm gonna go with my first answer, you know what I'm saying? We could agree to disagree. But don't put me in your zone, though, gang. I don't know if it's a happy song, a sad song, a good song, a bad song. Because if I made me a song, especially when you wrong. Especially when you wrong. But I ain't no internet, you know, like, you feel me? So I let little bro do his ranks and shit, like, all that shit. What's up with me and Jedi Breezy is, he did some shit out of respect. I never spoke on that shit. But he did some shit out of respect. And I'm like, as the older person, I handled it the right way.
I bet you do,
So,
Devil.
shit, once accordingly ain't accordingly, we gotta pull the fucking cord, gang. And that's how I feel about it. So, if you ask me, cool.
As y'all see, he said he fooled with Jedi Breezy. He effed with him, but he said that he's such a real nigga, he ain't gonna say too much. But he not really smelling Jedi Breezy. But he also
I gotta go in detail what you did. But I'm supposed to be your main man though, right? I'm supposed to be your main man though, right? But you vanish mode and trying to go my sister.
Damn.
But I did some shit that you respect. You mad. Let's put it out there. You mad because I cursed your baby mama out because your baby mama have a bad, slick ass mouth and don't know how to talk to people, nigga. Control your fucking baby mama. So since we're gonna put it out there, we're gonna put it out there to the fucking world to know, nigga. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put it out there for the world to know, nigga. Control your baby mama. You mad because I cursed your baby mama out. So fucking what, nigga? Guess what? I was man enough to get on the line with your ass. And hey, yeah, as bro to bro, I was wrong. Y'all could have went about that differently, yeah. But at the same time, control your baby mama, nigga. Because guess what? For your baby mama to even feel like she could call me and talk to me how she talked to me, you done laid up with her and said some shit about me. It done been conversations held about me. So before I cursed your baby mama, you forgot you tried to vanish mode and go for my sister, my blood sister. But
Yo, this gonna get bad. Cause neither one of them is trustworthy. This shit gonna get bad, man. If they come down on them like it looks like they are going to eventually, it's gonna get ugly.
I'm your main man though, but you tried to go for my sister.
Hey.
You tried to go for my sister. But then I kept the street about y'all cousins. I don't say shit to her, I don't open the messages, no none of that shit. That's how real I keep with y'all though, with you specifically. With you specifically, you don't even trying to take an interview. I ain't finna do all that. I ain't taking no interview about you, nigga. You been had your opportunity to pull up, give me that one, let me get that grid.
Yeah, this shit gonna get bad.
I don't got no ill intent towards you. I don't want nothing to happen to you. I wish you nothing but the best of both worlds. But if you gonna play these internet games, grid me. Let me give me a grid. I know how to fight. I like to fucking fight. I know how to fucking fight. What you talking about? Ain't no bitch. I never been no bitch. Clown. What you talking about, nigga?
Damn.
You gonna speak facts. Don't get on this bit and cap like, oh, I did some flaw shit. No, I ain't never did no flaw shit. I ain't never did no flaw shit. I ever did some flaw. I can admit I did some flaw. And guess what? I can own up to my shit. Man, you can't own up to a thing. You can't take accountability for a thing. You a little boy in the head. You a little boy in the head, nigga. And then, hold on, let me put ice on the cake. Let's really tell the world this shit about a hoe. This shit about a hoe. This shit about a hoe. You really want to carry this out by the hoe. Because you think I'm fucking somebody you used to talk to, nigga. You think I'm fucking somebody you used to talk to, nigga. That's the same reason you talking about you want to fight my brother, nigga. This shit about a hoe. You and my brother ain't never even had no issues ever, nigga. That's the reason you want to fight him about a hoe. Tell the world how this shit is on pussy.
as y'all see,
Yeah, that shit gonna get bad. That shit gonna get bad between them. When you add that to this right here, that shit gonna get bad.
The response to the song when Who I Smoke.
Would that have been posted the days or weeks after the Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure the exact time frame, but it was posted after.
What was relevant in your review of the Who When I See You
Spin the
video
Bands and
to
J.
your
Breezy.
investigation of the gang?
Yes, ma'am. So throughout this entire song, he speaks about 1200 and some ATK. So just knowing the song, he says he's sliding through the 12. He doesn't see nobody outside. Sliding through the 12 would be a reference to the 1200 block, which is the area that the criminal gang 1200 operates out of. And then he also talks about 2-3, which was killed in the town center shooting with Young and Ace. And then he talks about Papa, Lil Papa, who is a prominent member of 1200, or not a member, a prominent associate. He's like he's a successful rapper out of the criminal gang 1200. Just throughout the whole thing, he talks about different 1200 and ATK guys. Take a bike like I'm Suge. Suge was the 1200 guy who was killed. Catch a face shot like 5, and then Roland Michi in the wood. Those were two prominent 1200 guys that were shot and killed in Orlando.
When you are saying on any of these videos that they are talking about the opposing gang, is there a negative connotation to what's being said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you say talking about, they're not just mentioning them or giving them a shout out of some kind. I mean, it's
no, ma'am. It would be disrespecting them.
Hit that like button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel if you new.
Yes, ma'am. It would be.
Can you talk to me about the importance of the props that were utilized in Julio Foolio, aka Charles Jones?
Got my man Charles in the building.
Video?
Yes, ma'am. So that so the happy birthday part, they were there celebrating, I believe, 23's birthday. They were eating wasabi at the restaurant at our town center.
When you're saying they, are you talking about Quan, 23, and 4 as previously identified in our chart?
And Young and Ace, yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about the triple homicide.
Yes, ma'am. So
yo, they tie all this shit together. Oh my God, they gonna fucking nail them people to the fucking jail cell. Like, yo, this is like 15 murders, hell attempts.
They were eating. They just got done eating their birthday dinner at the town center, and as they go to leave is when they were shot and killed. This is on the poster board you see there is Quan 23 and 4 from the Action News Jack's channel in Jacksonville, and he's got the birthday cake around him because they were killed leaving the birthday celebration.
Does Charles Jones utilize this poster throughout the duration of his music video posted here?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to identify whether this is a separate cemetery than the post originally made earlier in 2023, which kind of set things off?
Yes, ma'am. I am not sure where this cemetery is or what graves he is at.
Okay, so you can't say whether or not this was the same 23 grave that they went to and pointed to.
Right, I cannot say that.
The identifiers that you used, though, are the news release that was.
Well, his mother said that they didn't go to the gravesite. But see, that's the dumb shit. Why do this then, yo? Why do that? Like, yo, I don't understand these kids, man. Julio Foolio was begging for death for a long time, man.
Clip we're looking at in State's Exhibit 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the 3 individuals that were deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
We're looking at State's Exhibit number 5. So over the course of 2023 and into 2024, are you still monitoring the gang activity between the two groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ultimately notified that Charles Jones is deceased in June of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the Tampa Police Department investigation that we have been referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, despite his death, continue investigating the ongoing music videos that are being posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a music video posted shortly after Charles Jones's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And who posted that video?
Young and Ace.
What was his name, Mr. Bullard?
Kenyatta Bullard, yes.
And the video itself, why was it relevant to your explanation regarding the dispute between the two groups?
And I ain't gonna lie, yo. This prosecutor probably is shocked. You see how she can be specific? Like, she probably is a fucking shock in that courtroom. For real, I can tell. Arms crossed. She probably got all the swag and everything. I can tell.
The name of the song is Game Over.
The
Got my man
lyrics
Bully
that
in
were
the building.
provided in the video, why were they relevant to the Tampa Police Department investigation?
There's a lot of lines in here that reference it. So in the beginning he says, I smoke six. He's referencing six as in 6 block for Charles Jones. He says explicit language to the six.
Cool. Y'all hit that like button, y'all. If you just coming in, y'all, this is Damian Murphy. I don't know if it's a bail. It can't be no bail hearing. They giving too much information for it to be a bail hearing. But it's some type, might be an arraignment. Some type of hearing, yo, where they just laying out the whole beef between Young and Ace, Julio Foolio, 1200, basically all the gangs in Jacksonville. And this shit is crazy. Everything is off of social media. Like I don't think they had to put no boots on the ground. All they had to do is open their phone up and watch. And these boys gave them everything, plus more.
3 got hit. He's talking about the shooting, the 4 in the car. The dead one is obviously Mr. Jones, and I believe there were a couple other people that were struck in that shooting.
Can I specify? You said he's talking about the shooting. Are you talking about the homicide scene with Charles Jones?
I'm telling you, this prosecutor is shocked, y'all.
And so the notes that you're annotating now, you're talking about him speaking specifically about the facts of what occurred in June of 2023.
Yes,
24.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. So he talks about the members or numbers of individuals in the car.
Yes, ma'am. And then it's not on here, but if you play it, he will say, oh, it is on here. I'm sorry. It says 5 in the morning. I got a call. What is this? And it's dead on the floor, dead on arrival, Mr. Six. If I recall correctly, we were notified roughly around 4:30, 5 a.m. I'm not sure when the exact homicide occurred, but Jacksonville itself was notified roughly around that time about the death of Mr. Jones. And then he talks about they don't want a war. He's speaking on the violent crimes that have happened back and forth. A little further down, he talks about bullets through his windshield, can't miss him with that chopper. It's chop. Basically, a chopper is a long gun. It could be referenced as an AR or an AK. In the surveillance footage that I've observed of this homicide, bullets went through the windshield, and and 2 of the suspects did have long guns. He also talks about anybody who went to that grave and took a picture, they got hit. That one's talking about the grave picture we referenced earlier, where 6 Block and other members and associates have pulled up to 23's grave and shot finger guns and middle fingers at the gravesite.
Now, indicating that the individuals who went to the grave got hit, were you able to tell from that social media post at 23's gravesite, from the members that were either tagged or identifiable to you, how many of those individuals have since died?
Well, I know for a fact that Charles Jones was there. You can see his hand. A young man by the name of Larino Span. He goes by the name of La Craca. He has been shot multiple times since that. His hand was there. You don't see any faces, but you can make out
I don't know,
tattoos
Bully.
and stuff
This
of these
ain't
guys.
like if Ace ain't going down with this, they trying to tie Ace in. Yo, they trying to lock all these guys up, all of them. Now, can they do it? I don't know, but they trying. It's definitely an investigation going on right now.
Another guy by the name of, I think it's Julian House. He goes by the name of Rico Osama. He was shot and killed, I believe, in December of 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, straight up, Charlamagne.
You can just tell, like I said, by the tattoos on them of who they are. But I can't, other than who was tagged, I can't say it's for sure them.
Because what he basically tried to insinuate with is that Young and Ace got inside information. Because they said they learned about the homicide around 5 o'clock, and Young and Ace put that song out. And then, during that time, didn't nobody know it was choppers used. That video wasn't released yet. So that's basically what he just tried to insinuate by mentioning Young and Ace lyrics. And it's crazy, yo, because this video only got 1,600 views.
Post.
And you can't, meaning you can't identify the arm to the tag.
Correct.
When you had an opportunity to view this game over video in full, were there references to...
Let's get to 100 likes, y'all. Let's get to 100 likes. Tap the screen twice. It's free.
Those references.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that means?
So after, throughout my investigation of ATK, I've not seen Don Julio or this tequila be used or as a prop or anything until after the death of Charles Jones. But since the death of Charles Jones, I've seen 1,200 and ATK guys posting with a bottle of Don Julio tequila, and that's referencing the nickname of Julio Foolio.
What does it mean to say there's a bag on your head in gang investigations?
So just off of my training and experience, a bag on your head would mean that somebody has placed money for you to become unalived. Just an example would be like if somebody puts $5,000, no matter who carries it out, that murder or that killing, that person is to get paid their money.
These are not the sole or only videos that were posted directly after this offense, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And you previously mentioned that you were at least present at the interview for Davion Murphy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Did Detective Drabick lead the questioning of that interview?
He did.
Did you have an opportunity at the conclusion of that interview to photograph Davion Murphy?
I did.
And was there anything of note that you were able to depict from those photographs?
Yes, ma'am. There were several tattoos that raised interest. The one on the back of his neck, like I said earlier, it says 1200 block. He also has rest of Avery McKnight on his neck. He has 187 on his arm. He has Corbin J across his neck, and he has Joe Rod Adams on his arm.
Okay, so if I can break that down a little bit, you said he has 1200 and 187. Are those associates?
Yes, ma'am. So oftentimes throughout the gang, they use they use numbers or other meanings.
Hit that like button, y'all. Let's get to 100 likes, please.
Not only is it 1200 mean the 1200 block.
I gotta do is tap the screen twice.
Reference 1200.
And were you able to utilize those tattoos in your assessment of the defendant, Davion Murphy's gang affiliation as far as an association or gang member?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to date those tattoos?
Thank you, thank you.
I personally was not. I believe we asked Mr. Murphy in his interview about him, and he said that he got them either before he was locked up or while he was locked up.
Was Mr. Murphy incarcerated and ultimately released prior to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
What is the reference to Corbin J and the significance of that tattoo?
So
they cook, bro.
It's Corbin
Johnson. Let's go to the next guy.
It was a 1200.
This shit long as a bitch.
Sure his member or associate staff.
Detective, are you aware of the relationship of Davion Murphy to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I believe in his interview that he told us that they were cousins. They're legally cousins, but more like brothers.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions this time.
Okay, redirect. No redirect. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Pretty good.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
All right, state next witness.
State calls Detective Wallen Ramos.
Why would you think that? The Piper? Like, what would you think that for? I'm not. I'm stopping it and pausing it and everything. Damn, that car got tore up.
And did they survive their injuries and were released by the hospital? And did they assist in the investigation in this case?
Yes, they did.
Were there other victims that were identified, or did you respond to the homicide scene at the Home to Suites located on McKinley Drive across from USF in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
Approximately 5:30 in the morning.
And that's on June 23rd.
So, y'all, this is the death of Julio Foolio he's talking about. And it looked like they got videos of the pictures of the car, and that car looks destroyed.
24.
Correct.
When you responded there, had law enforcement already responded?
Correct.
Can you
Pop, might not
describe
know-
for
you might
us
not know
your
what you're
initial
doing.
observations when you got there?
When I got there was a crime scene tape.
You don't even got no
in
subscribers,
the area
Piper.
of the
What
Homestead
you be
Suites
posting?
and the adjacent Holiday Inn. So the Homestead Suite shares a parking lot with Holiday Inn. And there was a black Dodge Charger in the middle of the scene that was riddled with numerous gunshot strikes. And there was a decedent, the victim Charles Jones was inside of the black Charger.
Were there other, you said that this is a home to suites, were there other hotels that shared or were adjacent to that parking lot next to home to suites?
Correct. The Holiday Inn shares a parking lot with Homestead Suites.
And you said that there were other law enforcement officers that were already on scene, is that correct?
Correct, numerous.
Was the crime scene where you have described that black vehicle, was that at that time blocked off by crime scene tape?
It was.
Were there members of the public that were in the perimeter of the crime scene?
There were.
Were there, can you tell me if there were vehicles that were in that parking lot?
A bunch of vehicles, yes.
And you said that there was a person that was in the black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
Had he already been pronounced deceased at the time when you responded?
He was.
Was he ultimately identified?
Yes, he was.
And who was that?
The victim, Charles Jones.
And through the course of your investigation, did you further find out any identifying information or any other name that he may have gone by?
Yes, I learned that he is a rapper that goes by the stage name Julio Foolio.
During the course of your investigation, did you and other members of the homicide squad with Tampa Police Department have communication with the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
And did they assist in the investigation in this case?
Yes, they did.
Were there other victims that were identified to you or other members of the Tampa Police Department on June 23rd of 2024 that had been shot but were not deceased?
Yes, there was 3 other victims that received gunshot injuries but did not die.
Can you name those individuals?
Yes, in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, the driver was Xavier Edwards. He sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm area and a graze of a bullet into his head. Behind Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones was sitting in the front right passenger seat. Behind Mr. Jones was Gino Norris Jr. or Gino Norris II. He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm. And in a car traveling with the victim next to the Charger, there was a female named Camilla Bentley, and she also sustained a gunshot to the right upper arm, a wound.
And those 3 other victims that sustained gunshot wounds, were they transported to different hotels in Tampa?
Different hospitals, yes.
And did they survive their injuries and were released by the hospital?
Correct.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8. How many vehicles were associated with the victim Charles Jones and the people that he had arrived to Tampa with?
3.
And the photographs that I have shown you, are those fair and accurate depictions of the 3 vehicles that were either driven by him and or his friends when they were in Tampa?
Correct. States Exhibit 6 is the victim's black Dodge Charger. 7 is one of his friends, Tafa McRae's black Nissan Altima. And Exhibit 8 is the gray Hyundai Sonata that belonged to the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner.
All right, this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what is States Exhibit 6?
This is the victim's Charles Jones black Dodge Charger. It's inside of our impound lot where it was processed by our crime scene technicians.
And you had seen it on scene, is that correct, at the Home to Suites?
Correct.
And when we talk about that Home to Suites across USF, what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County.
And this is a photo of it after it's been taken to, you said, your impound lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is designated by all of these yellow stickers that are on this vehicle?
Yes, those yellow stickers are placed where a bullet that was fired from a gun struck the vehicle.
Damn.
And were there several strikes to the...
What's tiny? The fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They probably just called about 40 times, right? Victim 1 registered to the car was in his mother's name. Occupied by victim 1, victim 2, victim 3. Damn.
The windshield?
Yeah, numerous.
Well, make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, man. If you can't support the platform, man, Cash App at the bottom of the screen, man. Support the movement, man. Y'all don't forget we go live every day at 11 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, this is ridiculous. That's why they hunted them boys down like that, man. Look at this fucking car, y'all. Let me zoom in on it. Look at this car, y'all. What the fuck? Like, yo, this is overkill, man. I'm surprised everybody in that car didn't die. Like, God was with everybody that survived. Like, for real. They need to be going to church on Sunday. Or at least praying every night.
Where was the victim, Charles
know,
Jones? Where was he
That's a lot of
in this
times.
vehicle when he was found?
The victim was seated in the front right passenger seat.
And you said there were other surviving victims, is that correct? Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Correct.
Were interviews conducted of both those individuals?
Gino Norris, who was sitting in the backseat, he was interviewed at the hospital. Xavier Edwards, the driver, his injuries were more severe, and he was in surgery. And I never got an opportunity to interview him.
That's the one that did. That's the one that went to Vlad.
Back at the Home to Suites or the Holiday Inn
Yeah, he was
that were
fucked up.
either identified by other Tampa police detectives or officers to you as individuals who were with the victim or the victim's group?
Yes, in the gray Hyundai Sonata were 3 occupants. And in the
that bitch even got
Nissan
hit.
Altima, there was another 3 occupants. Ultimately, I
got hit
interviewed
too.
5 out of the 6. 3 of them were at the scene. Tafa McRae at a hospital, and another young lady I spoke to over the phone after.
What is State's Exhibit number 7?
This is Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima. He was in this vehicle with 2 other females, one of them being Camilla Bentley, who was shot in the arm.
And again, the 2 yellow
The fuck she get shot?
markers that are on the back windshield of this Nissan Altima, what does that indicate, or what does that mark?
Those are, again, gunshot impacts.
And where was this vehicle located?
This vehicle at the time of the shooting was located just south of the black Dodge Charger. So
Yo, hit that like button. Can 7 people hit the like button?
Front door facing west in this vehicle.
Yo, can 7 people hit the like button that ain't hit the like button yet? Just tap the screen twice for me, please. We'd be at 100.
It was just south of it, facing the opposite direction.
What's in State's Exhibit number 8?
This is Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata. She is the girlfriend of the victim, Charles Jones.
And were interviews conducted of her as well?
Yes,
I knew that car
and,
crashed.
The 2 other occupants were interviewed.
Remember we were saying that? I knew them cars crashed when they slid off like that.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn why the victim, Charles Jones, was here in Tampa?
Yes, I did.
And why was he here?
He was here for a couple reasons. It was his birthday weekend.
So his girl was there.
So he was celebrating his birthday weekend.
So this Julio Foolio girlfriend car. Victim vehicle 3. Yeah, this Julio Foolio girlfriend. So she witnessed the whole shit.
And he had a paid show. So he was again a performing rapper. He was paid to perform at a nightclub called the Teasers Gentlemen's Club.
Okay, that located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether or not that had been
Thank you, y'all.
advertised prior to him coming to Tampa on June 23rd of
We had 100.
2024?
Yes, through review of his public Instagram account, he was advertising that he was coming to Tampa to perform at Teasers at least a couple weeks prior, as early as June 14th.
That's what Julio Foolio fucked up at. Like, I honestly think though, y'all. Let me tell y'all something, right? Yo, living the life where people is trying to kill you, yo, that is a stressful life, yo. And yo, nobody can be on the defense 24/7. Impossible. And I think it got to a point with Julio Foolio where he just was like, he just relaxed a little bit. You understand? He relaxed. Yo, because with everything that he got going on, yo, it was no excuse for you to be posting this flyer months or weeks or even days in advance. Considering the proximity, like it was only a 3-hour drive. So he either was relaxed or he seriously underestimated how bad these guys wanted to kill him, man. It's one or the other. Because you shouldn't have, why would you post a flyer? He gave them guys ample enough time to plan, do everything they had to do in advance to secure his death. But ultimately, yo, I think he just got tired, yo. I think, you know, he said it in his songs. Like, I think he got tired of running. He got tired everywhere he was going. People were shooting at him. And he just, I guess on his birthday, he just relaxed. And, you know, it happened how it happened. It's a fucked up situation. Yeah, they say Murder got hit real bad, though, Chelsea. That's what they were saying. He was victim 2. The one that they didn't talk to because he was in bad shape.
He was advertising his trip to Tampa.
And during the course of your investigation and your communication with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what did you learn about Charles Jones' background?
I learned that he is associated with the criminal street gang that goes by 6
Yo, if you're coming from TikTok, hit that like button, share the live, subscribe to the channel.
And that much of his
we are TikTok friendly over here.
Topics or how he became famous has to do with what they call drill rap and his involvement in the gang war between 6 Block and his rival gangs.
Was there a crime scene detective that was also assigned to take charge of the crime scene?
Yes.
Did you do an initial review of the crime scene while you were there?
I did.
Were there any sort of shell casings or projectiles that were collected at the crime scene?
Yes, we recovered 31 9mm spent casings.
Dang.
And what were the caliber of them?
A 9mm.
I'm sorry, you said it. Answer. I apologize.
And
were there any other type or different caliber casings that were collected on scene?
No, just the one.
Was there an autopsy that was conducted of the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When did that occur?
The day after the homicide.
And what was the cause and manner of death?
The manner of death was homicide, and the cause was trauma from gunshot.
Were there other members that were here in Tampa with Charles Jones that were later identified to belong to 6 Block or gang member or associates?
Yes, in Armani Turner's vehicle, there was a gentleman who I interviewed by the name of Robert Howard. His street name is Kenny Caps. He was convicted in the murder of Gerard Adams, a associate of the 1200 gang. He was at the scene at the time of Charles Jones' murder.
During the course of your investigation, did you or other members of the Tampa Police Department look for surveillance video?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to locate surveillance video at the Home to Suites or the Holiday Inn, those series of hotels off of McKinley Drive?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 9A and 9B. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, this is one of the suspect vehicles, a silver Chevy Cruze.
Was there a Tesla that was parked in that parking lot at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was a Tesla that was parked in and a charging spot that was equipped with Sentry mode, so it had cameras surrounding the vehicle that captured some of the offense.
Your Honor, Judge, at this time we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 9A and 9B.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted. Detective, can you tell us what's in 9A and what's in 9B?
Yes, so A is a still shot from the footage of the Tesla. So this Tesla was parked at the Homestead Suites, and this is the silver Chevy Cruze driving by that Tesla at the scene. And then B is that same silver Chevy Cruze as depicted
It
on
do feel like a mini trial.
a license plate.
That's
reader
why I'm
camera.
saying I don't even know I don't even know what you call this hearing. Like, I don't know what this is, but it's definitely like a mini trial. Like, they got rock solid evidence. Like I said, the best thing they can do is hope that it's some type of misconduct during trial, and they can get back on the appeal, or because being found not guilty is not even an option. And I wouldn't take a deal because that limits your post-trial motions, the post-conviction motions.
Based on your interviews of the surviving victims and also the witnesses that were with the victim in Tampa, did you locate or did you learn of where the victim had been prior to going to the home to suites?
Yes, from
But why
everyone
so
that was
soon
traveling
then?
with the
That's
victim,
what
we
I'm
learned the chain of events leading up
He
to
just
the
got locked
homicide.
up.
So they started their evening at an Airbnb in the Clearwater area, or just north of there. They were having a pool party there. Ultimately, they were kicked out of that Airbnb by the police. From there, the group traveled to Teaser's Gentleman Club off of Nebraska, where Mr. Jones was to have his paid performance. They were at Teaser's for his paid performance. After his performance was over, they traveled from Teaser's to Truth 18, which is a nightclub
It could be.
for an after
See, I ain't
party.
never went to no preliminary.
From
My
Truth
preliminary got
18,
posted.
they needed
I
somewhere
got
else to
indicted.
stay, so Mr.
It
Jones
could be a
had to book
preliminary
a room
hearing.
at the Homestead Suites. So after Truth 18, they traveled to Homestead Suites, and then that's where the homicide took place.
Did you go to each of those locations
Nah,
to
they
Teasers
already
and
they
to
facing the death penalty. They are the death penalty is only person not facing the death penalty is the girl, because she pregnant. But the rest of them are facing the death penalty, so they're not getting no deals. Like I said, the best thing, my thing is, the only time you take it to trial is if the case is rock solid or the case is weak. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if it's rock solid, you take it to trial hoping that they make a mistake. But if it's weak, you take it to trial because they ain't got no evidence. Whenever a case is 50-50, man, take a deal. If you want my advice, that'll be my advice. The case 50-50, if it's, it can go either way, and they start offering deals, you take it. But when the case is rock solid like this, no, you take this shit to trial. You take it to trial, and you pray that it's a mistake made somewhere along the due process line. And hopefully you can get back in court and you get the case overturned, or, you understand? But I don't think you take a deal when the case is rock solid. Cause this case is definitely rock solid. Y'all know how I be talking about dirt case, like, they ain't really got no, like, this is the evidence I be talking about. Like, when you got this type of evidence, this is what you call a strong case. I think my bad, y'all. Hit that like button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel.
Truth 18
Cause you
and
got
look
to, John.
for surveillance
Part of public
videos at
speaking.
both of those locations, as well as the surrounding area, the street that is around the parking lots of those two clubs.
Correct.
Were you able to find video footage of the victim at all of those locations?
I was.
And the other cars that were traveling with him?
Yes.
And based on your investigation and reviewing those videos, were you able to identify any sort of vehicles that were associated with the suspects that were involved in this homicide and shooting?
Yes,
But you always over here.
And Truth 18 and Homestead Suites, so at all three locations, we identified two vehicles that were following the victim.
The crazy thing about it, though, John, I be giving the best information. Ain't nobody else on you who giving better information than me on YouTube. Name them.
This silver Chevy Cruze, and the other one was a black Impala.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize both the diagram and this disc that contains a video?
Yes, I do.
And are both, is State's Exhibit 10, is that a fair and accurate diagram of the
Definitely overwhelming.
directionality of the vehicles that were involved in this case?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 11, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the different video footage that was obtained?
I think it's gonna be 2 more people charged. I think they coming after Spinner Bands, and I think they coming after J. Breezy. I think that's why they beefing. Fuck that shit they was talking. I think they beefing because the pressure is on and they can feel it. And they don't know what these guys that's arrested gonna say. Cause if they say the wrong thing, houses are getting raided and people is coming out in cuffs. Straight up.
From the teasers video. I'm sorry, from the teasers club.
That's why I said, G,
During
man.
this time we've introduced
These prosecutors sharks. You seen the last one? Man, that last woman, man, I can tell she is shark in the courtroom. I can tell by how meticulous she was.
States Exhibit 10 and 11.
No, that shit real, dude. That shit real as a motherfucker.
Detective, can you tell us what is
Yeah, it look too. Look too, James. Spinner Benz, the car that was used was in Spinner Benz's name. He let the motherfuckers use one of his cars, man.
State's Exhibit number 10 is on the left is a aerial satellite view. It's a diagram that I prepared to show the movements of the victims' vehicles, the 3-vehicle entourage, and then the 2 suspect vehicles. The victims' vehicles are designated by the 3 green blocks that you see just south of the main structure. So teasers is that structure right in the center of the photo. And then the red arrows show the path of travel of the black suspect Impala, and then the blue arrows show the travel of the silver suspect Chevy Cruze.
Yeah,
accompanied
he
with
was
some
on a
blue
run.
dots that show the movements of the 2 occupants of the silver Cruze.
Yo, see, my thing is, yo, it's like, yo, it's no need to go on a run if you're not trying to stack your paper. Like, yo, when you got charges like this on over your head, and you know there's a warrant for your arrest, in my opinion, the only reason you should be going on a run is to get lawyer money. That's it. If you don't got to get lawyer money or to possibly bail money, if that, you know, sometimes you can get a bail, sometimes you can't, depending on the judge, depending on your history, depending on your culpability in the case. It depends on a lot. But just going on a run, just for going on a run's sake, yo, that shit is pointless. Because they're going to catch you. They're going to catch you, yo. Because it takes money to go on a run. And then when you go on a run, you putting other people in jeopardy. It just ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, y'all. Because you can't run forever. Can't run forever. And it's stressful living under the grid or off the grid. It's stressful living on the run. You can't go nowhere. You can't go to the barbershop. You can't do none of the things that you like to do. And then anybody that's in contact with you, you put them in danger of them going to prison. So it's kind of selfish in a way. But like I say, I support the run as long as you're trying to stack your bread. That's it. If you just on a run because you scared to go to jail, you wasting your time, man. You might as well turn yourself in. Straight up. Because I told you, y'all, I was locked up with a guy, yo, that got caught when he was 80. 80. He was on the run for 40 years. They locked him up when he was 80, y'all. Man, that shit was terrible, man. I felt so bad for that old guy. Like, yo, he can't even walk. Man, that shit was fucked up. I know he wished he just got it over with back then. Julio Foolio murder.
In order to get a line of
Hit
sight.
the like button, subscribe to the channel if you new.
And then on the right, there's a timeline breakdown from the video of what times the victim arrived, what times the suspects arrive, and what time the victim leaves.
the previous photo, 9A, 9B, is the silver Chevy Cruze that you had seen at the home to suites. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there another suspect vehicle that was relevant to your investigation in that footage from the home to suites, Holiday Inn, and Tesla?
Yes, a black Impala.
Were you able to also see both
Sabrina.
the silver Chevy Cruze as well as that black Impala
What it
at
is.
teasers?
Correct.
And can you take us through, did you yourself put together this timeline based on the video footage of relevant times of either the victim and the victim's entourage and the suspect vehicles?
Correct.
Can you take us through that timeline?
Yes, at 1:41 in the morning on June 23rd, 2024, Robert Howard and Tafa McRae, along with some others from the pool party, they arrive at Teasers. So Tafa McRae, again, was in the black Nissan Altima. Robert Howard was in the Sonata. So those two cars arrived first. They park just
TikTok
south
gone.
of the
I know a lot of
Teasers,
people heard about that.
building near the front door. At 2:23, Mr. Jones himself arrives as a passenger in the black Charger and parks right in front of the front door. He's the bigger green block. Almost simultaneously, within a minute, the suspect silver Cruze arrives in the parking lot. It drives around the back part to the left of the main structure there, and then backs into a spot. And two occupants get out and approach the front door area, or at least where they can
I
get
can't
a line
believe,
of sight
yo.
of the front door. And then ultimately they get back in the silver Cruze and leave.
Yeah, I can't believe, yo.
Mr. Jones and his
I can't believe that girl allowed herself to participate in this, man. Nigga, that was so foolish of her, man. Pregnant and facing life in prison. God damn, yo. And she is complicit. It's a video they're going to show with her walking around. Foolio and them park right here. This all Foolio and them, the 3 green cars. It's a video of the girl walking right here. And they all, you'll see it. They're going to show it.
his entourage enter the club. At 2:54 in the morning, Mr. Jones and his entourage are leaving the club. They're coming out of the front door. As they're walking out of the front door and getting ready to get into their vehicles, at 2:55, you see the black Impala arrive southbound on Nebraska, makes a right-hand turn into the back parking lot, circles around the back parking lot, and then positions itself basically directly in front of the victim's vehicle. But ultimately, no incident occurs there, and all the vehicles leave.
And were there multiple cameras at the Teasers club?
Correct.
Was there cameras that show the door, the entry of Teasers?
Yes.
Was there also a camera that was parked behind the club that showed where cars can park?
Yes, there was 2 cameras that covered
Yo, they got all of this shit on
west side
camera,
of the
yo.
parking lot to the left here, and then another camera that covers the north side of the parking
They
lot.
got all this shit on camera.
And state a number, exhibit number 11, the video, is that different
Yeah, that's
video
what I'm saying. So
been
she,
spliced together?
well, basically what I'm saying is she can't even play like, oh, I didn't know what was going on. Like she can't even play that role, you know, because sometimes girls can play the innocent role. I ain't really know. No, you knew. It's evident. It's on video. You was involved the whole way. The whole way. But it's just like, well, Julio Foolio, he allowed himself to get drunk on his birthday. And these guys was trailing him for the longest time. And nobody was on point enough to be like, yo, who the fuck this car is? They found us. Yo, you gotta play your rear views. Got to. If you involved in any type of beef, any type of criminal behavior, you got to play your rear view. Yeah, I watched, and I ain't beefing with nobody. I ain't got no problems. I watched my rear view fuck around more than I watched the fucking front mirror. For real. The front window. She can't lie because she was in the hotel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got her.
Based on the timing.
Yeah, correct. So because I had at least
that
4
like button,
angles
y'all.
and
Donate
relevant
to the
stuff
platform.
happening at different times, what I did is I took the 4 angles,
She
what
probably
was
is gonna
relevant in them
cooperate.
in chronological order, and I spliced them so they just
She wanna see that child again.
consecutively as the movements are happening.
Other than splicing them
The state
and
gonna
putting
take
them
the child
together
soon as
in
she has it.
chronological order, was there any sort of editing or change made to any of those videos?
No, absolutely not.
Was the timestamp, the
Appreciate it,
date and
Scott.
time checked and verified?
Yes, the teaser's camera was approximately 7 minutes and 40 seconds slow.
Can you tell us on State's Exhibit number 11 which camera we're looking at?
Here we go, right here. Look.
We're looking at the camera. It's labeled as front parking, but it covers the front door. So off to the right there.
So this is the so that still image that they was just showing. This is the video of that still image. Well, I was just showing y'all where the cars was parked. So Julio Foolio right back in right here.
Front entry to Teaser's Gentlemen's Club. This is the victim's black Dodge Charger arriving. Again, the timestamp's 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes slow, so he's arriving around 2:24.
And as you identify witnesses and the victim, can you note that for us and let us know what they're wearing?
Yes.
And what are we looking at now?
So this is the back parking lot. This is the arrival. This is at 2:24, or just within a minute of the victim backing up near the front door. The suspect's silver Cruise is arriving into the back parking lot, and it's going to park in a spot here at the top right corner. I do speed it up for time's sake, because...
Yeah, park right there.
And during the course of your investigation, how many occupants are in this silver Chevy Cruze?
At this time, there are 2 occupants in the silver Chevy Cruze.
Were you able to identify those occupants?
I was.
Who are those occupants?
Yeah, for real, they really dope. They really dope, Day.
Isaiah Chance and
you right about that. Cooperate on what? They don't need her to cooperate. For real, it ain't really nothing she can say. Unless she know if it was a bag dropped. You know what I mean? Other than that, they got them, yo. Like, this is probably one of the most solid cases I've ever seen in my life. In my personal life and in my YouTube life. Like, this case is shit. It's an ideal case for a fucking prosecutor.
Did you interview both of those suspects?
I did.
Familiar with what they look like?
Correct. So, just to clarify, around this time, the victim is near the front door, getting ready to go into the club.
She told him happy birthday.
The silver Cruze has backed into a spot on the top right-hand corner there along the fence line. This is Isaiah Chance exiting the driver's side door, and Alicia Andrews exiting the front passenger door of the suspect silver Cruze.
In any of the camera video footage at this point, do we see the black Chevy Impala yet?
Not yet.
That was stupid. Why would you walk up there? Like, how would you not know it's cameras? Like, yo, people be so fucking stupid. It's cameras everywhere, yo. You can't get away with crime no more like back in the day. Like, it's cameras everywhere. Like, I remember they had payphones. Like, there ain't no more payphones no more. Look, there they go over here.
Can you describe what's happening now?
Yeah, defendant Isaiah Chance is using a cell phone. Through an interview with Alicia Andrews, she told us that was her cell phone. She had just unlocked it for him, and ultimately we got call detail records that show around this time there was communication from this phone to defendant Sean Gaithwright's phone, who was we were able to determine was in the black Impala.
Do they both Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews, do they have anything covering their face?
Yes, at this time they're both wearing medical COVID-type masks.
What are we seeing now?
This is the front door, so this is in chronological order. So right around the time that Alicia and Isaiah are positioned, they would be like near the speed limit sign in the middle at the top there when they walked off camera. So they position themselves where they can get a line of sight of this front door area. And the victim is leaning up against his Dodge Charger wearing a red hat. Next to him to the left is Gino Norris, who was in the back seat when he got shot. Robert Howard is a short gentleman with a blue hat and a white t-shirt in the middle there. Xavier Edwards is who was driving when he got shot, is leaning up against the Charger smoking. Is a larger gentleman wearing all black.
Can't see
So this
him.
is Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, and this is the victim himself getting patted down going in. Gino Norris going in, and then Xavier Edwards going in. So at this point, the entire entourage has gone into the club.
And
Hit
it
that
says
like
it's
button, y'all.
2:22, and you said how off is the time?
7 minutes slow. So after the victim and his entourage go in, our two, Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews, they make their way back to the suspect Silver Cruz,
Right here.
And ultimately they pull out.
Do they ever enter the Cheezers Club?
No, they do not.
Do they ever make contact with any of the staff or the bouncers or security that are at that front door?
They do not.
Yo, the Dirt case, it depends on when that case started getting investigated. Yo, they don't keep video footage forever. So depending on when they started looking into them guys in Dirt case, that's going to depend on how much video evidence they have. Yeah, this case is a fucking rap. It's a rap. They gift wrap this case for him. Happy birthday. For real. Look, he think it's funny. See, yo, but normally, see, he don't really think it's funny. He know he caught. That's the smile. Damn. These motherfuckers got us. I mean, that's the smile you make when you don't want to cry. You know, you don't want to show fear. So you just smile a little bit. Just smile a little bit. Yeah, he crying inside. Hey James, stop listening to them fake pages, man. Lavard, I know my girl going crazy. She mad as shit. She says she ready to delete all social media apps. I said, God damn, what the fuck Facebook and what's the call got to do with it? She said she deleted Facebook and Instagram.
Fast forwarded to the point where the victim and his entourage are leaving at approximately 2:54 a.m.
The fuck that shit got to do with
anything? You can see the victim and his entourage come out the front door, and they're headed towards their vehicles. The victim's at his front right passenger door of his Charger. So this would be correct time would be around 2:54 a.m.
No, they didn't.
Almost simultaneously, the black Impala is seen arriving southbound on Nebraska there in the top right corner.
Stop watching Trenches
signal
News,
to turn
man.
right into the parking lot.
And is this a different camera angle?
Yes, this is the one that covers the north side of the parking lot. So there's with the blinker going is the suspect black.
Right, they only got nobody locked up for
arriving
cash
into
murder.
the parking lot around the same time the victim and his entourage are working their way to their cars.
Of course, they're gonna have a gas station shooting grill. I'm talking about the video footage of them buying the mask, the video footage of them going into the airport. That all depends on when they started the investigation or when they found their suspects and started investigating them. I looked it up. Your airports only keep video footage for 30 to 90 days. Most of these cameras that run, they roll over. So they don't keep footage. It rolls over. So the video footage that they got for the last 90 days, if you don't get it, if within that 90-day time frame, it rolls over and it start over again. Yeah, but that's not what you said, real. You said they're gonna have the same type of footage
black
on there.
vehicle in front of the Impala is unrelated. The black Impala is the second vehicle there, and now circling the back part of the parking lot and working its way to the street.
Hey, yo, that means nothing, bro. That's not strong evidence.
So at this point, all of the victim and his entourage are inside of their vehicles, getting ready to leave. First, we see that first black vehicle is unrelated, and then the second vehicle there is the suspect.
Yeah, but Dirk
Impala,
wasn't one of the shooters, right?
Pulls right up to you can see the wheelbase kind of stop right in front of the black Charger. So
is that her right there?
That suspect black Impala that ultimately we determined contained the three.
Hold up, I messed up.
And almost simultaneously, the black Impala is seen arriving southbound on Nebraska there in the top right corner. It has a signal to turn right into the parking lot.
And is this a different camera angle?
Yes, this is the one that covers the north side of the parking lot. So there's with the blinker going is the suspect black Impala arriving into the parking lot.
Yeah, but they ain't get him at the club,
the
Nay.
victim and his
They
entourage
filed him. They filed him to like 3 different locations. Yeah, they filed him to 3 different locations.
Making their ways to their cars.
Charlie, funny as shit.
That black vehicle in front of the Impala is unrelated. The black Impala is the second vehicle there, now circling the back part of the parking lot and working its way to the street where the front door is at. And so at this point, all of the victim and his entourage are inside of their vehicles getting ready to leave. First, we see that first black vehicle is unrelated, and then the second vehicle there is a suspect Impala, and it pulls right up to, you can see the wheelbase kind of stop right in front of the black Charger. So at this point, that suspect black Impala that ultimately we determined contained the 3 shooters.
So the silver car got there first and waited, and then they called the other car to come.
Was stopped right in front of the victim's vehicle here.
Yo, I swear, yo, I have never seen a case with this much evidence ever in my life, yo. Like this is the strongest case I probably ever seen. Definitely the strongest case I ever covered, by far.
Everyone leaves without incident.
Yeah, that's what they did. Now they stayed in the parking lot and waited for the other car.
I'm going to show you states exhibit number 12 and 13. Did you also create a diagram again that shows the different vehicles and different persons?
Have been broadcast.
And where's the date and the timestamps of these videos, were they confirmed by you or other members of the Tampa Police Department for the accuracy as to the date and time?
Yes, they were verified, and these were found to be approximately almost 13 hours fast.
Yo, Diddy need to take the. Everybody been running with the narrative that I create. Diddy need to take that case, yo. Only thing, yo, the smartest thing, like I always say, yo, the smartest thing for them to do is Diddy or Vonnie gotta take the case. They gotta take the case, man. That's the smartest thing to do. The smartest thing to do is to release dirt, and we go down because they got evidence on them. Now, will they do it? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not, because it takes a rare breed of person to be like, yo, we fucked up, and yeah, you understand? Like I'm gonna take the case. Dirt, you go home. Make sure my kids straight. Make sure my mother's straight. Make sure I'm straight in here, and that's a win. That's a win, y'all. If Dirt goes home, everybody wins. If Dirt get booked, everybody leaves. So you gotta weigh your options. Gotta weigh your options. Then they haven't charged him with that yet. They gotta get into that phone. If the feds can get into that phone. So all right, so what's going on with D-Thing? The reason why Dirk haven't been charged with D-Thing murder is they need those text messages. That, if y'all remember in a D-Thing murder investigation, only one of those guys was connected to Dirk. And that's the guy that I think it's I don't know his name. But that's the one that left the phone in the car. He's the one that's connected to Dirk. So if you remember, it was text messages going back and forth between the dude that's connected to Dirk and the other shooter. Now, they can't get into the phone because our phone don't work with the police on that level. Only thing they're going to give them is what they got. They're not allowed, well, not allowed, but they don't have the software into going into certain encryptions that iPhone set up. So the feds can get into the phone. Like they've had cases where they got into I don't know what's going on with this phone, but In 2 years, they haven't got into it. And what they're trying to find in that phone is the text messages between this guy texting whoever is associated with Dirk, whoever is arranging the payment to them. And if they can get that, Dirk will be going down. But if they can't get that, they're not charging Dirk with that. Only reason they even brought up D-Thing murder, y'all, is because what else do we have? You know, we couldn't go to court and say, look, y'all know, we got a text message of Dirk saying, don't use no names associated to mine. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. He'd have got a bail. So what they did was, we got to show a pattern. We got to show the judge that this not no one-off. Like, it's possible that he may have been committing other murder for hires. And only reason they did that was to deny him bond. That's the only reason they did it. Hell no. Think about that, y'all. The whole O Block 6 telling on Dirk. Do the whole O Block 6 even know Dirk? Like, yo, a lot of these guys are spreading misinformation. I don't know why they doing it. I don't know if they doing it just for views. I don't know if they working for the government. I don't know if they just don't like Dirk. I don't know what it is. But how was the whole O Block 6 telling? All 6 of them. Yo, what's going on with O Block 6 is the emotions. It was a lot of mistakes made during that trial. A lot of mistakes. Trenches News, Butter. They had 3 uncredible witnesses. They didn't have no evidence. So what's going on with the O Block 6 is, before they are sentenced federally, they got to reply to these motions. They got to reply to these motions. And these motions is bringing up major issues in this conviction. Major issues through the whole trial process. Like, how do you bring 3 witnesses they use these guys to identify the O Block 6, and none of these guys know the O Block 6. So how are y'all using them for identification purposes? Yo, that case is in doubt. That case is in doubt, yo. The murder FBG Duck murder case is in doubt. Hey, Chelsea, they're not. They're not telling them. They're not, man. The case in doubt. We read the motions. The most, like, yo, they can't even tie Teezy. All right, Teezy is alleged or was found guilty of dropping Duck location, right? Think about this. If Teezy dropped Duck location, right? Who did Teezy call that called O Block? They don't have none of that. So how can you say Teezy dropped the location? Just because he on the phone saying, look, man, Duck down here. All right. Well, who did Teezy call? Teezy called the guy, I forgot his name. We did a video on it. But that guy didn't call nobody. So how did O Block get there? Like, you can't say Teezy dropped the location if you don't. Let me explain like this. In order for Teezy to have dropped the location, they would have had to then confirm that whoever Teezy called O Block. They don't have none of that. They don't have none of that. D-Thing didn't call O Block. The guy Teezy called who testified at trial didn't call O Block. So how the fuck did Teezy drop the location? Like, oh, Teezy might be fucking innocent. Completely. It could have been several people that called and said, yo, Duck down here. They just ain't on video. Teezy really could be innocent. Completely. Because another thing that they said was, when you look at the timestamps between when y'all said I made this call versus O Block or versus Muap and them leaving O Block, they was already on their way. So how the fuck did Teezy drop the location? How? If they was already on their way when y'all said I made this call, how did I drop the low? Somebody else did it. They charged Teasy because Teasy didn't tell. Yeah, but they lying, yo. A lot of these bloggers are lying, y'all. They lying for views.
And this says 6/24/2024, 149. Is that correct?
Correct.
And these were off. They were actually ahead.
Yeah, about half a day ahead. Yes.
And what is this first camera? Where's that located at?
What is all that noise? Oh, them cars loud as a bitch. You drive around that loud ass car.
So this camera is
Sorry, we're just trying to turn it down a little bit.
Look, he's sitting there like, damn. Like, yo, how the fuck did they get all this on video? Damn, shorty. Life over.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so this camera is located second story of the Truth 18 Plaza. It's pointing down towards the parking lot right in front of Truth 18. And as we saw, the victims' vehicles arrived. They parked in front of the building and they kind of loiter in the parking lot here a little bit before they start making their way to the front door. As they're making their way to the front door, they're going up the stairs here. And as you can see, the front door to Truth 18 is off to the right there, top right. The victim, again, is wearing the red shorts and the red beanie hat. He's walking up the stairs. Behind him, Robert Howard in the blue hat. At the top of the stairs is Gino Norris, one of the gunshot victims.
Yeah, Nate. He could have, because he supposed to have been related to one of those guys. But that's what I'm saying. Well, if the dude that was with Duck dropped the low, why is Teasy arrested? I mean, what is Teasy doing arrested? Teasy didn't drop that location. Somebody else did. Yeah, Teasy called too. But his call didn't lead to the death of Duck. Somebody else did it. Like, that whole case is fucked up, man. It was fucked up. It was a malicious prosecution. That like button, y'all. Make sure y'all hit become members of the channel. You can support the platform. Cash App, Baltimore Swag. However you want to do it. I appreciate everything. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. We've been live for 4.5 hours. And we still rolling.
Xavier Edwards right behind him, another gunshot victim.
Oh, Black
time, as you can see, the victim's on his phone. He's setting up the live stream to his Instagram. And
what I can say is about the old Black case is, if the justice system is fair and run how it's supposed to run, those cases will get overturned. But if they want to just railroad them, they will. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best way I can. If they want to railroad them, they will. And they'll stand on it. And they'll make excuses as to everything. But what they done wrong? What they railroaded? Hell yeah. Just think about this, y'all. Yo, how do you find somebody guilty with no gun, no first-hand knowledge, no witnesses, none of the guys cooperated, and you find them guilty? You use grainy video footage. You use 3 witnesses, no DNA. You use 3 witnesses that's unrelated to the case. Unrelated. Like, totally. They don't have no knowledge of the case. You ain't got no face. You can't, no identification. Like, yo, that case was fucked up, man. That was terrible that they did that to them, man. It was. Because regardless if they did it or not, yo, our system isn't supposed to run like that. Our system supposed to run off of evidence, not speculation. They don't got evidence. Yeah, James, but we can't see who getting in them cars. Know who they got a strong case on? To Carlos Alford and Kenny Mac. That's it. The other four, they don't got no case on them. But the drivers, yeah, they got cases on them because they tracked them cars all the way fucking the old block. And two of the guys was talking to girls. But everybody else, nah, man. The other four, they don't got no case on them. Hey, Real, you know that's not how this system work, Real. System don't work that way. It's a lot of people get convicted for crimes they ain't even commit.
And he's recording.
Did I hear Robert Howard was convicted?
He was convicted. He was a juvenile at the time. He got 5 years. He did 5 years and got out.
Yeah, but you said
So again, this is from the Instagram record.
But yeah, but what your statement was they wouldn't have got convicted. That was your statement.
This is if you were monitoring the victim's Instagram account, you would see this live, him arriving at the club.
Now what are we seeing?
This is the Cash America caddy corner to the Truth 18. What we see here is at the very top in the center, kind of hard to see, is a wheelbase of the silver Impala. It just made a right-hand turn, and it's kind of stopped right now there in the middle, and it's getting ready to park near the bail bonds to the east of Truth 18. It backed up, and now it's moving forward, and there's its final resting spot.
Yeah, he was doing it for clout.
What we see here is on foot, Isaiah.
Tristan News probably watching right now. Tristan News don't give a fuck about no damn duck, man. Tristan News chasing clout. He know that. Yo, rats don't care about other people. Yo, how can you care about other people, yo, when you telling and you putting your whole family in danger? You putting your kids in danger. You putting your motherfucking girl in danger. You putting your mother in danger. You can't be no fucking informant and care about somebody else. That shit is all self-motivation. I mean, you are doing that shit strictly for self. He can get his whole family killed behind the shit he doing. Don't give a fuck. He ain't doing that shit for no justice, for no duck.
Chance and Alicia Andrews, they had exited the Silver Cruise, and they walk west through the parking lot and then onto the sidewalk. And from where they were in the blue hat, at the top of the stairs is Gino Norris, one of the gunshot victims, and Xavier Edwards right behind him. This is the time, as you can see, the victim's on his phone. He's setting up the live stream to his Instagram.
Yeah, yo, George make mistakes. Prosecution fabricate evidence. The George ain't got nothing to do with it. They only deliberating off what was said.
He was convicted. He was a juvenile at the time. He got 5 years. He did 5 years and got out. So again, this is from the Instagram recording. This is if you were monitoring the victim's Instagram account, you would see this live, him arriving at the club.
You can't lie to the judge, yo. It's how you spin the evidence.
Cash America,
spinning the evidence and lying to the judge
what we see here is at the very top in the center, kind of hard to see, is a wheelbase of the silver Impala. It just made a right-hand turn, and it's kind of stopped right now there in the middle, and it's getting ready to park near the bail bonds to the east of Truth 18. It backed up, and now it's moving forward, and there's its final resting spot. What we see here is on foot, Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews. They had exited the Silver Cruise, and they walk west through the parking lot and onto the sidewalk. And from where they were parked at, they wouldn't have had a line of sight to the front door of Truth 18. So again, they get out on foot and position themselves within line of sight of the front door.
At this location,
she involved the whole step of the way. She is fucking stupid. And that's fucked up, yo. Why would you put your girl in that situation, yo? He down bad for that. Ain't no fucking way I'd have had my girl. My girl wouldn't even have been in Tampa. If I knew I was going to Tampa to handle some shit like this, sweetheart, you gotta sit this out. You can't come on this trip. And I ain't even telling you why I'm going. I mean, man, we were just a guy's trip. It's a guy's trip, man. Ain't no females allowed. I don't give a fuck what you think. But one thing for certain, I ain't gonna put you in no shit like this. You know what I mean? You'll thank me later. You find out I'm lying, you'll thank me later. Well, no way, and this is baby mother. No way you supposed to put that girl in that situation, man.
They ever go inside Truth
Yeah,
18?
TikTok will be back.
No, they do not.
Do they ever make contact with any sort of personnel, bouncers, security, or bartenders at Truth 18?
No, they do not.
Both Truth 18 and Teasers, are they both located here in Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida?
Yes, they are. So this is now fast forwarding a little bit to approximately 4:15 on the 23rd. They are leaving. This is the victim there in the red, coming down the steps. Xavier Edwards, Robert Howard, Gino Norris. This is now whittled down to the final group that's going to make it. Camilla Bentley in the all gray, Aaliyah Albritton there in the pink, and Tafa McRae. So this is our final group that are going to be split, basically 3 to each vehicle. As they're coming down the steps simultaneously, here's the black Impala arriving eastbound on Bush. At first, it makes a right-hand turn into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left, and then it parks. It parks facing west. So from where it parks, you would be facing the Truth 18 plaza, but you wouldn't really have a view of the front door or that stairwell too well.
So they can't see him. Yo, hit that like button, y'all. We've been at 116 for like 30 minutes.
Yes, for the sake of time. The black Impala just backed out of his parking spot and it now moves north across Bush through the intersection. And then it goes
Hey,
up
Travis, you know what's crazy? I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I said, dang, his whole facial expression changed. It ain't funny, yo, but it's just funny because I was thinking the same. I just ain't say nothing.
makes a U-turn and comes back south and then stops at the stop sign where it's visible on this camera at the top right corner. That's the suspect black Impala stopped at the stop sign, and simultaneously our victims would be in the parking lot near their vehicles getting ready to get in them to leave. Top left there, you'll see the victim's vehicle in the lead. Miss Turner's behind it. There's the victim's Dodge Charger. There's Miss Turner's Sonata, and then
just the hotel right
the
here.
third vehicle still trying to catch up is Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima. They all make a U-turn to go west on Bush towards 40th.
Oh no, no it ain't. So they're going back this way.
Within approximately 30 seconds of the victim's vehicles making that U-turn, we'll see the Silver Cruise come into line of sight northbound from the bail bonds area, cut through the intersection and make a left to go in their direction. There it is right there. That's the Silver Cruise following the victim's convoy.
And approximately how far is Truth 18 from the
Yo, how you let somebody file you this long, yo? Yo, why the fuck do you let somebody file you for this long, yo? Like, come on, y'all. It's y'all that deep. Nobody's seen them. That's sad, man.
Ooh, it's close. So I'm a mile and some change.
Y'all 3 cars deep. Nobody's seen these people.
This is the USF Poe camera that's located at 40th or 40th and McKinley. It's the same street.
Oh, this video footage is terrible.
So McKinley and Fowler. So the Homestead Suites where the homicide happens is at the top right corner, which is at the south west corner of the intersection.
I see.
And what we see here is we see the three victims' vehicle convoy arriving. They have to make a U-turn in order to get into the Homestead Suites parking lot. So that first one was the Charger, then the Sonata, and now the Altima. All three vehicles together make the U-turn, and then they make a right-hand turn to enter the Homestead Suites parking lot. And as they're making that turn, the next set of headlights that you see there are the Silver Cruise that was following within line of sight. The Silver Cruise does not make the same U-turn to follow them. It makes a right onto eastbound Fowler, and then ultimately it makes a U-turn. It comes back within line of sight and drives north onto the USF property.
That was smart. So they wasn't that close. If you see, they wasn't, at least at this point, they wasn't that close to him. Look.
The Homestead Suites where the homicide happens is at the top right corner, which is at the south west corner of the intersection. And what we see here is we see the three victims' vehicle convoy
these the cars.
arriving.
This Julio Foolio in there right here.
In order to get into the Homestead Suites parking lot. So that first one was the Charger, then the Sonata, and now the Altima. All three vehicles together make the U-turn, and then they make a right-hand turn to enter the Homestead Suites parking lot. And
so the silver car is right here. You see these lights coming up?
They're making that turn. The next set of headlights that you see there are the Silver Cruise that was following within line of sight.
So he didn't follow them.
The Silver Cruise does not make the same U-turn.
He go this way.
It makes a right onto eastbound Fowler,
and then banged the U and came back around.
Ultimately, it makes a U-turn. It comes back within line of sight and drives north onto the USF property. And it's staged across the street, basically from the Homestead Suites for a little bit. While it's staged across the street, next we see the Impala arriving some minutes later. The suspect Impala is arriving.
So more than likely, for them to move like this, they on the phone with each other the whole time, and I'm sure they got that whole communication. They on the phone with each other the whole time. Had to be. For this car to be minutes behind the silver car, they had to been on the phone because they didn't park at the home suites.
The suspect Impala does take the same path of travel as the victim.
That way.
It stops at the stoplight in the left-hand turn lane, and ultimately it makes a U-turn and makes a right-hand turn into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
So they banged the U, and then so they went in the parking lot while this other car over this motherfucker somewhere.
So this is the suspect Black Impala making the U-turn and then making a right-hand turn to go into the Homestead Suites parking lot. At this time, the Silver Cruise is still on the USF property across the street from the Homestead Suites.
Okay, so they over here too, but they just not on the same side.
The suspect Impala enters the Homestead Suites parking lot, and then shortly, within a couple minutes, the Silver Cruise eats a red light southbound through the intersection, and then also makes a right-hand turn to go into Homestead Suites.
All right, so what happened is the Silver Impala banged the U and turned this way and parked over here and told the other car to park into the home suites to keep an eye on them. So more than likely the shooters is in this car. The shooters is in the silver car while the lookouts, which probably the girl and Isaiah Chance, is in a car that's tailing Julio Foolio. That's what's going on right now, y'all. That's how you would do that. You don't want the shooters, because the shooters not coming out until it's showtime. So the shooters going to camp out over here while the lookouts is watching Foolio. Because just in case, the police was if somebody to call the police, they'll pull up on that car. They ain't got nothing in there. They ain't dirty. They ain't got no guns. They ain't got no stress. They ain't got nothing.
The Impala arrives first, and then within a couple minutes, the Silver Cruise arrives.
Can I show you States Exhibit 14? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a disc containing the video footage from the Home to Suites Holiday Inn and the Tesla?
Correct.
All right, this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 14.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what this camera is, sir?
This is on the east side of the Homes to Suites. So it's capturing 40th or McKinley there. So when the victim's vehicle and the suspect vehicle make a U-turn and they go southbound, they would come across, you see them there in the top left, and then they make a right-hand turn. So this one is actually of the suspect vehicle arriving, the black Impala. As it arrives, it makes a right-hand turn and goes north through the parking lot. The front door area is off to the top right, so they avoided that front door area. They drove the long way around, so this is another angle showing that side of the parking lot. It drives north through the parking lot and then makes a left towards the Holiday Inn, and then it has to go all the way around the Holiday Inn to get back onto the west side of the building. So there's the Impala driving around the two hotels. And then this is it arriving on the west side of Homes to Suites. So now it's on the opposite end. It drove the long way around because if you would have went straight, you would have passed the front door and where the victims are at. It makes a U-turn before breaking line of sight with the front door area. And then it stages here next to this white van for a couple minutes.
That was stupid. Why the fuck would you park inside where they at? Like, they supposed to park nowhere. That was stupid. I wouldn't have did that. I wouldn't have parked in the park. I wouldn't park. Because you know it's cameras all over here. And the crazy thing about it is, y'all, they thought they was so smart, yo. And all of this shit is videotaped. In their mind, they probably thought they committed the perfect murder. They probably really thought they committed the perfect murder, y'all.
At this point, there was.
We're gonna go all the way to Tampa. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that, and they got all that shit on video.
Phone and Alicia Andrews' phone, so we believe they were communicating with the Silver Cruise at all.
What I told you, they was on the phone the whole time. They had to been on the phone the whole time. That's the only way they can move this way. It's damn near impossible to trail somebody with one car. Like, you gotta have two vehicles, damn near. Not got to. But the ideal situation, if you following somebody, you need two vehicles. Motherfuckers get caught at lights and all type. You need two vehicles, man.
The left towards the Holiday Inn, and then it has to go all the way around the Holiday Inn to get back onto the west side of the building. So there's the Impala driving around the two hotels. And then this is it arriving on the west side of Homes to Suites. So now it's on the opposite end. It drove the long way around because if you would have went straight, you would have passed the front door and where the victims are at. It makes a U-turn before breaking line of sight with the front door area. And then it stages here next to this white van for a couple minutes. At this point, there was some communication found in the cell phone records between defendant Sean Gaithwright's phone and Alicia Andrews' phone. No. So we believe they were communicating with the Silver Cruise that ultimately darts across, eats a red light, and comes into the parking lot as well. This is a Silver Cruise driving in.
But I tell you, the shooter's in this car. That's how you handle that. The trail car, nobody has no firearms. The shooters is in the second car. The second car is the car that's they only pulling up when it's action time. So right now it's almost action time.
Does not go the long way around. It takes a direct approach and passes the front door. We saw it pass the victim's vehicle. It drives to where the suspect Impala is at, and ultimately this is from the Tesla. So suspect Impala pulls in, and here's the Silver Cruise.
And the route the suspect, the black Impala, takes, it never comes into eyesight of where the victims are parked in front. Is that correct?
Correct. The Silver Cruise makes a U-turn, and then it's going to go out the same way it came in, so it passes the victim's car a second time. So this is the Silver Cruise headed back southbound on the west side, and it's going to... This is that same, what we just saw from the Tesla cam, but played from this angle. And this was important because as the Silver Cruise is making a U-turn, what we can see in the top center there, in between the pillar and the top of the van, you see the tail lights and a black car backing into a space. This is the black Impala that's backing into a parking space. And this is how we know the three shooters came out of the black Impala.
The date and time of this video, is that accurate?
This one was approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds slow. And then the Silver Cruise leaves. This is its second time it passes the victim's vehicle, so we can see the victim's Dodge Charger
right
there
here.
near the front door under the overhang.
Hold up, y'all. I missed something. I gotta go
Behind
back, y'all.
him
My
is his
bad. I
girlfriend.
missed something.
Victim's vehicle. It drives to where the suspect Impala is at, and ultimately, this is from the Tesla. So suspect Impala pulls in, and here's the Silver Cruise.
And the route the suspect, the black Impala, takes.
Yo, shorty, yo, I just keep thinking about that girl, yo. She probably thought she was so down in this situation. You know, yo, because this should give you an adrenaline rush. That's the thing about this type of shit. You know, and that's what keeps motherfuckers participating in this nonsense. You know, it's an adrenaline rush. She probably in that car amped up. Oh my gosh, I'm ready to be a part of this. Not thinking about no consequences. Not thinking about no consequences until it's too late. Yeah.
It never comes into eyesight of where the victims are parked in front. Is that correct?
Correct. The Silver Cruise makes a U-turn, and then it's going to go out the same way it came in, so it passes the victim's car a second time.
Yeah, they facing the death penalty,
This is the
Travis.
Silver Cruise headed back
They
to
facing death.
southbound on the west side, and it's gonna. This is that same what we just saw from the Tesla cam, but played from this angle, and this was important because as the Silver Cruise is making a U-turn, what we can see in the top center there, in between the pillar and the top of the van, you see the tail lights and a black car backing into a space.
Right here.
This is the black Impala that's backing into a parking space, and this is how we know the three shooters came out of the black Impala.
Y'all see that?
The date and time of this video, is that accurate?
This one was approximately
Yeah,
1
in this
minute
car
and 40
right here.
seconds slow.
So they walk down over here.
And then the Silver Cruise leaves. This is its second time it passes the victim's vehicle, so we can see the victim's Dodge Charger there near the front door.
And they sitting over this bitch oblivious to everything. They don't know what the fuck going on.
Behind him is his girlfriend Sonata, and then to the south is the. Now we see the three gunmen approaching from where the black Impala parked. This is their approach on foot as captured by the Tesla cam. 2 shooters in the front, 1 shooter in the back, a total of 3 shooters. This is the shooter in the back walking along the bank fence line there. Our 2 shooters come into line of sight, and they begin engaging the victim's vehicle. This is the victim's vehicle.
Oh, they
getting
did
struck
shoot that
by
car.
bullets, attempts to drive
So
out
they
of the line of
crashed.
fire. And there's 3 shooters, 1 rifle in the blue hoodie, the other
almost
rifle in the
fell.
back by the yellow car, and then there was the 1 pistol. Now the shooters are working their way back to the Impala.
Look, he crashed right here. They crashed right over there.
The last to shoot.
They crashed right next to where they parked at. Look. Oh yeah. Look at this. Hold on.
It's backing into a parking space.
damn,
And
went
this is
that
how
far
we know
back?
the 3 shooters came out of the black Impala. They're in the back, walking along the bank fence line there. Our 2 shooters come into line of sight, and they begin engaging the victim's vehicle. This is the victim's vehicle getting struck by bullets, attempts to drive out of the line of fire.
Now watch this.
And there's 3 shooters, 1 rifle in the blue hoodie, the other rifle in the back by the yellow car, and then there was the 1 pistol.
Look, remember the car right here. Look where they crashed at.
Now the shooters are working their way back to the Impala.
Boom. Rolled over the sidewalk. That's their car right here.
This shooter, it was the last.
They crashed right where the car is at.
Still shooting in the direction of the
Definitely almost shot his homie.
victim's vehicle.
Damn. That's fucked up.
It's a victim's vehicle fleeing north through the parking lot, and the shooters working their way back to the Impala. And our last shooter here.
They should have parked over that
You
bitch
said that
somewhere
there
and
were
jumped the fence.
31 9mm collected, correct?
Correct.
Those are, what kind of gun is that consistent with being fired from?
A handgun, a pistol.
Were there any sort of spent rifle casings that were found on site?
There were no rifle casings found at the scene.
You said that there were 3 gunmen depicted in these
What the
videos,
fuck
is
was
that
they
correct?
shooting?
Correct.
How many of them had a handgun?
1.
And that accounts for the 31 9mm casings?
Yes, so the gunman who had the handgun, when he shoots his handgun, based off of the rate of the muzzle flashes and the impacts on the windshield, we were able to determine that that handgun was firing at a fully automatic rate. And the casings from that handgun, we were able to determine the general area where they landed based off where you can see the video they're showing, and all 31 casings were found in that general area from that 9mm handgun. And from the Tesla video, what we can see in from the 9mm handgun was an extended magazine that was.
Yo, hold up, yo. So what the fuck? They was shooting blanks? Yo, hold the fuck up, yo. There's no way, yo, only one gunshot.
Protruding out of it, which would account for approximately 30 rounds plus 1 in the chamber. So we believe all 31 9mm casings found in that general area were ejected from one Glock 9mm handgun firing at a fully automatic rate. And a further lab analysis confirmed that the 9mm casings were fired by a Generation 5 Glock pistol.
Now you see 2 other gunmen that have AR-style rifles, is that correct?
Correct.
Do those type of firearms, do they leave behind shell casings?
They should, so they have ejection.
They had shell catchers. They had shell catchers on the motherfuckers, okay.
Ports, ejection ports that would eject the casings out. So as they're being fired, just like the handgun, they should eject the rifle casings unless they were modified with a device to catch those casings, which in this case we found evidence of that.
And during, you see numerous firing coming from those AR-style rifles in the videos, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you look at that entire area that was traversed by those 2 gunmen that were carrying the AR-style rifles?
Every square inch of that area was canvassed, and we did not find one casing.
Damn.
That hotel, Home to Suites Holiday Inn, were there other guests there besides the victim and his entourage?
Yeah, at that time, through interview of some of the victims' vehicles, so there was people's cars that were struck that were unoccupied. We learned that there was a children's volleyball tournament in the area, and the hotel was at capacity, which is also a reason why the victim couldn't get a room. They were at full capacity. The parking lot was packed, and there was a ton of people there.
During the processing of the Holiday Inn and the Home to Suites, were there projectiles that were recovered from rooms that were occupied by guests?
Yes, so we actually recovered one projectile that went into a guest's room and hit a bed that they were sleeping on, yes.
Did that room contain a child as well as 2 parents?
Yes.
None of those were injured, is that correct?
No.
Were there other hotel rooms? Was there another guest room where there was a projectile found?
Yes.
Was that guest room also occupied?
Correct.
I'm going to show you States
That
Exhibit
boy nervous
15,
now.
16, and 17.
And were there any forensic testing done of those projectiles that were recovered from the rooms?
Look at the judge. Judge want more answers. Them boys are toast.
So I submitted the ones were from the rooms were just fragments that were of no comparison value. I submitted the ones from the car that were a little bit better of substance value.
I'm going to show you 15, 16.
Is arriving, and he went to the front door within a short time period after his arrival. This is him clearing some of his stuff out of the Impala and taking it into the garage where his grandmother's Gold Runner was parked, according to her statement. What we see him here is he's talking on the phone while simultaneously wiping the door handles with a white rag.
And this is after the homicide and the shootings have occurred in Tampa?
This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide, correct?
Shit's crazy. These Jesus, it's crazy.
And then this is him getting ready to leave. So at this point, he had already backed up the Impala into the garage. He's saying goodbye to his grandmother, and he's leaving in her Toyota 4Runner, golden color.
After you got this information, did you get the license plate and put out a bolo for that vehicle, the Toyota 4Runner?
Correct. So once we got this information, I called Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Detective Drebeck, and I informed him that that defendant Sean Gaithright was likely back in Jacksonville, and he was traveling in his grandmother's 4Runner.
Yo stashed the fucking car at his grandmother's house. She dirty bitch. She's motherfuckers crazy. Why you gonna put grandmoms involved in some shit like this? Get grandma house raided.
And that we believe, there might be evidence linked to our case in it because we knew that he moved stuff from the Impala to the 4Runner, so they began searching for that car.
And his grandmother had said that there were bags that he was carrying. Is that correct?
Correct. She said that he had moved large bags from the Impala into
What
the
the fuck you
Go
get,
Runner.
yo?
When
Why
we
would you
asked
put
her,
your grandmother in that
what she thought was in
situation?
the bags, she said she didn't know, but that supposedly he also does photography and that he frequently carries large bags to carry his cameras.
At some point during the course of your investigation, were you alerted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that they had found the gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct. I was notified by Detective Drebeck that they found the 4Runner in the gas station parking lot, and ultimately they conducted a traffic stop on it.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 19A through D. Was there a search that was conducted on that Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Who was driving it at the time when it was stopped?
Defendant Sean Gaithright.
Okay. And were
Who was driving it? Defendant Sean Gaithright.
And when was it stopped in Jacksonville?
Later that same evening, so 6:26.
And were there items of relevance to your investigation that were recovered from that vehicle?
Yes, we found a lot of firearms, paraphernalia, and casings.
Okay. And does States Exhibit 19A through D, does that accurately reflect evidence that was obtained from that?
Yo, they was on these guys immediately. Immediately.
That Rashad Murphy doesn't have his own phone and that they share that phone in common. And one of them has the brass catcher in view here. The brass catcher is that black nylon mesh material there off to the left hanging off of the rifle.
Bro, they got the shell
device
catcher
that would catch the casings as they're expended. And inside of this safe, we also found 2 spent 9mm casings that did not even match our scene.
The 9mm casings that were found at the homicide, as well as the attempted homicide of those 3 other individuals that occurred here in Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have those
it's like that everywhere,
the
peace.
9mm casings from this search warrant, Sean Gaithright's house, been submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, they have, and that report is complete.
Okay. And was there a 9mm case?
Back on October 7th, 2023, Julio was shot in the leg, and these casings match those.
And that's a case that occurred in Jacksonville that October of 2023.
Able to match to license plate reader photos that showed that angle of the car.
Who is
and
this?
21C was a photograph of Charmaine Steiger's ID that she had accidentally left with the front clerk. So when the front clerk was apprising the police department of the situation with that vehicle, they handed that license to the officer.
There was a iPhone that was found in the vehicle, the same vehicle that Rashad Murphy was in. Is that correct?
Correct. As he was pulling into the parking lot in the vehicle, there was a pink iPhone, or an iPhone with a pink case that was attached to a mount in his center dash area that was open with GPS directions back to the hotel.
Was there also an interview that was conducted with Charmaine Steiger as to who that phone belongs to?
Correct. She was interviewed, and she related that phone is her phone. However, that Rashad Murphy doesn't have his own phone, and that they share that phone in common, and then he has been known to leave and use the phone on his own, as they basically co-own it and co-share it.
This motherfucker ain't got his own phone. If you ain't got your own phone, you don't need to be out here trying to kill no motherfucking body. Like, for real. That's the least you can do is have your own phone. Like, god damn.
0.3 miles, approximately.
Hit that like button, y'all. Don't forget to support the platform, man. Cash that Baltimore swag, man. Support the movement, man. We up all night. We 5 hours in. And we go live every day at 11 p.m. Eastern time, yo. From Monday through Sunday. Every day. Tap in. Do not need a notification. We over
I
here.
guess I didn't show you. Did I show you 23?
You didn't show it to me, but I talked about it.
Testified. This is the Airbnb message. Is that correct? Where he utilized his ID to book it. Is that correct? Message. Is that correct?
He uses ID to book the
his
Airbnb.
ID to book it. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
State Exhibit 24. It shows, what's the date and time stamp on this?
No, look at this part right here.
Additional download did not work. A detective had to manually review what we could recover from it, and
Look,
that manual
look at this,
review was
y'all.
done, and we extracted what
Silver Cruz was caught on outgoing traveling with a black registered to 1,200 gang member spinner Benz. Yo, he let these motherfuckers use his car, man. He better hope they don't tell on him. If they mention him, he's going down. Look, car in his name. Let these motherfuckers use your car, y'all. Oh my goodness. Shit is fucking crazy.
$53.
Yes, this is defendant Alicia Andrews.
Hit that like button, y'all.
When they arrived on 622, only defendant Alicia Andrews came to the front door and goes in through the front door, and there are no other activations of the ring camera till the following day at 2:09 p.m. We see defendant Isaiah Chance come out. So this is now the following day, and there's numerous activations as they're getting ready to leave.
I'm telling you, that's why.
June 23rd.
This is, I'm telling you, yo. This is why him and J. Breezy is beefing. That's why they beefing. Motherfuckers made mistakes.
This Isaiah Chance. We identified that vehicle that he's talking to as an Uber. Ultimately, we were able to determine the defendants Isaiah Chance, Alicia Andrews, and Rashad Murphy traveled from Tampa. That's Davion Murphy there. From Tampa to Jacksonville via an Uber.
Yo, can we get the 200 likes, y'all? We can break the record, get the 200 likes.
Sean Gaithright walking out the front door. Isaiah Chance at the front door.
Sir, I put States Exhibit 24 through 28. Are those all still photos that were taken from that Airbnb video?
Correct.
As well as photographs of the suspects in this case?
Correct. You'll have to forgive me. I knocked these loose.
Oh, that's okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 25 through 28.
He like, damn, I didn't know they had all that.
It is 27, allegedly Davion Murphy.
Allegedly, these are still photos from their front ring camera. Are you objecting or not?
Is that who he's identified?
I know the case was that strong.
Okay, you admitted.
Let's go to the other.
Can you tell us 25, what States Exhibit 25 is?
Exhibit 25 is a photograph from the ring footage of the Airbnb in Tampa of defendant Alicia Andrews as compared to her DHSMV photograph.
Okay. And this is...
Wanting to be down. This is what happens when you want to be down, y'all. This is what wanting to be down gets you. Like, Shorty could have lived her life and probably done great things. But she want to be involved. She want to be down. Now look at her. Pregnant, facing life in prison. And her baby father facing life as well.
Louise already covered, and that left only Davion to drive the Silver Cruise back.
Little girl.
And I was able to find evidence that Davion, in fact, drove the Silver Cruise back to Jacksonville.
All right, on that note, before we move on to that, let's go ahead and take just a quick 8-minute comfort break, okay? So you don't have to stay on the witness stand, you can, or cannot.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
tell us what State's Exhibit 30?
This is the video of the Uber driver dropping off Rashad, Isaiah,
I thought it's all
Alicia,
bad. You
and
ain't
Sean
lying.
Gaithwright's driveway here.
And what is the time that this is occurring?
This is on June 23rd, approximately 6:30 p.m. The Uber driver is there at the back of the vehicle helping unload bags. Rashad is walking
Man,
towards
straight up.
Isaiah's BMW. So they're transferring bags from the Uber to Isaiah's BMW. That goes by the vanity name Ooh That's
Lisa
Red.
Andrews' Instagram.
She's communicating with a vanity name of Kiera Marie on Friday night. So this is Friday before the murder, and she says, "Hey, could I book an Airbnb in Tampa?" The person responds, "What dates do you need?" She says tomorrow, so referencing Saturday the 22nd. The person responds, "How many bedrooms?" And she responds, "Like 2." So what we were able to determine from this is that Alicia Andrews attempted to book the Airbnb that the defendants would stay at via a third party. Ultimately, we know that failed because Rashad booked it.
State's Exhibit 33.
This is from Alicia Andrews' iCloud dump.
Yeah, I can hardly
This is,
see that, y'all.
The first line there is her phone is sharing its location with Sean Gaithwright's phone. And that's time stamped at 6 a.m. UTC,
pick up the phone.
which at the time was 4 hours behind. So this would have been at 2 a.m.
Pick up the phone.
Basically,
My bad.
as they're headed towards teasers. And then at 6:31 would have been around 2:31, which would have been around the time that the victim went into teasers. It says pick up the phone, I guess. And then that's twice. So those actually correspond with 2 lines on the call detail records that appear to be phone call attempts. So what we believe is Isaiah Chance tried to call Sean Gaithwright's phone with Alicia's phone. The calls were registered on the CDR. They didn't pick up. And then he text messages through iMessage, pick up the phone.
So just to be clear, when Alicia Andrews is sharing D and 35F from our homicide scene.
So those are still
Yeah, they got on the
photographs.
same
It's an actual
pants.
video that plays, and as you can
Look,
see him walking,
same
what you
pants.
can distinctively make out on the Walmart footage is that there's a left rip in his left knee. That as he bends the knee, it exposes skin. Both on the Walmart footage and at the homicide scene footage off of the Tesla. So we were able to determine that the pants, the belt, the boots, and the hoodie, they all are very similar to the clothing worn by the pistol shooter at our homicide scene.
And there was
Now,
only one
we learned in Dove trial, similar don't mean the same.
pistol shooter, is that correct?
Correct.
The other 2, they also had their faces covered, is that correct, in the video footage from Tampa?
Correct.
But both of them had long AR style
Yeah,
rifles,
she
is that
wasn't.
correct?
She not. I mean, she young like a child. No, she was an adult. I'm just 39, yo. I mean, so she like a kid to me. But yeah, no, she definitely was. She definitely legal.
Did you get a search warrant for the cell site information for Davian Murphy from the defendant's phone?
Yes, from the call detail records of Charmaine's phone, we were able to identify a phone number for Davion that was registered to Davion, owned by Davion. We wrote a search warrant for that time in advance and got the GPS data for that phone as well.
And did you, what did you do with that data?
So T-Mobile sends the data in a raw format and a device traveling back to Jacksonville.
They goddamn, yo, they got phones.
Tell us what's in State's Exhibit 40.
Yes, so here we have on the left, we have a license plate reader hit of the suspect Silver Cruise on its way back to Jacksonville.
When was that communicated to the U.S. Marshals Task Force and to the Jacksonville
Murphy,
Sheriff's
the vice
Office that
president of
arrest
Tampa,
warrants were
identified on
issued
ring
for this
video.
particular defendant?
The vice at McDonald's,
When
Tampa
were the
prior to the
other
murder.
3 suspects arrested?
Within hours of the arrest warrants being issued.
And was law enforcement actively seeking for the other 2 defendants, Rashad Murphy and Davian Murphy, during that same time period?
Correct. They found Rashad, I think, a few days later.
Jordan may have 1 moment. Yes.
God damn, yo.
Okay,
Okay, cross-examination.
This is crazy,
Investigation
yo.
conducted by Tampa Police Department with Charles Jones as the victim.
Yes.
What were some
Oh,
of
no,
your
no, no, no. She ain't
roles in
underage,
that investigation?
guns eyes.
On June 23rd of 2024, the day of the
She
incident,
like
I was
21.
the on-call gang detective. So my sergeant was notified by someone in Tampa Police Department, and then he reached out to me. And I began, at that point, communicating with detectives with the Tampa Police Department in reference to this investigation.
Are you familiar with the lead detective Juan Ramos?
Yes.
And did you work alongside Detective Ramos, and have you continued to work alongside him throughout the duration of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that the defendant or co-defendants in this case may have had connections to Jacksonville in this particular case, did you have to continue working in Jacksonville, working the case up as well?
Yes,
And did that continue to occur through the arrest of Davian Murphy?
it did.
Can you talk to me about whether you are aware of when an arrest warrant was issued for Davian Murphy in this particular case?
An arrest warrant was issued back on July 27th of 2024.
And do you know about do you know when he was formally indicted?
He was formally indicted back on August 15th, 2024.
Were you assigned or did you play any role in securing or arresting Davian Murphy after the arrest warrants had been issued?
Yes.
And what were some of the tasks that you engaged in to do that?
We were conducting surveillance and following up on addresses and known associates, looking for anywhere he could be.
Did that start from the date of the initial arrest warrant back in July?
Yes.
And was that ongoing? I mean, was that...
I know your lawyer looking at this shit like, damn. What the fuck? Like, yo, what the fuck are we gonna do with this? Yo, this is the strongest case I ever seen in my life, yo. I know I done said it 3-4 times on this stream, but gee whiz. Gee whiz. Like, yo, they got everything. Everything. Like, they don't need no witness cooperation. They don't need no statements. They don't need no nothing. They got everything.
Every day you were working on and explain to me what your process was.
I wouldn't suggest it was every day. There would be periods of time where we would be waiting.
And what specific information did he provide to you about a potential alibi, if any?
I began the interview.
Listen to this part. Remember after Julio Foolio got killed, right? One of the 1,200 members got killed. And people was joking about it. Talking about he wasn't no real member or whatever the fuck they was goofy ass shit they were saying. I took issue with the game spitter because he tried to diminish this person like he wasn't even a person. Talking about he wasn't no jump shot. That was a layup. Like some old goofy ass shit I ain't respect. But listen to what this detective said.
With Davion in reference to this incident by showing him a video of a Ring doorbell that's captured from the Airbnb in Tampa. Davion looks at that video, he identifies himself, then he shares with me that he traveled to Tampa from Orlando on the day of the homicide, which was a Sunday on June 23rd of 2024.
Does he give you a time frame in which he traveled to Tampa?
He estimates that he was in Orlando at around 11 a.m. on that day and traveled to Tampa and arrived to Tampa at approximately 12:30.
Does he give you any indication as to when he departs Tampa?
He estimates that he left around 2 or 2:30 p.m. that same day.
Did you inquire as to how he got to Tampa?
I did.
And what was that response?
He said that it was a vague response, but he did say he traveled from Orlando to Tampa with a person named Brandon that he knew in high school, and he drove a car.
Could he give you any specifics about Brandon, like a last name?
No, he said he would not share names.
Did you
That's smart.
specifically ask about whether Mr. Murphy was in Tampa at the time of Charles Jones's murder?
I did, and his response was he was not.
That he was in Orlando?
Correct.
Now, does Davian Murphy have connections or linkage to Orlando?
He does.
Were you able ultimately to look into the statement about him coming to Tampa around 11 a.m. and returning to Orlando around 2 and 3:30?
Can you answer that again? I'm sorry.
Did you have information which helped you to contradict the alibi that was provided by the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I had previously gone to Clay County Sheriff's Office and obtained a phone. And before I elaborate on that, Mr. Murphy said he was traveling from Orlando to Tampa to meet with a person he knew as Fizzle, and that person's real name is Darius Beals, who was murdered on June 28th, 5 days after this incident back in 2024.
The Beals homicide and Fizzle being a part of the alibi that was provided, was that consistent with this interview that was conducted of Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant?
So he tried to use that guy as an alibi. Now, y'all remember he got killed right after Julio Foolio died 5 days later. So Davion Murphy tried to use him as an alibi.
That they were with Fizzle at the time of the homicide.
Yes.
But for different
She's
reasons.
so crazy what it is, baby.
Were you able to
subscribe to the
confirm
channel
Fizzle's
since you knew.
location at the time of the murder?
I did.
How about the hours before the murder, the days before the murder, honestly, or the days or hours after the murder? Where was Fizzle and what was his location?
Darius's location was in Orange Park, which is located in Clay County, just outside of Jacksonville. The location data of his phone and the physical device associated with it all remains in Orange Park during this entire duration, to include the day of the murder. In fact, he goes to the mall and I believe goes and gets some food at the food court and comes back.
Welcome.
Were you able to
You rocking with the real.
inquire as to Mr. Murphy who he was meeting in Tampa? Was he saying he was meeting Fizzle in Tampa?
Yes.
Did you have any actual evidence that Fizzle ever traveled to Tampa?
No.
Yo, you don't never, ever say nobody else's name in the interrogation room. Ever. Because Fizzle don't know nothing about none of this shit. So when they grab Fizzle, is Fizzle going to co-sign this? Maybe. Maybe not. But even if he is, why the fuck would you put Fizzle in that type of situation? Because if Fizzle turns out to be lying, now Fizzle isn't part of the case.
You review the records related to Mr. Murphy's device. Is there any evidence which tracks or puts Mr. Murphy's cell phone device traveling to Orlando at all the day before or the day after the Charles Jones homicide?
From what I recall relating to Mr. Murphy's device, it travels from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And from Tampa, where does it go?
I don't recall after that.
Okay. But do you have any information which leads you to believe that the device returned to Orlando?
No.
You indicated that the defendant has linkage to Orlando. What is that link? Do you recall?
He had a address listed on his driver's license in Orlando.
Did that prove relevant to the investigation at all? The address that was listed on his driver's license as it relates to messages that were introduced in the homicide investigation for Tampa?
Yes, there was a message, I believe maybe two messages, that were sent from Sean Gathwright's phone to a female that was further investigated, and she lived in Tampa. Those two messages, the context of them were, I'm coming home tonight, my thirst has been quenched, we're popping bottles of Don Julio. I'm not quoting it, but that's the context of the messages. Those messages were sent from Sean Gathwright's phone to a female that shared the same address as Davion Murphy in Orlando.
Were those text messages signed in any way?
At the end of both of those messages, it's a dash mark, and then it says Murph, as if he's sending.
Motherfucker couldn't wait to tell somebody. Got to tell somebody. These kids crazy.
Message from someone else's phone.
When you interviewed Davion Murphy, did he admit to having knowledge of the identity of his co-defendants?
He knew Rashad Murphy, and that was it.
Did he advise whether Rashad Murphy was at the Airbnb in Tampa?
He said he did not see Rashad Murphy at the Airbnb.
When you originally interviewed Davion, were there inconsistencies in the statement that you did later confront him with?
Yes.
During the initial portion of the interview, did he admit to knowing Sean Gathwright?
No.
After your review of the interview room video, is there reference to Sean Gathwright in the video?
Davion inquires if Sean, he says, does Sean really try to escape the interview room? And I'm not quite sure how he would have known that. That may have been publicized. However, he addresses him as Sean.
They'll try to skip the interview room.
Before your interview actually begins?
That ain't happening.
That he asked me that?
That he says that.
At some point, yes. I believe it may have been just prior to it.
During your formal interview of the defendant, does he deny knowing Sean Gathright?
He does.
Does he deny knowing Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
I wouldn't know none of them either.
Deny knowing Isaiah Chance?
He denies all three.
Does he ultimately identify all three as having been present at the Airbnb?
He does.
How does he do that?
Why did he do
He
that?
says when he arrives to the Airbnb in Tampa, he observes three people that he did not know.
Oh, okay.
And my follow-up question to that statement was it the three people on the news release in reference to this incident? He confirms that it was.
Oh,
and
shit.
At this point, you had not viewed
Why the
the
fuck
video
would he
from
do
the
that?
interview room, during which
He
time
gonna tell
David Murphy was
something.
talking to himself.
I'd
Didn't
have
have a
said,
chance
man,
to
I
review
don't
that
know, I don't know
At
who the
that
fuck
point,
they
no.
was. They were a rat.
Did you have, during the course of your interview, an opportunity to ask about the history of the beef between 1200 and ATK and 6 Block?
I wouldn't suggest I...
Got another gangster rat, y'all. Why would you do that? You just basically implicated them in the crime. That was stupid. I'd be like, how? I don't know if that was them or not.
specifically dove into it that way. However, it was alluded to, and Davion responds to that historical relationship and expresses that he is very upset that Foolio, Charles, is being painted as a victim in this case.
And did he go into why that is?
Yes, he elaborated on when he said that. He says he doesn't appreciate how Foolio's music was directed to a person named Gerard Adams, dissing Gerard Adams, dissing Corbin, and there was also another reference of someone urinating on his cousin's grave, and I believe he was referencing Gerard Adams in that statement as well.
And when you spoke to him about those instances, did he provide the names Gerard Adams and Corbin to you?
He says Gerard, and he does say Corbin.
Oh, he's a rat.
Are you familiar with what
Boy,
he's
rat.
referencing regarding someone urinating on his cousin's grave
Yes,
from your time with the gang unit and your
He's a rat.
investigation of the beef?
yes,
Was it a suspected 6 Block member that committed that act?
I believe so, yes.
So he's giving motive. Yeah, but the funny thing is, he probably don't even realize he's telling, because he probably ignorant as a motherfucker. But you giving a motive. He already been told that the people on the news that was arrested for Julio Foolio murder is also the people he's saying at the Airbnb.
Ultimately, do you interview David Murphy about the incident that happens, which leads up to Charles Jones's death, meaning the shooting itself? Do you ask him specifics about what happened in the parking lot of the hotel?
Did I ask him what happened in the moments of the...
Yes.
I did, but I believe his response said he wasn't there.
At some point,
You
does
wasn't
your
there.
conversation with
But they
David
was,
Murphy
though.
or with
Get
Detective
the fuck
Nieder
outta
lead
here.
you to talking about the shooting, the shooters?
Yes.
And how did that conversation go?
We ultimately get to a point in the interview where I asked Davion if he had seen the videos captured from the Tesla vehicle exterior cameras, and his response to that question was yes, he had.
And do you know if that was from the press conference as well?
It was.
And when you spoke about that, at some point, did you have Davion stand up?
I did. I was attempting to point out that it's him in the video, in the Tesla videos, as the shooter.
What was the purpose of having him stand in the interview room?
Showing his physical appearance.
Where did you have him stand? Was it against a wall?
Next to me against the wall.
And with that information, what was the conversation had between you, Mr. Murphy, and Detective Nieder?
We were pointing out the person's movements, how they were shooting, and what their objective was, being so far away from Rashad and Sean.
So to be specific, you had an idea about which person you believed was Davion Murphy in the videos
Yeah, he telling.
from the homicide scene.
Correct.
He gave him
Did
motive.
you speak specifically about that individual as they were depicted from the videos?
Yes, I did.
He
And
gave
what specific
gave
things
them
did you say?
motive. He gave him motive. He telling.
About the shooter.
I called him goofy, and he was running around as if he had not shot a gun before, and he was standing far away from the other two shooters, and that he was big.
Did you either say or insinuate that the other two shooters got closer to and did more damage, essentially, in this case?
I did say that, yes.
And that was towards the end of your interview?
Yes.
Huh.
Were those
So what he did was he played the manipulation game. He think he a gangster. He ain't gangster for real. You ain't even run down on a car. You scared. You was a scared shooter. He fed into his ego. It's a tactic they use.
comments directed at Davion Murphy or at Detective Nieder?
It was directed at Davion.
And was Davion responding at all?
No,
Did you then exit the interview room?
I did.
Were you able to observe the video that was linked to the room in live time, like in real time?
Yes.
And what, after you exited the interview room, did Davion do, if anything?
He does do something, and it may be more appropriate if I physically demonstrate it, if it's okay.
Okay.
He puts out his arms like this, and it appears that he's brandishing a rifle with one hand extended and one, what I would consider the trigger finger. He starts walking around the interview room after he gets out of his seat, and this is after Detective Nieder and I left, and he's holding it like this in front of him, and then he starts going, and then he walks around, and then he does it again. And he does it multiple times.
Were the comments that you were making about the shooter that you suspected in those videos as Davion Murphy intended to elicit some kind of response from Mr. Murphy?
No, I've never seen that before.
And
you didn't answer the question. Basically, what he did was with intent to elicit some type of response from Murphy, and he fed into it. He said, "You're not a shooter. You were scared." So what Davion Murphy decided to do when they left is be a shooter. Man, these kids, look, man.
That occurs when you exit the interview room. He doesn't say anything about the person in the video.
No. Yes, that happens when we exit the interview room.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment? Yes. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Okay, cross.
Mark and sign.
I personally like to have it on two ways in proximity.
All right. Do you know whether or not there was in with Mr. Davion Murphy?
The very first time I ever made contact with Mr. Davion Murphy was on January 6th of this year.
All right. So that was your first contact, and was that at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they apparently brought you in because you're a gang detective. Is that accurate?
I am assigned to the gang investigation unit, and I would suggest I became involved in this case because I was the on-call gang detective on June 23rd, back in 2024, and I've been attempting to assist Detective Ramos as much as I possibly can.
Prior to January 6th,
He a new detective.
2025.
He hadn't been a detective that
Had you
long.
had any prior contact with Davion Murphy?
No, sir. Nope.
Or how about investigative contact? Was he a suspect? Any kind of investigative from your office?
His public defender is trash.
Related activity.
I will speak for myself. I don't know what other investigations people have done in this unit, or excuse me, in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on behalf of Davion, but for me personally, no.
None, okay. All right. Do you know, in fact, whether or not Davion Murphy was either an associate or a gang member?
I do know that he is a gang associate with 1200.
All right. How do you know that?
I was informed that he was.
I was just ready to say that he was told.
You did individually to determine that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, apparently he was taken into custody at an apartment, you said, in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Were you present there?
No.
I made my way out there at some point, yes.
Was that before he was taken into custody or after he was taken into custody?
I don't know exactly when he was taken into custody in relation to when I arrived there, but I would assume it was close in proximity.
All right. Do you know whether or not there was any issue in taking him into custody?
Julio Foolio
From
murder.
what I know, no.
No, he voluntarily gave himself up, I presume.
I know our SWAT team was assigned to take him into custody, and I do know they conducted a what's described as a breach on the door. So I don't know if he really had an opportunity to not come out, but he came out as soon as that door was breached.
Okay. All right, and then I'm assuming brought to your interview room at some point in time, correct?
He was transported to the interview room.
All right, and it was your assignment because you're the on-duty gang guy to interview him, correct?
I don't know if I was the on-duty gang detective on that day, January 6th. However, I was willing to assist.
For help. All right. And you knew, obviously, based on what was going on, that Mr. Davion Murphy was a suspect in a homicide in Tampa, Florida, correct?
I was made aware that he had an arrest warrant in reference to that case.
And you've indicated that you or Detective, now, was it both you and Detective Nader? Is that how you pronounced it?
Detective Nader and myself interviewed Mr. Murphy, yes, sir.
All right, did either you or Detective Nader advise Mr. Davion Murphy of his Miranda rights?
I did. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a constitutional rights form, which is written, so I went over Mr. Murphy's constitutional rights with him on that piece of paper.
He signed over his Miranda rights.
Initial or mark and sign?
I personally like to have it on two ways. I like for them to verbally express that they have no questions, they understand it, and he also signed it, which he did both.
I'm sure he did.
Yes, sir.
And that's on the video, or is that before the video was activated?
Better
that
be
was
on
all
the video.
in the recorded interview room.
I'm ready to say it better be.
All right.
It better be.
Now, it's clear, is it not, that he denied being in Tampa at or near the time of the alleged offense involving Mr. Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what did you have in your possession at that time to question Mr. Davion Murphy concerning his whereabouts on June 22nd to June 24th? Did you have phone records? Did you have police reports? Did you have videos? You talked about a video, the video. Which video did you have?
The lead detective, Detective Ramos, shared a Ring doorbell video with me. This video was captured from an Airbnb in Tampa that the suspect stayed in prior to and after the murder incident of Charles Jones. In the video specifically that I showed Mr. Davion Murphy,
go down
it's
in
just
a minute,
him.
though.
He's walking inside of
the
the residence at this Airbnb. I showed Mr. Murphy the video. I asked him, "Do you recognize this person?" And he identified himself by saying,
This shit was so interesting. Shit, we damn near watched the whole thing. Shit was 5 hours
And that's
long.
when he admitted he was in Tampa, correct?
Correct.
At no time did Mr. Davion, you realize obviously there's a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy, correct?
Of course.
Yeah, I hate to keep repeating Davion Murphy, but I want to make sure that we're talking about the same Murphy.
Yes, sir.
At no point in time did Davion Murphy ever indicate to you any involvement in the shooting death of Charles Jones, correct?
He never provides any admission of that, no.
Now, could you detect any odor
He said
of
enough,
alcohol
though.
on Mr. Davion Murphy prior to your interview?
No.
Did he appear to be under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or medication?
That was my first time ever meeting Mr. Murphy, so it's hard to say what the standard Davion Murphy is. However, in my opinion, speaking with him for several hours in that room, he did not appear to be under the influence of anything at that point.
Now, you referenced a text message, I believe you were saying was that from the phone of Sean Gathright? Is that?
Detective Ramos did obtain a iCloud search warrant for Sean Gathright, and he provided some of the return of that to me. And in that digital return of the Apple iCloud of Sean Gathright, there were two messages in there, what I referenced earlier.
All right, from they were signed Murph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what leads you to
I thought
believe
people
that those
putting
were
signatures on their text
from
message.
Davion Murphy as opposed to Rashad Murphy?
I never made a statement as to who I believe sent them. I was just suggesting
It was a Murphy.
it's signed Murph. It's sent from Sean's phone, and the person receiving those messages is a person that shared an address in Orlando with Davion Murphy. That's all I said.
Okay. So you're not identifying that message as specifically coming from Davion Murphy, correct?
I think the only way to be able to definitively do that is if I saw him send it.
Send it, and you
Sure.
didn't see that.
No, sir.
All right.
Hit that like button, y'all. Tap the screen twice, y'all. We go live every day at 11. Make sure you support the platform,
Did I
man.
understand
Cash
you
that
to say
Baltimore
that you also
swag.
saw the Tesla video that was at the shooting scene?
I have seen the videos that have been shared through the media, and those videos specifically were the ones from the Tesla, yes.
All right. And do you make any identification from the Tesla video to Davion Murphy?
I know from the arrest warrant that the lead detective Ramos obtained in reference to this investigation identifies Davion Murphy as that shooting suspect from that video.
Okay, but you could not, correct?
He don't know about the investigation.
I would not.
I don't understand why he even being questioned. Like I guess he must be from Tampa. So he questioned Davion Murphy once he got arrested, but he doesn't know about the shit that's going on in Jacksonville, like the last detective talked about. Like he know all the intricate details. He know all the players of the game. He just coming on to the case, and he looked like to me he's a relatively new detective. I guarantee he hasn't been a detective more than 5 years.
No, and the reason I say that is because I am not the lead detective in this case. I'm simply only assisting on the gang intelligence portion.
All right. Well, my question is, did you view the Tesla video?
I have seen it.
All right. And can you make an identification of anyone from that Tesla video?
No, the person's wearing a mask.
Correct. So the answer is no, you could not, correct?
Based on the video alone, no.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect. May this witness be excused. Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Sufficient to protect the community from risk of physical harm, and the facts of the case indicate a disregard for the safety of the community. This tracking of this victim occurred at 3 very public places that culminated in the actual shooting, which was in a public parking lot. There were vehicles that were struck, and there was actually 2 hotel rooms, one of which there were occupants, including a child, that those projectiles actually penetrated into that room. So obviously these facts, the way that this was conducted, 3 heavily armed men shot up that parking lot. That was a fully occupied hotel at the time. So we believe that there are grounds under that subsection. The other subsection that we filed under the pretrial detention statute was under subsection 5T, and that is that if there's probable cause to believe he committed the offense, and based on his past and present patterns of behavior, and other relevant facts.
Well, he ain't getting no bail.
That to ensure the presence of the defendant at trial, or assure the integrity of the judicial process, Judge, obviously he is a flight risk. This is a defendant. This has been a highly
This was a fucking bail hearing.
Extensive media coverage, press conference back on June 27th of 2024 when these arrest warrants were first issued out of Tampa. Defendant even indicated in his interview with law enforcement he was well aware that he was being looked at, he made state or looked for, and he has fled from law enforcement for months, and he has known that he was wanted, made statements that he purposely has been fleeing from law enforcement and evading the prosecution of this case. So based on that, he has no ties to our community. He is a flight risk. So we believe we have established grounds under that subsection as well as the final subsection of the pretrial detention statute.
I wouldn't have came to this shit.
And
If this was a bail hearing, I'd be like, I don't even want to come. Y'all can have that shit without me. You know good and goddamn well he ain't getting no bail.
As a prison release reoffender, and we
Wasting 5 hours sitting up this bitch for nothing.
And sentence, we filed our notice of PRR on this case on January 10th of 2025, and he indeed qualifies as a prison release reoffender. So based on all three of those grounds, we believe the facts prove that he is the third gunman. There's overwhelming circumstantial in this case that this was a planned, premeditated intent and conspiracy to commit murder against the victim. In this case, he's a well-known prominent gang member and rapper, and there has been an ongoing gang war between his gang and the defendant's rival gangs. And so based on all of that and the circumstantial and the evidence, law enforcement has identified all of the participants in this case. 2 in the tracker vehicle, we absolutely know who they are, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, and all of the 3 suspects. There were 3 shooters, Matt and Paula, and even though their faces are covered, based on the phone evidence and the tracking of the vehicles, it is clear that the 3 other individuals is Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davian Murphy. And there is ballistics that tie, again, all of these players to the homicide of Charles Jones, as well as the conspiracy ahead of time. The shell casings in our case of the only gun that we could get shell casings of, that 9mm, is tracked to a house of Sean Gathright in Jacksonville. So, Judge, based on all of that evidence, we asked for you to hold him at no bond.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
Yes, very, very briefly, Judge, I think we went over it with some detail that there is I'm aware of any physical evidence that puts Mr. Davion Murphy at the crime scene at the time of the offense. The cell phone data does not put him there, puts him coming and going from Jacksonville. I submit to you that it's all circumstantial. He denies, obviously, being involved. He does admit to being in Tampa, which the cell phone data does obviously substantiate. We would submit that he would be entitled to a bond and that there is not a substantial probability under the evidence the court has heard that he's committed the offense that he's charged in the indictment. We don't deny that these are dangerous crimes that he's charged with. Obviously, there is some evidence that he did avoid apprehension for some point in time, but based on the totality of the facts as presented by the state, we submit that they have not met their burden, and that there is a substantial probability that he committed these offenses.
Okay, well, based upon all of the facts that I've heard, I do find that there is a substantial probability that the defendant did commit the dangerous crimes he was charged with. I also find he is a danger to the community. He does pose a flight risk, and the state's carried its burden of proof in establishing that the defendant is a prison releasee reoffender. So I do find the state's carried its burden of proof, and I will grant their motion for pretrial detention pursuant to 907.041, subsection 4C5, as well as 907.041,
Yeah, he took him on a run for 4 months.
and 907.041, subsection
And he not from Tampa.
5C8.
They're from
The
Jacksonville.
state's motion for pretrial detention is granted. Okay, so let's talk about future court dates. And has the state made a decision yet? The state is currently seeking the death penalty against 3 of the co-defendants and not against Miss Andrews.
That is correct, Judge, and this case has already been reviewed by the homicide committee, and we will be filing a notice in this case as well.
So, Mr. Sonardi, my question to you is, do you have an idea who you want to bring on as penalty phase counsel? Or do you need a suggestion?
Contemplated it beforehand because there are so many defendants and the state is asking for the death penalty. I do have a couple of people in mind that I will present to the court once I can.
Yeah, I don't support Black Lives Matter.
Speak.
I think Black Lives Matter was a scam.
Mr. Brunvon?
Yes, but he is advised me he's no longer taking death penalty cases. So I have a couple other people in mind that I will contact once we get a death penalty notice and provide that to the court.
So the main thing, and I think I did make you aware of the trial date in this case, correct?
Well, believe they're in August of 26.
It's April. Let me just confirm, and that's the main thing. Whoever it is you reach out to, you got to make sure that they are available on the trial dates, because those dates are not getting moved.
The other issue is going to be a mitigation specialist with all these people. So.
Sure. And for some reason, it's not in JAWS. Madam Clerk, can you tell me? Hold on, we'll confirm those dates. Sure. So once you get, once you start to get things lined up as far as your team goes, I'll need you to submit the order appointing you, and then the order appointing the costs related to retaining the mitigation specialist, or whatever those costs are going to be.
That would be the second phase counsel judge that will have.
Okay, well, whatever it may be, whoever that is. So the main thing is that you got to make sure they're available. Dave, what are the trial dates?
April 13th through May 1st.
And now
Court's adjourned.
It's a goddamn shame, yo. It's a damn shame, yo. People just throw their life away, yo, for nothing. That's what that dissing the dead shit get you though, yo. Dissing the dead, drill music. This is the life of a drill rapper. This is the drill lifestyle. 1,000 years in prison or the graveyard. It ain't really no in between, man. It ain't really no in between, yo. This young dude just threw his life away. Borderline snitched. I mean, he probably didn't realize he told. He don't even realize he gave motive by talking about all the people that Julio Foolio dissed. That's an ironclad case, y'all. Ironclad case. Now it's all circumstantial. And y'all know how I feel about circumstantial evidence, but yo, this is a strong circumstantial case. Like this just ain't no, you know what I mean? It's too circumstantial for it not to be true. They're gonna have a hard time fighting this. And it's a death penalty case. And that's the thing, y'all. Y'all, them people will kill you. It's not a game. Like, I don't know why these people think it's a game. If they say you facing a death penalty, and the governor sign off on that shit, when you get found guilty, you're getting a death penalty. And we talking about Florida. Florida don't play no games. Don't play no game. Here it is. These guys, these people thought they did everything the right way. They thought they did everything the right way, y'all. Drove to Tampa, booked the Airbnb, followed them, tracked them. They thought they did everything the right way. Meanwhile, it's all recorded. It's all tracked through digital means. GPS tracking, cell phone data. All their lives is on the line. For what? Clout chasing. That's what it all boils down to. Because that's the thing, y'all, about this drill shit. These kids, these people that be dissing in drill music, the killing comes second. You understand what I'm saying? The killing comes second because the music is so disrespectful. Like, it don't be situations where somebody get killed and then they start dissing. No, hell no. It's situations where they start dissing first and then somebody gets killed. And then they just start a years-long war of retaliatory killings. Like, yo, it's crazy, y'all. This drill problem is like a problem we ain't never seen before. Like, we ain't never seen a problem as vicious as drill music. That shit like cancer. It's like a disease. It's like a disease, man. It's just spreading from city to city, doing damage to everything it touched. Everything it touched dies. But the sad reality is, as long as we got these platforms and these blog sites, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, ran by people who we don't even know. You don't know who, you don't know if they of the culture, of the community. You don't know what their agenda is. And all they post is negativity. All they post is drill content. All they post is this and that. As long as we got that, y'all, and we don't figure out how to put a stop to it, this shit ain't never going. It ain't never going. Because for one, it's too many people making too much money off of it. But the sad part is we don't know these people. Cause most of these pages don't even put a face behind it. So you don't know who running the pages. You don't know who running the pages. So it's hard to stop it. So you got all these Instagram pages watching videos, listening in for the most disrespectful lyrics just to fucking share the shit. And when you share it, you're giving them what they want. Yo, the worst thing you can do is give a clout chaser clout. Look at Charleston White. Like, yo, that is the worst thing you can do, y'all, because it empowers them. It gives them ammunition to keep going. If I'm dissing the dead with intent, with my intent is to get popularity or notoriety or just some type of attention, and you share it, you're giving me what I want. So it ain't never gonna stop. It ain't never gonna stop. And what ultimately happens is now the other side gotta put out a diss song. Now somebody dies. Now they dissing. Now somebody that's like, yo, it's a never ending cycle, yo. We gotta figure out as people, what are we gonna do about drill music? What are we gonna do about the sharing of this toxic shit? I don't even want to call it content, because it's not content. It's real. That's another thing, yo. People was using that content word, and it lessens the word content, lessens the blow of what's really going on. And what's really going on, yo, is these kids are dying and going to prison, young as a motherfucker, all behind drill music. And people call it content. Hell no, this shit is real life. This is real life with real life consequences. And now you got Julio Foolio dead. Yo, so many people died in that Jacksonville shit. All behind dissing the fucking dead. All behind hopes to get recognition. All behind clout chasing. The same thing that's going on in Chicago is going on in Jacksonville. It's going on in other parts of Florida. It's going on in Philadelphia. Like, yo, this shit is crazy, man. And there's not enough people speaking up. It's not enough people talking about it. That's why I always say, yo, like, yo, we got all these people, right, that speaks on situations. But the things that need to be spoke on, they silent. That's how you can tell what side they really on. It's not about what you speak on. It's about what you stay silent on. You know what I mean? When you can see a situation and you can identify a situation that's hazardous, and you look around and you see all these public speakers, but they not speaking on it, it lets you know what's up with them. You know what I mean? They control the opposition. They compromise. They don't really care for real. Because everybody see drill music as a problem. Everybody. Unless you blind. I don't give a fuck if that's the music you like. You know it's a problem. You see what's going on. You see these kids crashing out about it. Because it's too disrespectful. You know, when it come down to this drill shit, we just covered the story where a little kid in Philly got killed on the way to school with his mother. With his mother. Now, Shorty was in the mix, but he's also was a drill rapper. And I said that to say, drill rap is so disrespectful. I can't give you no pass. You understand what I'm saying? I can't give you no pass if I see you with your mother, brother, sister, kids. Because you're disrespecting majorly. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's abnormal, the amount of disrespect that's coming from drill music. Oh, hey, Coco. That's how you look at it. America is America. And right or wrong, that's what it is over here. You know, we ain't make the rules. A lot of us break the rules. Man, it's killing us, and it's not just affecting us. It's not just affecting the inner cities. That shit affecting rural neighborhoods as well. Everybody want to be killers. I just covered a story from my city where little kids allegedly, I did a video on it. They got in a fight with security guard, and they ain't just getting a fight with the security guard. Somehow they got a hold of his gun and killed him. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck you kill him for? Like, it was a fight. Like, how in my era, if we would have got a hold of the gun, that we just got a free gun. We're not gonna get a hold of the gun and kill him. We just got a free gun. We fought, we got the gun, we gone. Kill the man. Because that's the thing to do nowadays. It's all about killing. It ain't about money no more. It used to be about money, man. People used to beef about money. They ain't even trying to get no money no more. They trying to kill, man. But they glamorize it by calling it drill. But it's really kill music. That's what we need to start calling it. Maybe people start looking at it different. It's just called kill music, man. Yo, but make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Support the platform, man. You know, we keep it all the way real over here. I appreciate everybody that stayed up the whole night. I think we about 6 hours in. Shit, I appreciate it. Yeah, we start at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 hour live, man. So yeah, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure if y'all can donate to the channel, man. Support real work, yo, because it's another thing too, y'all, that I don't know if people paying attention. They trying to phase out the independent YouTuber. So a lot of these people that people are supporting and watching, they're not as independent as you might think. You know, they ain't. They working for some type of agency. Who knows what agency? You know, it could be a digital marketing firm. It could be the fucking police. Like, it could be AI. So if you fuck with a YouTuber that's a real person, man, support if you can. Cause it's a fight. It's a fight right now between real and fucking fake. And it's happening on a lot of levels. But let me know how y'all feel about this in the comments. It's another day, KBG News, and I'm out.